The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the final day of competition, where $50,000 and a last chance qualifier ticket to Clash Worlds will be awarded. The 6 greatest teams in this year's competition, we bring you the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
That's right, we are back with the last day of competition for the 5th season of the Snapdragon Pro Series. This global competition has 6 of the greatest teams in the game, and they're going to be duking it out today for your viewing pleasure. Alongside me, Woody, we've got 2 other excellent competent casters who are going to be breaking down that action. Let's bring them on. We've got Clash Bashing and Eve Maxi. Guys, I know that you are so excited for the matches today. Bash, what are you looking forward to the most?
I'm looking to see which of our 2 teams that don't have a silver or gold ticket does get that final gold ticket here. Well, I guess not final, but our gold ticket here, which will be determined shortly.
Yeah, that's right. And apart from that, of course, we're going to be crowning a new champion of the Snapdragon Pro Series, the first time on the global stage. And that's what I'm excited for, and I hope you guys at home are excited for it as well.
Oh, I know they are. They've been gearing up for this for weeks, if not months. Let's go ahead and look at the path that the teams that qualified today had to take in order to make it in. We had 4 open qualifiers where teams had the opportunity to win and advance automatically or to score points. The top 4 teams that score points and the teams that won each of those cups made it to the finals. Bash, these were those 8 teams.
That's right. Our cup winners were HCM, NA, Reckoning, Tribe Gaming, and Momentum Shifters. And then our points leaders were Synchronic, HTM Brazil, Milsim MG, and STM and Esports. So those were our 8 teams that started us off here. However, we did lose 2 teams yesterday, Maxi.
That's right. As we can see here in our updated bracket, in the lower bracket, we had to say goodbye to Synchronic and Reckoning. But apart from the other 6 teams that are fighting for the crown today, you mentioned it already, Bash, there is a silver ticket on the line. And as most of these teams already have either a golden or a silver ticket, it comes down to HTMNA and Tribe Gaming for the win of the final ticket. And we can see that both of them are already in the lower bracket here. HTM has to take on their sister clan HTM Esports, and Tribe Gaming will be fighting against Momentum Shifters. So Woody, we should take a quick look at our schedule for today and when we're going to see those teams live.
Let's do that, Maxi. The first match we've got up today is the lower bracket match between the Momentum Shifters and Tribe Gaming. That's going to be starting in just a couple short minutes. Later on, we'll have Stamina Esports and Millisime MG in the upper bracket final. That'll determine the last team that still remains undefeated and will advance to the finals. The prize pool is on your screen, and boy, Bash, are they excited to win it.
$20,000 to first place. I mean, second place gets $10,000. That's a huge chunk of change. We talked about a lot of these teams already having golden or silver tickets, so a lot of them are playing for this huge prize pool. But one point we will be talking about a lot today is Tribe Gaming and HTM NA both trying to get that final silver ticket here in our tournament, rather.
Exactly, so let's take a look at the first match we have at hand. The Momentum Shifters lineup looks fearsome as we have Leo, Ahmad, Sean, Zekin and Imran getting ready for battle. But they have to take on a very well-known foe, Tribe Gaming.
A terrifying competition looms before them, and Tribe Gaming will be up to the plate. Their roster includes Kronos, Stefan, Yo-Yo23, Rikirez, Nebax, and Exosist.
That is a stacked Tribe lineup. Now, the situation here is as follows. If Tribe wins this matchup and HTM NA loses, Tribe will be our silver ticket winner and vice versa. But the war is on. Woody, Maxi, take it away.
We'll do just that and see you in a couple of minutes. Bash, it's Ahmad already going in with the first attack. A Dragon Strike is what he chose to bring in order to hopefully take down the first base of Rikirez here. And oh, Woody, the Town Hall remains standing.
Our friend of the Momentum Shifters is really behind as he needs now to push with these dragons all the way up and around. The Royal Champion doing what she can along that bottom right side, and she does have Spirit Fox with her, so that'll keep her invisible for a little bit longer. If anyone out there is newly breaking into the Clash of Clans pro scene, it's that first star from 50%, the second star from the Town Hall, and the third star is claimed by getting all 100% damage dealt. That is going to be the second star claimed as the Royal Champion does nab that Town Hall, but had to invest quite a lot to do it, and it looks like Ahmad is going to be coming short of the 3 stars.
100% we can say that at this point, and we can see the disappointment on his face in the player cam at the bottom of your screen. Obviously not the start you would have hoped for if you are in Momentum Shifters' corner, and especially if you are Ahmad. I mean, that's a clone spell. He had 3 clone spells, as we can see here in the post-match stats, and I think shortly we'll see what was the reason here he didn't get the Town Hall. Look at this. No single balloon was cloned. He tried to put down the clone spells in the direction of the monolith in order to take out everything around this monolith with cloned up balloons, but he must have barely missed the balloons coming out of the siege machine here, and thus these 9 spell slots had 0 value, and of course then it is really hard to come back from a defeat like that.
Yeah, you have got to use every tool in your kit if you want to score a 3-star in record time. Ahmad from the Momentum Shifters knew that this was an opportunity to strike hard, fast, and make a big first impression. He tried valiantly, but he has missed in a big way now, Maxi. Failing to get the 3-star out of the first attack now means that Tribe are in the driver's seat. This whole war can be decided by them. This is a team that can certainly put up 3-star performances, and having not yet qualified for the World Championships, this is a match that they absolutely want to win to get that last chance qualifier ticket. Next to attack will be Nebrax. If he puts up a 3-star here and now, this is going to put a massive cooler on the efforts of Momentum Shifters to get the win. Most Shifters may be a team that comes from behind, but can they come from a star loss this early?
That's going to be a really hard job. But what's interesting is now the character of this match has totally changed, because usually we know that these teams fight for the fastest times. Yesterday Tribe Gaming put up average times of around 70 seconds, and same for Momentum Shifters. None other than Nebrax, our next attacker, got a 57-second attack in yesterday, and that's usually what we like to see from those teams. But of course now with the 2-star on the board from Momentum Shifters, Tribe Gaming don't need to go for those fast strikes anymore. All they need to do now is triple out, which usually is a hard thing to do, at least for players like us. But these pro players, they're so used to 3-starring that I think it is a rather easy task for them to 3-star a base, but still you cannot let any nerfs show. So the big question now is, do they change up the armies they had planned for their opponent's bases, or do they stick with the plans they already found?
Well, right you are, Maxi. The hit rates have been astronomical this year, is definitely tilted in favor of offense. We've seen upward of 80-90% of these attacks scoring 3-star strikes. Expect nothing less from Nebrax now, who's going to do a bit of funneling with that Electro Dragon on the outside. Funneling, a very important thing to set up for the second stage of the attack, as it takes out some of the buildings along the outside and ensures that your dragons now deployed with that Grand Warden are going to be all focused on the correct compartment. That is what he's looking for in that top right side now. Popping in early Eternal Tomb. A little bit of bad news here. He does catch a tornado trap. That's going to slow down the battle blimp, which is intended to go all the way to the town hall. Might still reach there. No, actually, he was going to be targeting that compartment right there in the core. That's going to be a lot of damage that he's going to be able to negate, though, with that free spell out, Maxi.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder what his plan is, but he has 3 super wall breakers, and he used one for the queen already at the top side. However, she cannot really make her way into this town hall. So yeah, I think that he just wants to take out the town hall later on in the raid, maybe even with the royal champion. The good news is he has 1 free spell left, but and a huge amount of dragons. But I think you were right there, that he intended this blimp to get all the way to the town hall, which didn't work out. So now Nebrax really has to make sure he gets that 2-star, or even better, the 3-star.
That's what he'd hope for. He's really moving in hard and fast. I think he's smiling and happy with the performance so far. Yeah, the triple was never in doubt for Nebrax. That is going to be an incredible start for Tribe Gaming, confidently surging forward with a superb strike.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, it looked a tad bit shaky there with this blimp not making it to the town hall. But I mean, he didn't seem to lose confidence there during this attack, so I guess he must have known that he would be able to 3-star nonetheless, and that's exactly what happened. So a good start from Tribe. Now they have a little bit of time to reconsider what to do with their attacks and maybe change a plan or two, especially a Rocket Loon strike could now be changed up to something easier to execute. And yeah, that's what their game plan should be right now. On the other side, Momentum Shifters, they just have to keep the pressure up just a little bit on themselves. Just try to get those 3-stars in to hope for a mistake from Tribe Gaming. And we've said it time and time again, this can happen, even though it's rather rare.
Yeah, right you are, Maxi. This is a tough spot for Momentum Shifters. About as bad as it can get for the first round of attacks to be down a star already. But that is the advantage that Tribe Gaming now has. There's a lot of slower attacks out there that can still get very high value, very high likelihood 3-star hits. And that is exactly now what Tribe is going to be switching in favor of. They don't have to focus so much on time, which is very often the tiebreaker between two very closely matched teams that earn the same number of stars, the same percentage destruction. It goes down to the average attacking time. But this first war of the day is not going to be about time, as it seems, because we have got a big defense already from Tribe. So with that, they can now refocus, as you mentioned, to taking armies that don't try to just blast out the gates like rocket balloons and take down every defense as quickly as possible. They can be a bit more cautious and reserved with those attacks. The same can be said for momentum shifters, though. They know that this is not going to be a war that comes down to time, and so they're very likely to take the attacking strategies that they feel the most confident will go the distance. We see a Vamp Stash and a Spiky Ball on this Barbarian King. Typical equipment loadout for a little bit longer, slower of an attack. Phoenix also keeps him alive a little bit longer. Frosty on the Queen is a somewhat unusual choice, as we oftentimes do see the Unicorn to keep her healed up. But with the healer puppets, she can certainly slow down defenses even better with the Frosty. Grand Warden's Electric Owl is certainly a fantastic choice as well. With 2 rages and excuse me, 3 rages and 2 freezes, he's got a lot of spell support still for this raid. Now, he did lose his Grand Warden early on. That is very, very bad news for these dragons that really want a lot more support. But it still seems like this is a 3-star attempt that he is not going to give up that easily.
Yeah, definitely not, and you wouldn't expect it from a player like Imran. His Electro Dragon in the start of the attack did unfortunately not have a lot of value. Now I think he's going to be holding on to that free spell a little bit longer to freeze up the Town Hall and Scatter Shot. There we go, so that the dragons he has left can finish the job, and things are looking golden for Imran. You talked about the Frosty choice there on the Queen, and I think the reasoning behind that was that, oh, look at this. This is slowing down quite a bit, but we know time doesn't matter that much, and I think he should have the power with the 2 dragons supported by the Queen there in the core. As I'm saying this, I don't want to be jinxing it, but there goes the most power. It is the 3-star that Imran so desperately tried to achieve. I was gonna say the Frosty slowed down the enemy king that the Queen had to face off against, and that made it way easier for her to get through that high damage area there around the Warden statue. Nice job from Imran, and at the same time, guys, we have another match in the lower bracket going on. HTM NA versus HTM Esports, and we'll make sure to keep you guys updated on how it's going over there. And in fact, unlike this match here, it is still about time over there, as both teams started with a 3-star. At the moment, HTM Brazil have an advantage on the time. 16 seconds faster was their first strike, but of course with 8 attacks still in the line, a lot can still happen in this match.
Well, right, you are, Maxi. We're going to keep an eagle eye on that match, though, because it is almost as important as the one you're watching right now. They are both teams that have yet to earn that silver ticket, and the opportunity to advance to the last chance qualifier is maybe, to some of these teams, just as good as earning that big prize pool. That last chance qualifier ticket gives them an opportunity to move on to the World Championships if they're able to win that last final opportunity to earn their spot. It's a difficult run for these teams, but they definitely want to make every opportunity count. And hey, with Tribe and HTM, the last 2 teams that are in it, with 2 more squads up on top that have already earned golden tickets, this might be the most important non-qualifier match of the entire year so far. We are so energized and excited to see what the results are, because we know that for both this war and the one that you're watching in the background, they both matter in terms of awarding that ticket.
Oh yeah, they matter so much, and Rikiris has all this weight from the Tribe Gaming squad on his shoulders in our next attack. He's going to be the one going in. Usually we saw him using a lot of aerial troops recently, especially dragons and electro dragons were his troops of choice. They're usually sprinkling in a couple of super barbarians for the back end to speed things up even more. I think the strategy is also kind of a safe strategy, so I wouldn't think that he would diverge from that too much in this next attack. Here we have him ready. The gates are open and Rikiris is sending in the dragons just as expected.
The Dragon Army's marching in. Super high-powered aerial bombardment. And alongside the Electro Dragons is one of the preferred aerial attacks in the current metagame. Lavaloon does still see some play whenever time is not a factor, but it's just a little bit slower than these dragons, which are so powerful at top level. Raged up and supported with the Grand Warden, they can massively hit a huge chunk of this base and deny easy defenses from being able to take down these big beasts. It's dragons with balloons out in front, targeting those defenses and soaking up any black bombs like the one that you just saw there in that left side compartment. An excellent pairing that ensures that this massive army gets superb DPS. And I mean, just look, I don't even know if he's lost hardly any dragons yet already. The last Lions of the space are going to be defending as best they can, but Rikiris is looking for 3 stars.
And I think he is finding them for sure with this raid. This was such a solid performance there. No questions asked. Really confidently going into this one. Holding on to a couple of free spots. And look at this. He even's got the Royal Champion ability still intact. There it goes. Hawk, Puppet and Haste Vial. Such a strong combination on this hero. And he finishes this base in 1 minute and 28 seconds. We said it before. It's not the fast speed runs needed anymore from the teams, so Rikiris is delivering exactly what his team would ask from him in a situation like that. Great stuff there. And yeah, Tribe is definitely sticking to their game plan and are on path to get to the next level of the lower bracket.
Brilliant follow-up now from Tribe Gaming, finding another clear and easy 3-star to strike back at the Momentum Shifters. This really seems like their start could not have been any better. They're on a tear right now, and for a team that has been most highly anticipated to earn a golden ticket at some point this year, but hasn't yet, I think this is exactly the storyline that we'd expect to see from them. You know, there was another team yesterday from the same country, Synchronic, that already has a golden ticket and is expected to do maybe at least as well, if not better than Tribe, but was eliminated early. And I wonder if there's something that you've noticed, maybe Maxi, about the teams that qualify early. Does that sometimes, you know, harm their motivation? Does it result in the teams that haven't qualified yet working even harder to try to get the momentum back in their favor? Or is this just one of those flukes that the Clash of Clans esports world will continue to wonder about?
I think you might be onto something there. In fact, I think there's a lot of truth to that thought because, you know, pressure, of course, I don't want to use the saying, but I think it says like diamonds are created under pressure, and it's the same for the esports, of course. The more pressure you have, the more work you put into being the best of the best, and that's exactly the motivation you need to be on top amongst all of those star-studded lineups we have. And of course, Synchronic, who got their golden ticket in April, whenever an update came out or something new came to the game or a new strategy was invented, I bet that a team like Tribe Gaming were immediately chatting about that, trying it out, trying to master it, as they knew a lot was still on the line for them and they needed to be perfect. For example, Navi, who won the last golden ticket, I think they did just that. They perfected Rocket Loon attacks. Stars could do them, Klaus could do them, and especially Kazuma could do them. So they always sprinkled in a 58, 59 second attack in their matches, and that's what guaranteed their match wins with the low average attack times. And I think that maybe Synchronic might have just taken it more on the easier side of things throughout the rest of the year, because they just didn't need to do that. But yeah, we have Leo live right now from Momentum Shifters. A lot of Super Barbarians paired up with the Root Riders, an attack strategy that we have seen so often yesterday already, and it is very, very successful and consistent.
Superb strike coming in now from Leo with the overgrowth down, denying those defenses any opportunity to fire on the attacking troops, while they will carve a massive chunk out of this space and get the funneling that they're looking for. They have been going a little bit slow thanks to the ice golems on defense, and that's a very aggressive placement from that rage spell, hoping it seems that those Root Riders will get all the way into it. They're getting just slowed down so much, though, and taking a pummeling from this scatter shot. He's going to be forced to drop a freeze over on the Town Hall, but misses the Monolith. That's going to be wreaking havoc on those poor Druids out on the right side. He does manage to swoop back in and tear it down, but the 3-stars just don't seem to be as confident, clear, and easy for Momentum Shifters to claim. And I wonder if it's the skill in base building that Tribe is leaning on at this point. They are expert base builders, and you can really see them doing a fantastic job in this last round.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, building bases that are hard to tear down.
Yeah, however, yesterday they had perfect wars against them as well, and the thing is, the impact of a base builder at this high level is unfortunately pretty limited, because the offense is very strong and these players are so good with those troops that you can barely do anything as a base builder. The only thing you can do is expect a very specific entry and put every single trap against that. But then again, of course, that will weaken your base against any other approach onto it. So it is something that is rarely done by the base builders. But yeah, Tribe Gaming, they had 15 and 15 stars against them yesterday. For example, Milsim MG, they were able to defend in every single war they had. So we have to see if they can keep that streak going later on when they're facing off against STMN esports. But Momentum Shifters, they were perfect on offense as well. And we already analyzed what Ahmad did in his first attack. And to me, it looked more like it really came down to a placement mistake from him. Maybe he was just a little bit too confident over those balloons from the Siege Barracks making their way into his clone spells. Or maybe he misplaced them just a little bit because he shook his finger. You know, is sometimes a question of millimeters at this level. And because of that, these spells had zero value, and I think it was mainly that mistake that cost him the victory. But of course, you're right. I think that Tribe Gaming has very tough bases, and I think it makes it just a little bit harder to plan against these bases than against a average type of base.
Well, we're going to see Tribe returning to the fore next. Exosist will be the third attacker from their lineup. Even though bases are hard to construct in order to deny these players, we do see those frustrating attempts every now and then where players seek to go beyond their means just a little bit more each time, trying to shave off a few more seconds, and do fall victim to those trap placements, to tricky bases that just seem a little bit easier than they actually are. But the game is ready. We're going to hop into this next attack now. Exosist is going to be coming in with another ground-based army. It's going to be Root Riders and Valkyries, the most popular ground-based army by far in the current metagame. Sometimes we see the Root Riders drop out and just go for full Valkyrie armies, but that's been a more recent innovation that Exosist is going to hold off on this time around. It's a very reliable strategy to be able to tear down those walls with the Root Riders and use the Valkyries for excellent splash damage, especially on bases like this one where there's a lot of internal compartments that are difficult to get through, Maxi.
Yeah, absolutely, and looks like the attack is shaping up very nicely so far. We have to mention it, unfortunately. Exosist was the one, when Tribe Gaming had their chance at a golden ticket last time, that failed 2 times in a row. In the June qualifier, Tribe Gaming were in the upper bracket final, where they could have gotten a silver or a golden ticket. They just needed one more win, but unfortunately they lost twice with fails from Exosist. And one of those fails was in fact against the Momentum Shifters, who then ended up getting a silver ticket themselves. So we hope that we won't see history repeating in that today, but it surely doesn't look like it, as Exosist is dropping down his last spells, and we can see him celebrating already. That's the energy we love to see from these players. He doesn't miss again. 1 minute, 17 seconds, and this base is torn apart.
Excellent job there to Exosist. Another 3-star strike is confirmed, and Tribe Gaming will be marching victoriously into the late war, ahead and above the Momentum Shifters, a team that can strike so hard from behind but just has not found its footing. And twice now, it seems like the Momentum Shifters have just been in a really tough spot going into the late war. They had an excellent match yesterday against Stamina Esports, but just were never able to get that big overwhelming turnaround pull that they were known so well for in the earlier stages of this event. The Snapdragon Pro Series season finals really do have the best of the best, and in that sort of circumstance, it seems like it's almost impossible to turn the tide against foes that are starting out ahead by a star, or even just really 20-30 seconds can be too much of a gap to close in the late war, Maxi.
Absolutely. Interesting that you say that, because that is still the advantage that HTM Brazil have over HTM NA in our other match that is being played parallelly. At the moment, we only have seen 3 stars over there, so it is about the time there. HTM Brazil have an advantage of 16 seconds, but HTM NA can now try to catch up on that with their next attack, and I quickly glimpsed over there, they are actually sending some rocket balloons there from Ghost, so this could be a fast strike. We will let you know as soon as we know more about that.
Wow, exciting developments on both sides of this bracket. The lower bracket is a tough spot to be in. This is a double elimination tournament, and all the teams that you're seeing right now have already had 1 loss. That means that this is the last loss that they can suffer before elimination. And that has got to be forefront of their minds right now, because there's so much in terms of prizing to be gained by just 1 more win. The Momentum Shifters, however, already have that silver ticket to the last chance qualifier, and that means for them that the stakes were just not as high for this one, Maxi.
No, they are surely not, but still they made this huge mistake in their first attack, and Tribe Gaming is in the driver's seat in this match. And for them, on the other hand, it is insanely important, because it is one of the last 2 chances for them to get to the World Championship. Something that we'd really expect from a team like Tribe Gaming, who has been to 4 out of 5 World Championships so far. So I think that that is really what they have been aiming for all season. But now it is Momentum Shifters first. Sean has to get this 3-star to still stay behind Tribe Gaming in a way that is where it's still possible for them to catch up once Tribe Gaming makes a mistake.
Sean is marching in with another ground-based army. He's bringing in druids as well once again to back up and support this big clump of root riders. The druid is an excellent healer that can then transition into providing tanking for those back-end troops. Same thing as the apprentice warden, an excellent backline support troop that has seen a lot of usage, especially in armies that mass attack, like these root riders, like Valkyrie armies. Haven't yet seen him a whole lot with dragon armies, Maxi, but could conceivably work there too.
Yeah, definitely. And this is looking really good. I love how patient the players are with their spells. Holding on to 2 free spells is so important, because he can freeze the Poison Tower, Town Hall, and Monolith, and especially this Poison Tower. Look at this. It's the last building he finishes, and this way it doesn't slow him down 1 bit. It doesn't damage any troop whatsoever. And wow, this results in a very fast 3-star and shows us what Momentum Shifters could have been doing if their first attack would have went according to plan. 1 minute and 9 seconds for Sean at the end of this attack. And let me just give you a quick update from our other war that is going on. Unfortunately, the Rocket Loon attack from Ghost did not turn out as quick as expected. It was rather on the slow side of things. So over there we have HTM Brazil now leading by 47 seconds after 3 attacks each, but not a single miss over there so far.
Incredibly fast attacks on the bottom side of this bracket, and showing how close these matches can be. That's certainly what we would expect to see later on in the day as well. But I'm really appreciative, Maxi, that you're keeping an eye on that one, because I'm doing everything I can just to keep my head straight watching this game here. We've only got a little bit left from these 2 squads, though, as Kronos, the next attacking player for Tribe, is going to put the 4th hit in for this team. Momentum Shifters still struggling behind because of that 1-star miss, but besides that, I've been playing very heads-up clash so far today. It was just that early initial strike that didn't go their way. And you're seeing time and again how important consistency is in these wars. It seems so often that teams are just putting up 3 stars like they're nothing and just trying to focus instead on time. But every one time you get a miss, that can cost you the entire war. It's a pretty bad feeling to be the attacker who does have that happen. But I mean, the flip side of that is if it goes according to plan, you might come away with a 50-second attack that can give you the win in the end. So very high stakes and very high risk, high reward strategies being employed by the teams at this level. They know that they have to put it all out there on the line, especially if they're the first team to attack. Not a great place to be because you have less time to prepare your attack and you don't even know what your opponents have done in terms of time on their own. So you just have to go as fast as you possibly can. Sometimes that causes errors, and as we just saw, that is going to cost dearly the momentum shifters in their efforts to try to prevent Tribe from getting a last chance qualifier ticket.
That's exactly it, and I was just about to say that most of the times we see those 2 stars in the very first attack of the war of one team. And it was exactly, I think you gave the explanation for that phenomenon already, because it's the nerfs. You want to be very, very fast in your first attack, set the tone for the rest of the players of your own squad, put some pressure on your opponent, and that is the situation when it is most likely to fail. Very unfortunate that momentum shifters had to endure that exact destiny, but now all eyes are on Kronos, Tribe Gaming's captain. We can see him there on the bottom right of your screen. He's using the Angry Jelly on the Queen so that she focuses on defenses early on. Nicely spotted there that she was under a lot of firepower from the giant cannon, the ricochet cannon, and the enemy royal champion. So he uses a rage there. So I think the execution so far is perfect, and so is the timing of his overgrowth spell on the town hall.
Looking forward to seeing the second setup now from Kronos as that overgrowth withers away. Where will these troops coalesce? It looks like they're all going down to the bottom side now. Root Riders still supported by that Grand Warden and a Royal Champion stabbing through with a mighty spear, holding on to a Rage and still 2 more freezes. This base was absolutely crushed. Maybe the most overpowering offense that we've seen so far today. And Kronos is cheering, claps his hands and pumps his fists. This was a 3-star to remember. In 1 minute and maybe 6 or 7 seconds, he has really come in over the top and delivered an excellent performance, Maxi.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I also got 66 seconds on this one, so this should be the fastest 3-star in this match so far. So we can see that the teams, they're not even going for fast times, but still they're just so used to it that they are achieving them anyways. In our other match, we had Patolino with an 89-second triple, so not on the fastest side of things, but as they lead by 47 seconds, I think that they will still be feeling comfortable about that. And so will Tribe Gaming with 4 out of 4 attacks, a 3-star. That means there's just one more chance for them to slip up, to make that mistake that Momentum Shifters is hoping for at the moment. We can see that they're sending in Zekin as their next attacker, and he really has to 3-star so that that chance stays alive for them.
Right. Not an easy ask, but hey, he's got to get an attack in on his own. Zekin, not necessarily one of the quicker attackers from the Momentum Shifters lineup, but he does have a very high hit rate. They're going to put everything else that they've got on the line right now, and with a 3-star, they'll have to hold off on a defense against Tribe, keeping Tribe down to 2-star, 87% or less in order to get the win. But the entirety of this war now is in Tribe's hands. One more triple from them would be a perfect war that would deny any opportunity to the Momentum Shifters to score a victory. So the last 2 attacks are going to be coming in just shortly. Is there anything about being the clutch hitter, the last attacker for a team, that the viewers out there should keep in mind as they watch these last 2 attacks, Maxi?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of things to say about that, but of course it is also situational, and this situation is quite specific because for Zekin, because the time does not play a role. So both of these players in their situation at the moment, they only need to 3-star and they had a lot of time to prepare. So there is kind of a clear expectation that they will be able to 3-star, because they could even gather the help of their friends from their team and tell them, here, I have this base, what's the safest way to triple? I feel confident with this, this and this. And they should really be able to do that at this stage. I think we talked about the safe harbor strategies for players yesterday, like Millicim MG. 2 times they had early fails from their opponents, so they just needed to get safe 3-stars in, and we could see that Teampa, for example, he was always going with the Queen Charge Root Riders. Kingsman, he was always going with the Druid Super Witches, and so on. So you need that type of strategy, but Zekin is not going with anything safe here. Instead, he is going for entertainment. Woody bringing the rocket balloons. That's exactly what we like to see.
Wow, cuts into the base with a giant arrow and is setting up for this giant fireball to come in next. There it goes on the outside.
I think it was intended.
Really? I guess it might be. You know, a lot of times those giant fireballs are fired into the interior of the base and sometimes get caught outside because of a Tesla trap placement. You know, I was just looking at the interior, what might be the target, but I guess that cannon was intended to be the... No, there's no way.
Yeah,
I just watched the replay, but I think he's expecting the balloons to take down the cannon and then to fire the giant fireball inside.
Okay, I see. Yeah, you might be right there. I was just thinking, because he sent the blimp to the town hall anyways, it seemed to me that he wanted to protect the blimp with the warden and get the blimp in to take out the town hall. But anyways, it's still looking pretty good here. But just this left compartment where he had the overgrowth spell is unfortunately still going very strong. He's got the Yak with the king. That's interesting. So he can beat through walls rather quickly. And if he just spams those minions onto the air defense, he will be able to take that down as well. Unfortunately, the Yak goes down. So I think he should get it. I think he should get it. He's holding on to the minions. He can sprinkle them in now. The Skellies are in the range of the outside of the range of the scatter shot, and he will 3-star, even though it is not the fastest one. But yeah, that was kind of sketchy, Woody, wasn't it?
Yeah, left a little bit to be desired, but ultimately he got the 3-star in the end. A little bit scary, but Zekin does pull the rabbit out of his hat and finds the triple. That is going to be the end of that hit, with a happy finish for him, even though it might have gone not exactly according to plan. I think he's going to be happy overall with the result.
Yeah, I think so too, because the 3-star is all he needed to get to keep that theoretical chance of having Tribe fail and thus still earning the a victory in this match. What we saw in that replay, unfortunately, was that he missed the monolith with the giant arrow from the queen. He invested some earthquake spells there and maybe even a lightning or two, so he calculated it through that with the damage of the giant arrow that would be able to take down the monolith, but unfortunately he put the queen down in an angle that was just a little bit off, and thus the monolith stayed up. I think then if that would have worked, it probably could have been an even clearer 3-star in the end. But yeah, 3 stars on the scoreboard is all that matters. Quick update from our other war going on. Actually, HTMNA was able to catch up 25 seconds in a single attack from Rigo Torres 23 with a 64-second lightning fast strike. So it's just one more attack to go for every team. They both still have only 3 stars, and the advantage of HTM Brazil has melted down to 22 seconds.
Still, on one single attack left for both of those teams, 22 seconds is quite a bit of an advantage, and it's going to be extraordinarily tough for the North American HTM squad to get the win there. There's a lot of prize money on the line, but it's so heartbreaking to know that HTM Brazil already has a silver ticket, while HTM North America does not yet. And so for the sister clans to have to be fighting on the bottom side of this bracket with elimination on the line, hey, Tribe has got to be happy with how things are shaping up so far, with the possibility of advancing in this war and earning the silver ticket right there. It's a tough, story to tell for the HTM guys. Sorry, we had to beat you. Sorry, we had to deny you access to the last chance qualifier. Sorry, but hey, we're not going to give away a win when we're the reigning world champions. So let's look back to this match now where Yo-Yo has the last opportunity to get that win. A 3-star here claims it, Maxi.
Yeah, and sorry to Yo-Yo that I have to mention it, but there was one time where also Yo-Yo failed a final hit for Tribe in a golden ticket tournament. But so far, this attack is looking really strong. He's using the Warden ability perfectly as the Root Riders make their way into the high damage zone in the core, using the Overgrowth spell as well. I think it was just a little bit early, but still well done. He's got he's got another Overgrowth spell, so it doesn't really matter how early it was, because he can use another one shortly there, and so far it is shaping up really nicely. I gotta give you some news from our other match as well. Burnout 3-star in 69 seconds with the last attack for HTM Brazil, so that makes it really tough. Agent, the final attacker for HTM North America, would now have to get a 47-second 3-star in order to secure the victory. So with Yo-Yo more or less finishing up this attack in the next couple of seconds, things are looking really, really good for Tribe Gaming at the moment.
Yeah, it's a tough spot now for HTM. Seeing Tribe get the win, HTM would have to come from behind and then defeat Tribe if they want to have any shot at making it happen. But with this last result, Yo-Yo has done it. Confirms victory for Tribe Gaming over the Momentum Shifters. Momentum Shifters will score a cool $3,000 prize for coming in 6th place in this tournament. And we now see Tribe in the spot to get that top award, trying everything to find a way into the World Championship. This might have been their silver ticket match, Maxi.
Yeah, it sure might have been. I'm also keeping my eyes out on the other match as well, where this will finally be decided. Agent has already started his attack, but he's not coming in with a rocket balloon strategy. He's coming in with regular dragons, and already 20 seconds have passed. So I just don't really see this 3-starring in 47 seconds. This would be close to the world record, in fact. I'm still keeping eyes on the match, and 30 seconds have already ran off the clock. He is still going, but there is 50% of this base left standing, and it gets clearer by the second that Tribe Gaming will be the team getting the silver ticket from the Snapdragon Pro Series. 45, 46, 47 seconds have passed. HTMNA are not going to be able to catch up, and Tribe Gaming will not just advance in the lower bracket, they have just earned their silver ticket to the last chance qualifier.
An extraordinary result to get from the lower bracket so early in the matches. But because the two teams on the top side of this bracket, Milliceme MG and Stamina Esports, already have golden tickets, this now leaves Tribe Gaming as the last team in this competition without any ticket yet. HTM Brazil, of course, already has a silver ticket of their own, and so we can now confirm that there is one more spot claimed in that last chance qualifier, and it's by none other than Tribe Gaming, one of the teams that has been in the World Championship more times than hardly any other squad, has their dreams alive in this lower bracket match. They have secured the best placement out of all unticketed teams, Maxi.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for the explanation. I think it's very important to know for the viewers at home, because we kept on talking about the silver ticket, but yeah, that's exactly the reason for that. All the other teams already have their tickets, and none other than a golden ticket winner match is what we are putting our eyes on for this next one on our live stream. Look up at the upper bracket. We have the upper bracket final there between STMN Esports and Milliceme MG. Two highly decorated teams. They won the May and June qualifier. They're both already at the World Championship, so this is kind of a World's Warm-Up 2.0 here, as we labeled it yesterday already. And yeah, they are two of the best teams in the world in this Clash of Clans esports season.
Well, it is going to be a terrifying finish now for Tribe Gaming to have to plan for many more months. It's an awesome, but it's a horrible opportunity that is going to be still yet ahead for them and other teams, including HTM Brazil, that will be facing off against them in the last chance qualifier. You'll get a taster for what that combat's going to be like because they're going to be playing later today. But we're going to take a quick break. Stamina Esports and Millicene MG will be fighting next to find out which is going to be the last undefeated team. Stick with us. The Snapdragon Pro Series continues shortly.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We've seen an amazing war already that has awarded a last chance qualifier silver ticket to Tribe Gaming. But we are going to be going back to the upper bracket now, where the last two undefeated teams have an opportunity to compete. My name's Woody, and it's great to be joined by another excellent co-caster, Clash Bashing. Welcome back to the stage, sir.
Hello, Woody. Great job on that last war. Congrats to Tribe Gaming for getting into the last chance qualifier. I'm sure their nerves were going this weekend, hoping they could make it. Unfortunately for HCMNA, they just couldn't get it done. They had a perfect war, just had a couple slow attacks. I was kind of watching that one while listening to you guys. The back and forth action was really, really intense, but GG's to all of our squads. I'm looking forward to this matchup, however, our upper bracket final.
Yeah, this is going to be an extraordinary race between two stellar stacked teams that have not yet missed. Stamina Esports and Millicene MG are at the top of the entire Snapdragon Pro Series with an undefeated run now into our season finals. This is your upper bracket final, the last chance to watch two teams that have not yet missed go up against each other. We have Fluxy, Ninja. Sorry, I can't quite see the screen there. It covered his name.
Darkstar.
Darkstar, thank you. Cynthia and Hawk competing for Stamina Esports. And thanks for the assist there, Bash.
Oh, I got you, Woody. I got you. This squad has been playing out of their minds. They do already have the golden ticket. Actually, both of these two teams are golden ticket winners so far. So this is going to be a little bit of a Worlds preview matchup here in our upper bracket final as we take a look at this Milliceme MG squad. Kingsman, Max, Nachoa, Tryhard, and Temper. This squad is very, very solid. Honestly, I think this matchup right here could be our marquee matchup of the weekend. Now, the winner of this will go on to our grand final, where we will determine the winner of our whole tournament. The loser will go down and play in the lower bracket final. So still a lot to be played for both of these squads, but definitely if you can make it into that upper, or into the grand final rather, without a loss and maybe have to force that bracket reset, it's a huge advantage.
Yeah, this is a really great spot to be in for either one of these teams that can manage to get the win here and now. That would guarantee that they would be the squad that can defend the high ground, as it were. A bracket reset is extraordinarily difficult to do, and we haven't seen a bracket reset achieve a win for the underdog in a very long time. I know that the Queen Walker Stephanie was able to do that in the World Championships, upsetting Tribe a few years back, but it is really atypical to see them go twice in a row from the lower bracket. So expect the team that wins this match to be the favorite by far of winning the whole show.
And our first attacker is going to be Ninja, one of the youngest attackers in Clash of Clans esports, but a very, very competent attacker, coming in with that giant arrow, firing right across the base. Now we have the Root Riders going right in towards that Eagle Artillery, joined with the Royal Champion, King on the right side, Siege Barracks on the bottom side. This is what I love to see, Woody. 4 quarters attack, essentially, with everything in, and he's going to try to go quick.
It's going to be a difficult run to the end. He's going as fast as he can because he knows that neither Milliceme nor Stamina are going to give up any ground on time at all. Expect to see him continue pushing as hard as possible with every spell deployed early on to try to maximize the damage against these big, heavy-hitting defenses. That Overgrowth spell is going to keep them safe for a little while, but it's about to wear off, and a lot of damage going to be dished out by that Monolith, the single, the multi-target Infernos, and that big Town Hall Giga Beam heating up. It's going to be double freeze and maybe even a triple to shut it down and ensure that Ninja is on path for a quick 3-star. He is looking right around that 80-second mark if he can just close out the last few buildings, and he's done it, Bash!
Gives the thumbs up there. I think that was 1 minute 11 seconds. I think it ticked right there.
Nice.
Very, very solid attack for Ninja. I think the 3 freezes near the Town Hall compartment were part of the plan the whole time. We see a lot of times when you're finishing at the Town Hall, whether it be in the middle of the base or the far side of the base like this, you're usually going to keep a few spells just to have the Town Hall kind of just frozen up, and it worked out really nicely for Ninjas. We see this one kind of finish up. I guess it was a little bit slower than I thought there. It was 1 minute 13 seconds. Okay, just making sure I have accurate notes. All right, yeah, you know, we got to pay attention to the clock here. We got to watch the attack. There's a lot going on, Woody, but don't worry, guys. We got it under control.
Yeah, not too far off here, and I got to applaud your quick on-the-ball performance there, Bash. We have got a superb war to start so far for Ninja of, you know, extraordinary ground-based skills, showing them off in the first hit here for his team. But we're going back right to the other side of the match. Milliceme MG just at the same level of energy and excitement. We saw them both get some extraordinary wins yesterday. Milliceme triumphing over Reckoning, and then HTM Esports, the defending world champions. Milliceme scoring a victory over them. While on the other side of the bracket, Stamina Esports, another golden ticket holder, taking the win off of HTM NA and the Momentum Shifters, teams that we've already seen so far competing today. But in both cases, the Momentum Shifters and HTM were eliminated early on. That might suggest that Stamina had a slightly easier run in through the upper side of this bracket than Milliceme MG did. And I gotta say, I think that Milliceme are maybe the 51-49% favorites in this match. If I were to give a prediction, even after that beautiful attack from Ninja, I'd still say that Milliceme might have this one in the lead, Bash. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I agree with your assessment that it's pretty much a coin flip here. It's all going to come down to one attack on either side. There's going to be one moment in this war where it's like, oh no, something happened, and that's probably what's going to sway this one. This one should be really close, a back and forth affair. I will say one advantage we saw from Milliceme MG yesterday was their bases. Their bases gave HCM Brazil a lot of issues, and they were able to actually defend twice against them, which is a very, very rare occasion. So I think that is something that Milliceme can kind of hold on to, is their defenses, their base builds are very, very solid, and maybe that'll be enough to make Stamina slip up and make that mistake.
All right, well, it'll be an exciting match to see if that's what's going to happen or not. Can we check on the timing real quick? I know that we've been seeing hits around that 80-second mark and average destruction times, close to that minute and 15, minute and 20. Do we have a sense for whether in the past couple of matches, Milliceme or Stamina have been ahead?
Honestly, it feels like that 80-second mark is kind of outdated. It feels like 70 seconds is kind of the number you want to be at. I'll see if I can get the numbers from yesterday. I'll try to pull that up as we're kind of looking through here. But Max is in, and we have a bunch of Valkyries coming in here. No Root Riders. We're starting to see this become more of a thing where you kind of just ditch the Root Riders who tend to open the walls, bring a couple of jump spells, and just have those high damage dealing Valkyries surge right into the middle of the bases, rage them out, get them angry, and they do the spin-a-rooney on all the defenses and crush through the bases. It is a little bit of a riskier play in my opinion, but when executed perfectly, it is so good, and it's looking really good for Max right here.
Yeah, superb start for Max, and man, just not even past the minute mark, and he's already scored 90% destruction on this base. He still is holding a couple of barbarians, realize he can drop those in for a little bit more speed, and looks like there was one little platform still over on the left side. Another couple seconds will be peeled off of him there, but it is going to be a time lead so far for Milliceme MG as Max has just blasted out the gates with all guns blazing.
Yeah, very, very nice and quick there from Max. And look at the focus. I love that we have player cams, Woody. That's what I love about our grand finals of our tournaments, is when we get the player cams, you can see the focus, you can see the determination on all the players' faces, but also we get to see some really fun celebrations. This one coming in just over that 1 minute mark. It looked like 1 minute 4 seconds there. I will wait for the official time, but if it is 1 minute 4 seconds, they will have that 9-second advantage, which early on, I know we still have 4 attacks for both teams. That's a pretty significant lead. 9 seconds is a lot, and if you can build on that in the next couple of attacks, you can kind of really put this one away by the 4th and 5th attack.
Yeah, this is a game that can really snowball out of control for either one of these teams whenever they get ahead by 15-20 seconds. Your opponents start to really have to come from behind in a massive way that can be very difficult to catch up to. It can result in a lot of mistakes being made at that point. And so I'm really anticipating that whatever team out of the first couple of rounds of hits gets that time advantage will be able to hold on to it. Momentum Shifters is really kind of the only squad that I can think of that was able to come back from an advantage that big in the early war. But 9 seconds on the first round of attacks is pretty appreciable. And I think that Milliceme MG are going to be very happy with Max's performance in the first round hit.
Yeah, and the thing is there, it's not like Ninja went slow by any means. Ninja's attack was on par, on pace. I mean, it was a few seconds slower than average. I think STMN's average from yesterday was like 1 minute 10 seconds, close to that 70-second mark, if I remember right. I couldn't quite find the stats, but looking at my notes, I believe it was that 70-second mark was their average. So I mean, we're talking he was 3 seconds slower than average. So it's not like it was a drastic, miss or anything like that. It's just Max went a little bit quicker with the Valkyries. I like that Valkyrie attack a lot. Me personally, I'm too afraid to use that. My Valkyries are all hard to control and get them going where you need to, but these pros are experts at directing those troops right into the middle of the base and getting the damage they need.
Well, that's the storyline so far for the matches we've seen today. Watching these quick ground-based armies trying to keep pace against sometimes mass dragons or electro dragons in the skies, but they are both neck and neck. The game is ready, though. The next attacking player is going to be Darkstar, whose name escaped my memory earlier. He is going to be keeping his name in the forefront of our minds for the next minute and a half. He's going to be firing a giant arrow through the space and setting up those Root Riders on the right side corner, supporting an Archer Queen who's already done an excellent job of funneling over on the right side. She's got healer puppets as well to heal up the damage from that enemy Royal Champion, and the scatter shot firing on her. Raging her as well is going to be another really important measure to keep her alive and safe as the Root Riders get Eternal Tome to protect them going into the core. There's a single target Inferno on both sides of the interior of the space, and I wonder what the thinking is for Kingsman. What is he trying to deny? It looks like that's going to be a lot of fire heating up against these Root Riders, Bash.
Well, exactly that. when you get some Root Riders and you can burn right on through. If you can just get 2, 3, 4 Root Riders down, that is massive. A lot of these attacks are only bringing like 6 Root Riders, so even if you just get 2 down with those singles, then you're in a really good position to try to shut this down. And then if like one of the heroes follows in too closely, you could get lucky and get one of the heroes and have to force some spells out. So it's not necessarily all about taking out a troop. It could be just forcing spells out of your opponent's hand, but this is looking really good for Darkstar as it's going to come in right about, oh wait, we got the Clan Castle. I did see the Clan Castle there, 116, so a little bit slower. Darkstar previously known for using the eccentric Rocket Loon attack, but he did kind of have that attack yesterday with the Rocket Loons that was a little bit slower, so playing it a little bit safe, but 116 slowing the pace for STMN. That's not what you need right here. You gotta find a way to pick up the pace right now. MMG is doing a really good job on defense. I like their bases quite a bit, and if they can hold them above 70 seconds, I think that's going to be the key to victory as we move forward in this war.
Well, 3 more seconds to plan your attacks sometimes can just result in, or rather 3 more minutes to plan your attacks minimum can result in a few more little tech options being brought to bear that can save you more time in the end. And right you are, Bash. This is not the start that Stamina Esports were hoping for. If they want to get the win over Millicene, they are going to need to put pedal to the metal and get back into this match. A minute and 13, then a minute and 16, a lot slower than the minute and 4 seconds set up by Millicene. And that was the story that we were talking about in the previous war. The hits that we saw coming in from momentum shifters early on seemed to be very risky, very high risk, high reward attempts. They just missed. Going up against Millicene MG, Stamina Esports really kind of needed to be doing the same thing. The fact that they didn't now leaves them behind quite a bit in the early war. And with time on their side, Millicene MG don't have to commit as much to making those sort of risky plays. Nachua can go for a pretty steady 70, 75 second attack, and they'll still have a relatively appreciable lead over their foes. So nice spot for Nacho to be in, and knowing that, I think that we're very likely to see not just another 3-star, but a relatively quick one, if not the quickest we've ever seen. Nacho, a very solid, reliable player, but I don't think that he's always been the very, very fastest out there. Correct me if I'm wrong, though, Bash. I know that our missing stats from yesterday.
Not necessarily known for speed, but Nachoa is a very competent player, and really, you don't need a very speedful attack here. If you can just maintain 70 seconds, I think that's their goal right now. Maintain that 70 seconds, maintain your lead. I think they'll be fine. What I'm noticing is they're kind of going with a little bit different bases. A lot of times we're seeing like centralized town halls where you can try to force your opponent in there and make a lot of mistakes. I'm noticing with the MMG bases that they're kind of running those anti-3s with the town halls over in one of the corners, and that's forcing their opponents to go all the way across the base or through the side of the base, and then those troops kind of get caught up in that big open middle compartment where you pointed out right there with the Infernos and all those Clan Castle troops coming out, and that kind of stalls things up a little bit. So I want to see if the remaining 3 bases are kind of similar like that, or if we see a little bit of the anti-2 centralized town hall style. But it seems like that's part of their game plan today and yesterday. But now we're going to have Nachoa coming in with a live attack. We have dragons. There goes the Archer Queen's giant arrow through the middle of the base. We do have a couple of bat spells, little tech bat spells in here to just tank for the Stone Slammer and these troops down here on the bottom side. I like that play there on the air defense, just to give a little bit of support as he gets that Stone Slammer and the dragons rolling through.
Big, heavy-handed start for Nashua, knowing that he needs to get everything out there as quick as possible and holding as few troops as necessary back for any plan B or tech switches that he needs. It looks like the enemy Royal Champion does survive, might have tossed a Headhunter down there, but I guess he's holding on to that last one. Just because he's focused on other areas of the base. There's no heroes that he has to worry about at this point. Left side's going to be a Royal Champion coming in a little bit late once again at that 45, 50-second mark. The Royal Champion can really get a lot of work done earlier on if you can get her deployed, but Nacho is going for a slow, robust approach, and it looks like he will not be denied. The 3-star is right within reach, and with still a Rage and a Poison to drop, it seems like he just had overkill for this base, Bash.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get there, but look at the time. There's the 70-second. He will get just a little bit above 70 seconds, but it's not slow by any means. 74 seconds there is going to be fine. That's actually even faster than Darkstar's attack. So I think that would be the goal for Nachoa's attack, is go just kind of keep pace with what Darkstar did, and he actually is able to grow their lead. So in my opinion, for MMG, that is the perfect attack in the perfect spot there. Don't do too much, stay in your comfort zone, and get the 3-star in a timely manner, gaining 2 more seconds. Their lead is now 11 seconds. A perfect strike there from Nachoa, and Milliceme MG is looking very strong. Now on the other side of that, we have some very quick attackers still for STMN. Sinthe, our next attacker, he is known for some crazy fun attacks, but he's also known for going very, very fast. So this is going to be a spot right here where they're going to look to make up some time.
Yeah, this is not a good spot for Stamina Esports. Milliceme is keeping pace and accelerating even against them. We see now that 6-second gap is very difficult the later you get in the war to overcome. Stamina are going to have to go as hard and fast as they possibly can here. And although they do have some very strong hitters on the back end, Fluxy, a very reliable clutch hitter in the last position, can often pull off those 70, maybe even 65-second attacks. He needs the rest of his team to keep pace as well. With Sinthe and Hawk, both really reliable, strong strikers, they're going to also need to be quick in this next hit. It's Sinthe to come in next for Stamina Esports, and he's really trying to look for something around that 65 to 70 second mark if he wants to get Stamina Esports back to be at least tied against Milliceme MG. Such a big time deficit out of the first 2 rounds of hits is difficult. I will disagree with you a little bit though on that assessment of Nacho. Although he did get the 3-star, 74 seconds could have put a lot more pressure on Stamina if it had just been something more like 65, 69 seconds. I think that would have been a very, very difficult lead for him to overcome at that point. And there seemed to be just a few little things that he could have done. Drop in the Royal Champion a little bit earlier, drop in the Rage a bit more aggressively. Once you carve out the essential components of the base on the outside early on, you really just want to go guns blazing and hit it as fast and hard as you can. He held back a little bit there, and although that did ensure that there were no mistakes, there were no upsets that resulted in missing the 3-star, he could have made things even more difficult for Stamina Esports. As it stands, Stamina still are in this race. They are behind, but a foot race at this point still leaves the opportunity for a Worlds qualified team like Stamina to make the comeback happen.
Yeah, it's a very fair assessment. He definitely could have made up a few more seconds. But one thing you kind of mentioned, Nachoa is not necessarily known for being the fastest attacker. So for me, I thought that was very fine. But here we go with Sinthe. Rocket balloons. He does have 3 invisibilities, 3 earthquakes. He's known for these giant arrow fireball combinations. We do see the giant arrow there on the queen. Here comes the earthquakes. Here comes the invises. We'll see that Warden with the fireball through the middle of the base and takes out a lot of those defenses. And he's going to go ahead and send in some earthquakes and some lightnings. Once that queen turns, he's going to giant arrow right through there, but misses the infernos and the poison towers. I think those were the targets for the queen, just a little bit off target for Sinthe, however. But with 29 rocket balloons, he should still be okay to make this a 3-star.
Wow, a lot of air bombs crashing into the rocket balloons over on the left side compartment, and he leaves the air defense up. That is bad news for Sinthe. He has got to make a really quick adjustment there. Okay, it does go down with the last rocket balloon over there on the left side, cracks into that compartment and takes out the air defense. Notice that the core compartment, though, has got some really difficult structures still remaining. Single target infernos are not a good finishing strike for heroes to have to deal with, and with 2 poison spells popping out, that king is going to struggle on that monolith. Does finally take it down, and the freeze spells are going to go out as the rest of the troops are collapsing into the interior now, but it's difficult to get the target on that single target inferno. He makes it happen though, and Sinthe with a rapid lightning fast attack is collapsing on the last few structures. Minions clean up for a minute, and it looks like about 12-second attack, Bash.
Yeah, it was fast, but it wasn't as fast as it could have been. I think he was trying to get those infernos and the poison towers with the giant arrow. Let's see if we get a replay of this giant arrow. I think he missed on this. Yeah, because he zapped there. Yeah, he wanted that queen to turn just a little bit more. And that's one of the tricky things about doing the queen giant arrow. Maybe he could have ran her on the opposite side. You see those elixir collectors weren't so crowded over there, so maybe it could have been a better side. But I know me personally, I tend to favor one side or the other when I'm going in with attacks, and a lot of players tend to favor that like closest side. So maybe just he prefers that top right side compared to the top left side. It's hard to say there, but if he gets those poison towers and the infernos down like planned, that one's I think 60 seconds, maybe even a few seconds slower than 60 seconds. But with 112, that definitely wasn't as fast as it could have been.
Well, right you are, Bash, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. Those Rocket Loon attacks are very hard to set up, but they can reward a lot in terms of shaving time off. And although he didn't maybe do as well as we would have hoped for the risk necessary to make that Rocket Loon investment, he did have the quickest attack so far yet from Stamina Esports at 1 minute and 12 seconds. He brings down the overall time for Stamina Esports to right at that 1 minute and 13-second average. Still slower than Milliseam MG, and it is going to be a difficult follow-up as we now transition to the mid-war. Tryhard, the next attacker for Milliseam MG, has got a winsome smile and some expert strategies, but he's not a perfect player either. He's right there alongside this star-studded Milliseam lineup as providing a reliable hit rate, but not necessarily always the quickest. So it'll be really interesting to see how he follows up, if he's able to keep that 3-star strike going forward, or if this is where things start to get a little bit muddled for Milliseam. It's all going to be determined in the next 3 minutes, Bash.
Well, that's what I like about this Milliseam team, though. It's, for the most part, they're not all known for going super fast, but the one thing I will say about them is they're very consistent. If they're able to stay around the 70-second mark, if you're able to match Sente here, who is one of the most high-class, world-class players of doing those creative, fun attacks like that, if you're able to keep pace with him, that's a win in my opinion. I know, yes, we would like to see them putting a little more pressure on, forcing the issue, gaining a few more seconds, but right now with an 11-second advantage, if you're able to keep pace, maybe even gain another 2 seconds here. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but 2 seconds after 2 seconds after 2 seconds, and they're not making up any time, you're gonna win the war in that way. But let's go ahead and let's hop in and let's see what Tryhard has for us. And it looks like just a classic Root Rider composition. We do have 4 lightning spells as we're gonna go in with the giant arrow and try to get some damage in. Whoa, okay, there we go. I was gonna say misses, but he didn't get the lightnings in. That's what Sente was looking to do right there, Woody. Take out the Infernos, take out the Poison Towers. That's how you do it. Tryhard showing his old teammate a little example in the giant arrow.
Royal Champion is going to be making a march over probably on the right side, or yeah, toward the right side there, supporting that siege barracks as she takes out that right side compartment. Defending Archer Queen, though, is going to be difficult for her to encounter there. Still holding on to one headhunter. Tryhard is really attacking fast here, and I got to applaud him for doing everything he can as quickly as possible. Super minions coming in out of that siege barracks now are also going to be able to take down that multi-archer tower over on the right side. Spring Trap does trigger on a few hogs in the center, but protection from the Grand Warden is still looking quite good. Rage spell ready to drop whenever that overgrowth spell wears off. He is losing quite a few troops in the core, though, and it's taking a lot of damage from that multi-inferno. This town hall is definitely going to go down, but the 3-star may not be as quick as we may have hoped. Already passing the 1 minute mark, and Tryhard doing everything he can to collapse on that last compartment to the top side. It's unfortunate that the Barbarian King's now getting distracted by the King on defense. Even with the Phoenix to pop him back up, that's more precious seconds that Tryhard is missing, and this is already turning out to be the slowest attack so far this war. With a Builder Hut still defending along the top side, that's even more time that Milliseam is going to be losing, and any advantage that Max was able to put up for them has now been given up. A 1 minute and 30-second hit for a Tryhard is going to be the slowest we've seen so far in this war, and has completely reset the standard for these two teams, Bash.
Woody, I said there would be one attack that could shift this war, and this very well could have been that attack. Tryhard coming in, I believe it was 129 was the final time, is going to give up 17 seconds and therefore give up the lead to STMN. This was a massive fail. I know it sounds awkward saying a 1 minute 29-second attack is a fail, but in the current pro scene, the current meta, we're just trying to go as fast as possible. 130 is just not acceptable. That enemy king played the biggest defensive role ever there, not allowing his king to get the buildings he needed to, and that is a huge hold for STMN. And they have some quick attackers coming up, with Hawk being their next attacker. Hawk can really put the foot on the gas and really separate this war right now. That is a huge swing.
I'm keeping a close eye on our internal League Ops doc to give you the exact time once it gets recorded. Of course, it was 3 stars, and of course, this is still going to be a time-based race. But a 1 minute and 29 second actually hit from Milsim MG is going to increase their overall average attack time to 1 minute and 15 seconds. That gives Stamina Esports now the lead by a 2-second margin. And even though they're going to be having to attack first, they're going to have to just hold on to that lead now rather than trying to come from behind and ahead of Milsim. These are two squads that are so evenly matched and really both have the same approach to these wars. They want to hit as fast as possible, but I don't think that they're worrying too much about being ahead or behind in the early war. That's just something that they're going to wait and delay and try to force their opponents to make a mistake instead. As it stands now, Stamina and Milsim are still neck and neck. Advantage for Stamina does give them a little bit more confidence maybe going into this next round. They won't necessarily have to go as lightning fast as they had been in the previous rounds, but getting a defense against Milsim, like the one we just saw, has certainly given them a shot in the arm and a bit more excitement as they try to remain the only undefeated team in the upper bracket, Bash.
Yeah, but you definitely don't want to lay back and take it easy now. You have to keep going. You have to go quick, and Hawk is going to look to do just that. He does have the Root Rider Valkyrie composition here, pretty standard comp. He does have the 2 Earthquakes with the King Spiky Ball, so a lot of times what we'll see is that Overgrowth would come in, and then a little bit later in the attack, we'll see those 2 Earthquakes after that Overgrowth is done, and the King Spiky Ball likely right around where that Rage Tower area is. So that's something to look forward to a little bit later in the attack. This is a trick that the teams kind of picked up from the Chinese qualifiers, where the teams were doing that left and right and making up a lot of time, and now it's kind of become standard practice. That Rage Tower goes off in the middle. We'll look to see that Overgrowth coming in shortly, or maybe not. Okay, there goes the Overgrowth as Hawk is working his way around the exterior of this base.
Yeah, this is a beautiful clockwise push for Hawk, moving in over on that right side and then down against this base. The skeleton spell on the top side is going to wear out, but just in time for the Archer Queen to get the engage with the tower. He will drop that freeze anyways. I don't think that it was entirely necessary, but nonetheless, he will keep his queen safe. She's engaging now the enemy royal champion. It goes down, and now with the Overgrowth wearing off, it's all about getting to that core as quickly as possible. We're past the 1 minute mark now, and Hawk has got to get this thing down to the next 10-15 seconds if he wants to keep pace. Beautiful spiky ball is going to help out a lot there, but it's going to be a little bit of a run back into the town hall. It's going to be going down shortly with Hog Riders and the Root Riders to tear it out. There it goes. Hawk gets it done right about that 1 minute, and it looked like 10-15 second mark, Bash.
1 minute 14 is what I had on that one, Woody. But this is kind of a story for STMN. They're kind of just, I feel they're a little bit slower today, but they are very consistent. All their attacks are within a few seconds of each other. Ninja's 113, Darkstar 116, Senthe 112, and now Hawk with 114. I guess that if Fluxy gets the 115, they get a straight there as the run in time. However, I think they want to be a little bit quicker. With a 6-second advantage, however, they have to feel good about that time, but this is really a spot where Kingsmen can make up those 6 seconds and really gain this lead back, or even get this war back to even going into our 5th attack. So this war is still up for grabs, still a lot to be had here, and I'm really looking forward to Kingsman attacks here. I don't think he needs to do anything drastic, anything crazy. He can come in with roots, he can come in with dragons and be fine to make up that few seconds that they're trailing now.
I don't know. I would just really love to see a risky, Rocket Loon attack from Kingsman right here. If he does pull it off and get something closer to the 65-70 second mark, that would really put Milsim in an extraordinarily good position and give them the lead again. Just going, at pace at this point may not be enough to beat Stamina Esports. They only have 1 attack left, and Fluxy rarely misses. He's a great clutch hitter who does occasionally have difficulty in that last spot, depending upon whatever bases Milsim is built up. But I think really at this point, Kingsman wants to put as much pressure as possible onto Fluxy by hitting hard and fast with everything he's got. I really want to see a 70-second attack or quicker from Kingsman to keep Milsim in this race, Bash.
I agree with that assessment completely. I think that needs to be the goal, but I don't think Kingsman is the one to take the risk. I think if we see that big risk coming in, it's going to be in that 5th spot with Seamper coming in. I think he's more known for doing those, bigger strikes, those more risky plays, those more creative attacks. I think Kingsman, he can get the job done here. We've seen Roots go quickly. We've seen Dragons. We've seen Valkyries go really quickly. So an army like that, he can go, maybe 68 seconds. And if he goes, 68 seconds would tie this one up. So that's all he really needs to do. That's all he needs to do. 68-second attack, Woody. That's it. He just has to 3-star a max base in 1 minute and 8 seconds. No big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. Not at all, Bash.
It's every time I say it, it sounds silly, but I mean, it's just the reality of the speed meta, guys. And it's not like it's easy to do that. I know we just kind of play it off like it is. It's so hard. Like when you watch these attacks, there's so many different things going on. Keep an eye on all the things going on in this attack, as it looks like Kingsman is there with his teammates. Skeleton Spell is in to distract the single target Inferno, as the King's going to make his way into this compartment towards the Eagle. Scatter shots in our Siege Barracks down there on the bottom. Queen on the left. This is what I'm talking about. So much going on at one time, and then the World Champion will probably join the party from the opposite side of the base. Kingsman off to a quick start, though.
Yeah, tough follow-up now for Kingsman, recognizing that he needs to go as quickly as possible. And Bash, just because it's something that would be too difficult for us to do doesn't mean that we don't have to set that bar very high for these players. These are world caliber players, and you see the fingers flying on that device now from Kingsman, doing everything he can to shut down as quickly as possible this base by Ninja, holding onto a Rage and 2 more freezes for the last compartment. Whenever that Overgrowth wears off, those Root Riders and King, along with that Grand Warden, are going to collapse in as quickly as they can. Super minions along the outside are supporting that Royal Champion beautifully, and with perfect timing, that Town Hall becomes vulnerable, goes down, and with the freeze spell out now, the King is marching into the last wave of this base. 1 minute and 5 has passed, but there's still a lot of base left, and we are not seeing that lightning fast strike that we were hoping for, Bash.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say, Woody. It is not quick. It's going to be above 70 seconds, and that is not what they need. So maybe we will see Teamper come in with something that's actually going to be above 80 seconds as we close it out. 1 minute 23. They lose another 9 seconds. That is going to be tough. So now they are down 15 seconds with 1 attack remaining. So I think that forces the issue here on the 5th spot, where if you're Teamper, you have to be gearing up for one of those riskier plays. You have to be gearing up, trying to find any exploits on the final base remaining, and seeing, is it going to work for the fireball rocket balloons? Can I do something really, really creative and different to make up some time? They have to make up 15 seconds, and it's going to be tough. You've spoken how consistent Fluxy is. We don't expect Fluxy to miss here, and it should be a pretty solid time. So I don't think they're going to have a ton of wiggle room here. I think Teamper's kind of got to make his game plan go for a really quick attack.
Yeah, Teamper has got to gear up for like a 1 minute, maybe even sub 1 minute attack if they want to have the chance to win, because there's so much time that's now stacking up in Stamina Esports' favor. They recognize that this is exactly the position that they really wanted to be in, and they've got to be pumping their fists right now. Fluxy has got everything on his side right now. There is no fear for this Cavalier, and you ought to expect to see him come in with that big, overwhelming finish. I think that is going to be the expectation for everyone right now. If he just hits something around that 70-75 second mark right there alongside his compatriots, he's going to put a really tough spot for Millicene MG, now behind by 4 seconds average on all 4 hits. That's about 16 seconds total. We can do the quick maths after this next hit from Fluxy to set the exact standard for what Millicene MG is going to have to pull off, but 16 seconds quicker than Fluxy is already a lot to ask. You know, for example, if Fluxy puts up the slowest attack on his team at 1 minute and 20 seconds, that would still necessitate a 64-second hit from Teamper, a really high bar to set. This is absolutely Stamina Esports' match to lose at this point, and would certainly expect to see an excellent performance from Fluxy to really just kind of slam the door in their face.
And that's what Fluxy is known for. He is in that 5th spot for a reason. He knows how to close war. He knows how to get the 3 stars in a timely manner. I think 75 seconds is a great mark to aim for here. Honestly, I kind of want it to be 75 seconds also, just so they have 13, 14, 15, 16, you know, that kind of thing going on. But let's see what Fluxy brings into us. He is going to come in with the Root Riders and Valkyries. Pretty standard strategy here. Giant Arrow going to shoot right across the base, and it's going to be all on Fluxy to secure this victory for this STMN squad and move on to our grand finals.
Superb opportunity now for Fluxy, the clutch hitter from this Stamina Esports lineup, attacking last and going in hard and fast along the bottom corner of this base. Great support for these Root Riders and beautiful funnel job setup. Just a little bit worried about that Queen. He pops a rage spell out to defend her, as a ground-based Expo has got long range and gets support from the scatter shot. Golly, Bash, that Queen is taking an absolute beating and forces out a free spell to defend her once again. Another rage invested, and this is a Queen walk circa 2021, something that we have not seen for a very long time in this metagame. Another free spell to defend her, and Fluxy's queen is impossible to defeat. He's doing everything he can to keep her up, but she's so low, and the Monolith just hits one more shot. She goes down, Bash!
A Monolith deals too much damage for her to maintain, but keep an eye on this time, Woody. This is the bigger factor. It's 1 minute 10 seconds. There's still 12% of the base up. This could be slow. Spiky ball goes off. Everything
is slow.
Middle 117, 118, 119, 120. The opportunity is going to be there as it's 1 minute 21 second strike for Fluxy. Milliceme MG trails by 15 seconds. It is within reach for them to make the comeback. They will need a 1 minute and 6 second attack, and they will win this war. That would force an absolute tie, but it would also be the fastest attack of the war. Excuse me, Max had the fastest attack of the war, which is still MMG, so they would still have the advantage on the third tiebreaker. Remember, it goes stars, it goes into percent, then it goes into time, and then if we're tied there, it goes to the fastest attack of the war, which MMG has that advantage. So they just need to make up 15 seconds. They just need to make up 15 seconds. Oh, that's all they got to do. But there is an opportunity here, and it's not an unreasonable opportunity. A little bit of a slower strike from Fluxy, a little uncharacteristic, but the door is open for Teeper to steal this war.
It certainly is, Bash, and this is exactly what we live to see in the Clash of Clans competitive scene. Such a close fight that these two battlers know that it's all going to come down to the last attack, with the possibility still out there for a come-from-behind win by Teeper. He has got to do everything that he possibly can to get those seconds shaved off of this attack. He has had all the time in the world to prepare. He's had those shades on this entire time, and he is going to be looking cool and steady for this final strike. Fluxy, with the slowest hit on this Stamina Esports team, is unable to close the gate entirely, and he leaves just a little bit of room for Milliceme MG to now try to reverse this deficit that they've had. They started out ahead, they fell behind, but this is going to be the last leg of the race. It's all up to Teeper now. We see 4 minutes and 55 seconds committed by Stamina Esports before that last hit from Fluxy. So I'm just waiting for production to confirm the total time spent by Milliceme MG and Stamina Esports so that we can calculate the exact difference there. It looks like it was a 1 minute and 21 second hit. So that is going to be overall 5 minutes, or rather 6 minutes and 16 seconds by Stamina Esports. Looking back over at Milliceme, I believe then what they're going to need. I mean, have you already done the math, Bash?
Yeah, 66 seconds. 66 seconds should win this war.
Okay. That is tough, but it is not impossible. It would not even be the quickest attack from Milliceme, with Max already putting up a 1 minute and 4 second hit. 66 seconds is awfully fast, though. I need to see rocket loons. Show me the loons. There they are!
We got rocket loons. We got 5 invisibility, so look for a big fireball strike into the middle of the base. We do have the spiky ball. We should see giant arrow on the queen, I would assume. There it is. Fireball on the warden. Let's see if he can get this fireball to go into the middle of the base. I would think he would want to try to go towards that monolith. I don't know if that's too far. Maybe he just goes for the eagle here as he makes those final preparations. And here we go. It is going to be for the eagle artillery. Yes. Fireball is in. Warden strikes, and he's going to go ahead and quake to finish it off. Finish off the scatter shots. The eagle is still remaining there. He does have a couple of rocket balloons on the outside. Queen, there it is. Finish it off. And now Teeper has to go quickly. He's got 24 rocket balloons. He has a battle blimp for the town hall, but he's got to get it moving. 66 seconds is the goal.
Perfect synergy so far from the Grand Warden and that Archer Queen, firing away into that bottom compartment. It is down with a jump spell out. That is going to be the King hopping into the core now. He's got a lot to deal with. Fires off the spiky ball, but he sees ice golems. Bad news for anyone who needs speed, because those ice golems are going to slow down the attack regardless of what happens. The interior is taking a beating, though. Rocket loons are still on the path. He needs to do this. He's only got 15 seconds, Bash.
He's trying his hardest. He's out of rocket loons, however. That's going to be the main issue. He has no more firepower remaining in the space. Here is 1 minute. It's got to be 1 minute 6 seconds. I don't think he has it, Woody. He's out of firepower. 1 minute 4, 1 minute 5, 1 minute 6, and STM is going to move on to our grand final. They will get the victory against Milliceme MG.
A rockin' attempt that has shattered this base and dealt the 3-star blow, but it was not quick enough. So much pressure stacked up on Teeper's shoulders to get a 1 minute and 6 second strike, but he could not pull it off. In the end, Stamina Esports have held on to their lead, and despite a beautiful giant fireball rocket loot attempt, Teeper cannot close the time gap for his team. Milliceme are relegated to the lower bracket, Bash.
They will go down to our lower bracket final where they will play the winner of Tribe and HTM Brazil. Now, they're not eliminated, but they have a little bit of an uphill battle, because if they do win that matchup, they're going to have to come back and play against STMN again, and then they will have to beat them twice. STM, coming from the upper bracket, will have the advantage. They will have to lose 2 wars to lose our tournament now. They are in our grand final. They will await the winner of our lower bracket, where we will have 2 more matches still here today. What an exciting matchup there. It was looking so good for Teeper. He just ran out of rocket loons. I think if he just had a few more there towards the end, he could have made up that time. So close, Woody.
Yeah, a super tough match for him to try to finalize in his favor. It just was not going to be possible. Even with Rocket Loons, an extraordinary attacker like Teeper knew that there was so much pressure to get that attack done faster than he possibly could. So in the end, a 1 minute and 21 second mark puts him just a little bit slower than the average time for Milliceme MG. It was an extraordinary hit from Max. I gotta say, he might even be the MVP of that war, despite the loss on Milliceme MG's side. But such a quick hit gave them every opportunity that they had. Still, Stamina Esports, cool, consistent, reliable, even-handed, and attacking first really has maybe not surprised me, but impressed me, to be sure. Advancing to the final round undefeated, the possibility of a bracket reset, going to defend their vaunted placement in this tournament, Bash.
STMN have the high ground now, and I talked about it, Woody. There was going to be one attack in that war that would decide it, and that's exactly what happened. Tryhard with the 1 minute 29 second attack. They were never able to overcome that. But looking at our bracket, STMN will play the winner of the lower bracket. HTM Esports going against Tribe Gaming will go on to face Milliceme MG. The winner of that matchup will. Now, our lower two matchups will be elimination matchups, so it's a lose and you're out, win and you move forward, but it is a tall task as a golden ticket winner awaits you in that lower bracket final. A lot of clash action still to be had, man. I'm beyond pumped for the rest of our day, Woody. That's just a taste of what we have to come, I guess.
Right, you are, Bash. This bracket is extraordinary so far, and we've got amazing teams still left to fight it out. Next up is going to be HTM Brazil, your reigning world champions, up against Tribe Gaming, the team that's been to the World Finals more than almost any other team and has just earned their silver ticket. It's an extraordinary one ahead, and I'm going to be watching with my eyes peeled, to be sure. Good luck to both squads. We're going to take a brief break, but stick with us here. The Snapdragon Pro Series will continue.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
What a war we had. That one was so intense. A back and forth affair. I thought Teeper really had a shot at closing that one out, Maxi, but ultimately just ran out of gas trying to cross the finish line, and the STMN will go in to our grand final. But now we got to decide the lower bracket, Maxi.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I was watching this last attack with excitement, and halfway into the attack, I really thought he had it.
Yeah,
but then just these last couple of buildings wouldn't go down. It was such a nail-biter match. Perfect entertainment for the stream, and you guys just did an amazing job once more casting it and keeping up the excitement. Amazing stuff. But yeah, that war is over, and we're now back in the lower bracket where we have our freshly decorated silver ticket winners from Tribe Gaming, who have to take on the current world champions that already have their golden ticket. And I think it's safe to say that there has been a rivalry between both of those teams for at least 2 years now, and it's going to be really exciting to see who has the upper hand this time.
Yeah, honestly, I would say if there's any major rivalry in Clash of Clans esports, it's definitely between these two squads. HCM esports obviously playing under a different banner now. HCM Brazil, Tribe Gaming, we've known them forever, but it's more of the players. These players have a little bit of a fun history. I don't think it's like a serious like, oh, these guys, I don't like them. I think it's more of a real like, we get in the game and there's the rivalry there. We know these are our opponents. As we take a look at this HCM squad, the world champions, Achilles, Solino, Pato, Leo, Bernal, and Edu. Obviously a few roster changes in there from that world's lineup, but these guys are still bringing it at the highest level.
They are, and so are their opponents. Let's take a look at the lineup of Tribe Gaming. We have, like usual, Kronos, the captain, Stefan, who is also the main base builder, and then we have the attackers, Yo-Yo, Rikires, Nebrax, and Exorcist. A stacked lineup here for Tribe Gaming. We've seen them before, and even when they were under the highest pressure, they did not back down. They kept the 3 stars coming, and they can keep them coming fast as well, Bash.
Yeah, Tribe, I feel like Tribe has kind of stepped it up this weekend thus far. I mean, yesterday their speeds were lightning quick, and they're going to look to maintain that here against this HCM Brazil squad as Achilles is in with the giant arrow early, getting the tone started. We do have tons and tons of Root Riders, tons and tons of Super Barbarians, 20... We see 20 every once in a while, but it is a little bit more than average. But Achilles has everything in really quickly, and this attack is underway. Our war is underway.
Oh yeah, so many things happening at the same time. If you look at the outside of this base, the flanks, we can see already that he's been taking care of the north, the west, and the east all at the same time. There's basically just the south side of this of this base left, and as I say that, he sends in the Super Barbarians there as well, and at the same time the Root Riders' job is to pierce through the core of the base. But this is unfolding so quickly, Bash. If he's able to get into that town hall quickly, this can be amazingly fast.
Yeah, it's going really quickly. Still has some Root Riders up, still has all the heroes in there. 1 minute is the time right now. Spiky Ball gonna take down some of those buildings, and now all that remains is a town hall, and it was just over 1 minute as Achilles flies through that base. A great start for HCM.
Wow, that was 63 seconds, even faster than I think Max's attack in the match that you guys cast before, which was 64 seconds. So we can already see at which level this match is going to happen. And Tribe Gaming yesterday, they really stepped up their game when we saw 2 sub 1 minute 3 stars from them. Kronos popping out the rocket balloons, and Nebrax, I think he used dragons for it, so was still incredibly fast with them. Both under a minute, and that is apparently what they need to keep up with these lightning fast Brazilians from HDM Brazil.
It's really kind of insane to think about how fast these teams go. Like, just when we think we have a fast war and a back and forth war, we have an even faster opening to this war. It just seems like it's just constantly evolving. These teams are always bringing their A game. But when we're talking about a $20,000 prize pool, we know that Tribe did get their silver ticket, finally getting their spot into that last chance qualifier, which they will still need to win that to get into Worlds. But now you kind of want to put that cherry on top. You want to try to win a bigger prize. The further you make it into the tournament, the more that prize money grows. So if you can make it to the grand final against STMN, that is a nice prize pool of $10,000 at minimum for second place.
Exactly, and you definitely want to take home the main prize of $20,000. $50,000 in totals are going to be given away today. Tribe Gaming are at least in the top 4, so they have gained at least $4,000, but the prize money, like usual, increases fast when you are at the top seats of a competition. And yeah, now this would mean that they would have to, if they win, this would mean that they would have to take on MMG, who are waiting in the lower bracket finals. And then whoever wins that one will have to take on the undefeated Stamina Esports waiting in the grand final. So this is the future. But right now, we're keeping our eyes peeled for the first attack of Tribe Gaming. You can already see it at the top of your screen. It's going to be Nebrax, and I think that we can expect some dragons, either Electro Dragons or regular ones from him, Bash.
And what's really nice about our tournament here is we had so many golden and silver ticket winners. So it feels like, you know, a lot of our world's teams are kind of getting a little feel for each other. We will have that last chance qualifier hosted by Supercell next month to decide that final golden ticket spot. So all these silver ticket teams like Tribe, like HTM, kind of just getting a feel for how each other are playing right here. And I mean, right now, the name of the game is speed, and HTM has brought that. Nebrax will have to try to match that 63-second attack, which is lightning quick. And it's not like he did anything special or anything significant. It was a pretty standard Root Rider army. He just had everything collapsing, and all the spell placement was good, all the timing was good, everything was perfect there. But let's go ahead, let's hop in, let's see what Nebrax brings to the game and see if he can make up that time.
Oh yeah, he's bringing the dragons just as expected, and he has a clone spell in there as well. That probably means that he will have a blimp flying to that town hall, and I am always a little bit worried when I see those. I mean, there are sweepers, yes, but even if you're able to take care of them, there can still be tornado traps and seeking air mines. It is actually an offensive strategy that can be countered quite easily by the right spell trap placement. So let's wait and see how he does. I mean, the first step almost worked perfectly. He was able to take out one sweeper with the Queen's Giant arrow, but the second one is still alive and it's pointing into the direction of the battle blimp. But okay. I think he just wanted it in the core, so that's all right.
Right, yeah. Yeah, he wasn't trying to make that battle blimp make it all the way to the town hall. He just wanted to try to get into this core and take out some of those defenses so the dragons could work around the exterior. We see the overgrowth on that town hall compartment, which is going to mitigate a ton of damage there for the 28 seconds. Some balloons catch some seeking air mines there, which is going to be massive to protect those dragons. He's still got a strong force here with 45 seconds elapsed. Now we're just going to wait for this town hall to come back up from the overgrowth, but in the meantime he's going to go ahead and clear everything out. Still has a rage to surge these dragons in and a freeze spell for the town hall. Everything is looking good, and the time should be pretty fast as well. 1 minute 3, 1 minute 4, 1 minute 4 seconds. So he nearly matches Achilles there. It's only a 1 second advantage for HTM, which, I mean, realistically, that's not much time at all.
No, it's not. We can definitely say that Nebrax was able to keep the pace that HTM Brazil set. 64 seconds is nothing to be ashamed of, rather something to be proud of, because we rarely see those times. I mean, these days it gets more common by the minute, but still. Today I think the fastest average attack time we saw of a whole team was 69 seconds, so we can already tell that 64 must be really, really fast.
Oh yeah, for sure. I was just getting a little chuckle out of his celebrations. I love player cams, man. That is my favorite thing when we get to our finals of any event, whether it be a LAN or a remote event like this where we have the player cams. Just seeing that natural and reaction from all the players, the excitement, the joy on their faces when they do a beautiful attack like that. It is definitely one of my favorite things in Clash of Clans esports. Leo is going to be up, the next attacker for HTM Brazil, and Leo can go really quickly as well, and he's going to look to keep this pace up. They have a 1 second advantage, but I mean, we're essentially at an even war here with 1 second. Although yesterday, Maxi, we did have a war decided by 1 second, so
it
could be a factor.
Yeah, in fact, In fact, the average time was exactly equal on the second, on the dot, but then it was decided by whoever had the individual fastest attack, and that was 1 second faster for one team than the other. I think it was Momentum Shifters who got the victory over Synchronic that way. But just imagine, the fastest attack there was 67 seconds that got the war win. And now we've already seen 2 attacks that were faster than this from Achilles and from Nebrox. So we can really tell that the level of the teams here is at its highest. We really have the top 4 global teams of the season here in our last couple of matches of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
I really want to see what Tribe's doing to get these little sub 60-second attacks. Obviously, we've seen some sub 60 seconds. I think that's just the most exciting thing when you see that come in. But if they get one of those, then it's really going to force HTM to try to do something like that. Maybe we see a Bernal fireball late in the war, which that is always exciting. But right now we're going to focus on Leo, see what he brings to the table as we prepare for his strike. It's going to be the second attack out of 5 for HTM Brazil, and it's going to be dragons. Look at this, 15 balloons here. Going to look to bring tons and tons of protection for these dragons as he gets ready to enter the base. Check out the 3 earthquakes that'll be used later on the attack with the King's spiky ball.
Yeah, most likely, exactly. He doesn't use anything with the giant arrow. He just lets it pierce through the base, take some damage, extra damage on the troops. Let the queen summon her healers so she can go nice and quickly throughout along the outside of this base, using a Coco Loon to make sure that the healers do not catch a Seeking Air Mines. And at the same time, the Dragon Strike is in. He also uses a Stone Slammer to kind of funnel the dragons, but unfortunately, Bash, I don't think this is going according to plan. They are going all over the place, some to the left, some to the right, and the Warden following a group towards the outside. I guess that's not where Leo wanted the dragons.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel that way. Usually you want all the dragons kind of focusing their blasts in a similar spot. There goes the King's spiky ball with the earthquake, trying to weaken up that town hall. We're getting close to that 1 minute mark, but the dragons are fading. We only have a couple of dragons down there on the bottom side. We have 1 super dragon in the core, 1 lone dragon. Queen will be able to take down the town hall, but this one's definitely gonna be a little bit slower as now the ice golems from the clan castle join the party. He wanted definitely to get that clan castle down before those ice golems came out. Just not the case here, as this one's gonna go a little bit above 120, I think.
Oh yeah, unfortunately so. And the queen also beating the wall to get into this compartment towards the ice golems. Now eventually she takes the wall to the storage that Leo wants her to go to. And wow, we're already passing 1 minute and 30 seconds. Bash, this is way slower than their first strike. Leo finishes at 1 minute 35. Still an amazing 3-star, but not as fast as the first 2 attacks.
Yeah, that is a devastating blow, and that's kind of what we saw in the last war. It was about a 1 minute 30 second, I believe it was 1 minute 29 seconds to be exact. They kind of shifted all of the momentum away from MMG, and they were never able to recover. And that could be the story here for HCM Brazil, especially the way Tribe has been playing this weekend. We know Tribe has had their ups and downs. You've spoke about that a lot, Maxi, but it feels like they're very, very focused. They're really, really on point and on their game this weekend. So I don't think that slip up was really the best thing that could have happened for HCM Brazil.
No, definitely not. I mean, Tribe, they had kind of an easy match in their match before because their opponents, Momentum Shifters, unfortunately got a 2-star in their very first attack. So Tribe kind of just had to play it safe, had to go with simple strategies that are effective, but that can finish around 120, 130. Time didn't matter. But this time it's completely different. And even though Leo just scored 1 minute 35, it still means you have to go fast. Because if, as you said, Bernal, for example, pulls out the Electro Dragons, gets a sub 1 minute, then 1 minute 12, 1 minute 15, something like that on average won't be enough. So Tribe really cannot back down. They still have to play the fastest strategies that they can come up with. And there's one man waiting outside of the gates right now to send in his troops, and it is none other than Rikires, the player who had the highest hit rate in 2023 amongst all of these players in the world.
Yeah, Rikira is definitely the picture of consistency, a really solid attacker, a very strong attacker, and he knows how to dismantle a base, and he knows how to do it very quickly as well. Now, if you're Tribe Gaming, you can kind of you don't have to go for those really over-the-top attacks. Really, I think the goal, sub 70 seconds. Anything faster than 70 seconds, you're maintaining that lead, you're keeping the pressure on HCM. Obviously, anything faster is good, but you don't want to give up too much of that time. And Rakirez is going to come in with the Dragons, which he's kind of getting more and more known for in these faster wars.
Yeah, one more giant arrow we see there. A queen pulled to the outside. Actually, I think these two dragons will be able to turco down quite quickly. And then I think he will delay the warden ability just a little bit to negate that town hall damage and the town hall poison as well. Everything looking quite nicely. I think any minute now he will send down the royal champion as well, so she can start raining damage onto the base. Unfortunately, he didn't quite catch all of the dragons on the top side of the base, but most of them now go into the core quite healthy and are able to take out the multi-archer tower and the multi-inferno as well. So I think it's looking quite good for Rakirez at this point.
And notice here, we kind of talked about in the last attack for Leo, where Leo's dragons all spread out. Rakirez's dragons, for the most part, stayed pretty clumped together, and that's what you want. You want these dragons just going right through all these defenses in a hurry, and he's maintaining that really quickly. 1 minute has elapsed here, and he's looking to close this down with about 70 seconds. He's really right on pace for it as Electro Dragon's lightning strikes take out that wizard tower. He's just got the clan castle in the air defense, and it's gonna be what, 112 there, 113. I didn't see if it ticked over.
Yeah, I think 112, sorry to interrupt there. I was just gonna say that it was clutch that the Electro Dragon Death Lightnings actually took out the Wizard Tower. Otherwise, it would have cost him a couple more seconds for his troops to get down there.
Yeah, but they will get the lead back now after the slower attack of Leo. Rakirez does get the pace there. Yeah, it did not tick over, so 112 was this time. So 112 versus 135. They're making up 23 seconds, so they should be up 22 seconds now after just a 1 second advantage from HTM. So a nice big shift in momentum. It's still not out of reach with three attacks left. If you're HTM Brazil, I don't think you necessarily have to force the issue yet, but you definitely have to aim to go a little bit quicker. Your goal has to be 65 seconds with these next couple attacks.
Yeah, I guess that's exactly what they are aiming to do. But great answer from Rakirez to that, yeah, slight slip up from Leo, I would say there, at least on the timing end of things. And we can see the average times down at the screen, 1 minute 8 to 1 minute 19. That already looks like a lot, but we often see 20-25 second shifts within just one attack per team. So this can happen, and with 6 attacks still to go in this match, anything is that obviously still possible. The next attacker for HTM Brazil, we saw it for a second there in the top of the screen, and there he is again, Celino, one of the most experienced players in the esports scene. I myself had the honor to play against him on stage back in the World Championships of 2019. He was a big force there back then already, and he still is. He was the finishing attacker for his team throughout the last season of Clash of Clans esports, and we said it again and again, they won the world championship in the end, so no one to play around for sure.
Yeah, Celino is known for his clutch attacks. He's really aware of what situation is going on and aware of what's happening in the war. Last season, I was calling him Captain Clutch because it seemed like he was in that last spot and just winning war after war. If you remember, like, they barely got into Worlds. Celino had a clutch in with the most epic attack ever. So just really known for bringing his team back and keeping his team in the fight. And with him here in the 3 spot, he could definitely look to make up a little bit of a time with his attack as we get ready for a strike and get ready to see what he brings in here in the next few seconds. Celino will be our 3rd attacker for HCM Brazil, and he is in with more dragons. Dragons seem to be the favorites right now for these 2 squads.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it, and they know how to make them work extremely quickly. Nice job there, identifying that the Electro Dragon can have some nice value on the right side of the base, taking out especially some high hit point defenses, structures like the storages. Defenses are the job for more the dragons, going into the core of the base, using an early overgrowth spell to make sure it runs out before the timer hits 1 minute. Headhunters coming out of the clan castle but Seleno's got his eyes everywhere, using the freeze spell to make sure the queen stays alive. He's freezing the core as well, at the same time putting down Royal Champion, poison spell, king, everything going parallelly here. It's really impressive to see how well these players can focus on so many different parts of an attack at the same time. A minute has almost passed, Bash, but I don't know if you can get the Town Hall down with these couple of dragons. Ooh!
The dragons get evaporated there from the Giga Inferno beams sitting on top of that Town Hall, and we're coming up on that 70-second mark. He does have a dragon and an electro dragon in there and does get the Town Hall down. Here comes a spiky ball from the king, but it's going to be a little bit slow here as he's crossing that 80-second mark. Electro Dragon gets taken out, and this is going to be another slow attack for HCM Brazil. 1 minute 25 seconds, not able to make up any time there. A very, very unfortunate attack, a very, very unfortunate series of events there for Seleno.
Yeah, I think he would have wanted a couple of more dragons going into the core. The queen just wasn't fast enough, as we can see here in the replay on the bottom side, to create a funnel so that the dragons would actually go into that high density of damage in the core of the base and eventually collapse onto that Town Hall. He had 3 dragons on there who almost took out the Town Hall, but it survived with a slither of health. 1 or 2 dragons more could have made the difference. This way, all of the troops in the core died, and the ones from the outside had to make all the way back into the core to take out this clan castle, which was the last building. So yeah, those little details, those cost 10-15 seconds sometimes, and then you end up with 85 seconds instead of like 75, which is 70-75, which is I think what Seleno would have aimed for, would have wanted, and would have needed, given that Tribe Gaming is already in the lead by 22 seconds.
Yeah, and I think you spoke about it perfectly there. If that queen's able to just get down the line a little bit more and just clear out some of those buildings, those dragons go right into that core, those last few remaining buildings. So just unfortunate that didn't happen, but that's all part of the multitasking. That's all part of the timing, and it's just so hard to do that. I mean, we talked about these 1 minute 10-second attacks, these 1 minute 20-second attacks, but all it takes is one minor detail like that. If you're just a little bit late on the queen, or if the queen's just a little bit late, gets distracted by some skeletons, and that's where the expert base building of these pro teams comes in. If you're able to slow down your opponent just by even 10 seconds, it can really win you the war. I know that seems absurd, but sometimes 10 seconds can just be the difference in momentum, the difference in one attack that you can kind of just take advantage of and build on that lead. And that's what we're looking to see here from Tribe. They already had the lead, and now they can look to push that lead even further.
Yeah, they have to keep the pressure up. They need fast 3-stars still. You know, the lead is there, but it's not considerably high. 22 seconds now with the 1 minute 25 attack. They might be able to add some seconds to that advantage, but it will still be around 30 seconds. So let's take a look at what Exorcist will bring to the table.
Exorcist comes in with a Root Rider strike, Giant Gauntlet on the king, Frozen Arrow on the queen, Eternal Tome, Healing Tome on the warden. It almost feels like a little bit of a safer approach here from Exorcist. No Giant Arrow, no Spiky Ball, nothing too crazy. I love the Healing Tome personally. I think that's able to just maintain your troops for longer periods of time, as we're going to go ahead and see that overgrowth on the Town Hall, redirecting that king into the middle of the base. Although I think he wanted the king to go get that scatter and then go in, but the clan castle troops pull him to the center.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Oh, and unfortunately the queen dies. She had the frozen arrow, as it seems, but was not able to freeze the monolith in time. He has 2 more wall breakers, so I guess he would have wanted a little bit more value from the queen. So especially looking at the time, this is not ideal for him. He's got 2 free spells and a rage spell still in the bag. Has to wait until the Royal Champion and the Root Riders make their way into this Town Hall. He hopes that the bears from the druids will take out the multi-inferno in the core, which they do. Early freeze and rage spell. Now another free spell placed perfectly. So I think he should be fine with the 3-star, but what's the time gonna be, Bash?
It's coming up on 80 seconds, which is a little bit slower, but it's still going to be faster than Seleno's attack. It's going to be 1 minute 23 seconds, so they will maintain that lead. They actually do gain 2 more seconds on their advantage, so they push that lead to 24 seconds. And with only 2 attacks remaining, Maxi, it's going to get tougher and tougher to make up those 24 seconds. It's not impossible by any means, and we've seen it done, but the more this war drags on, the harder it gets to make up any time.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what exactly what Tribe need. They need solid, safe 3 stars in good amount of times. They don't need incredible amount of times. They don't need anything fancy. Exactly that. Regular Road Riders. If Exorcist would have been able to let his queen survive, this would have looked even faster. But still, you can see that just a solid plan results in an around 80-second attack. And if they keep on doing that, and on the other side, HTM Brazil are not able to pull off one of those 60 to 65-second attacks, then they are still good. So Exorcist delivered exactly what was needed. What's going to be needed from Tribe's next attacker will be decided by whatever Pato is going to do in his next attack. They are still in a position where they're able to do an incredibly fast hit and thus put pressure on Tribe, and they still have it in their hands to let the timing shift into their favor once again.
And circling back a little bit there, Maxi, I think you said it exactly. It felt like a safer Root Rider approach there, but that's exactly what they need. They don't need those really overly quick strikes. Right now, they just need to maintain that lead, push this war a little bit further into the late game. As long as they're able to match what HCM's doing, they really don't have to force any issues. And we've seen in the past where they try to force the issues, Tribe is prone to making those mistakes. So they don't want to fall victims to their own past and make a mistake and lose this war to HCM. So I think that was the perfect play there from Exorcist. Now it forces Pato to come in with something maybe a little bit quicker. I think the goal here for Pato has to be 70 seconds or less to kind of give his team a chance. Then you kind of force Tribe to think, okay, do we need to go a little bit faster? Do we need to speed up? It just kind of forces that issue just a little bit, but Pato's got to get it done firstly.
Yeah, that's right. And on Tribe's side, we have Kronos and Yo-Yo left. We saw Kronos yesterday sending in the rocket balloons, something that I personally have not seen from Tribe Gaming. So I wonder if that was just a one-time thing, or if that was something that at least Kronos has been practicing with. Maybe so. And if he has come up with a nice plan, the question will be, will they do it even though they're in the lead by over 20 seconds? Because we said it again and again, it's a quite risky strategy. But before we go into Tribe's corner, it is Pato coming in for HTM Brazil. It's hammer time for them. He needs 60 to 70 seconds bash, and he's bringing the Dragons to do it.
Yeah, Dragons. Most of the attacks this war has been the Dragons attacks. Pato, a very well-known, respected player. One of my personal favorites to watch play. I always love his energy on the stage. But here we go. Dragons are all in early. Here comes the Stone Slammer. Does have a couple of earthquakes. There goes the Queen's Giant Arrow from the far side of the base, sweeping through here. Now notice the Dragons are behind those air sweepers, so he's not going to have to fight the sweepers at all. And in the meantime, the heroes are going to be able to work on the top side of the base. I love this approach here.
Yeah, me too. It's looking really good. The Overgrowth spell only used now at 2 minutes 35 seconds, so it will run out at 2 minutes 7 seconds left, and that can be fast enough. He's got dragons all over the place. Maybe should have used, one Super Barbarian on the right side. I don't know why he chose to use 2. That was a waste of one of them, but I think he's got troops all across the map now, and wow, what am I going to say? This is looking so good. There's just the core left now. He's got 2 earthquake spells, and is it even going to take a minute? Oh, 57 seconds. Wow.
Maxi, I think that one caught you by surprise, bud. Yeah. Just all came together perfectly at the end. Patolino gets the job done. It's 57 seconds. That's exactly what HCM Brazil needed at the perfect spot. Look at everything collapsed perfectly on this attack. Look, the Overgrowth's still up, and all the dragons are right on top of it, ready to be raged and ready to take the base down. Perfect strike there for Pato, and that's how you can close a 23-second gap. Now Tribe has to go a little bit quicker, whether they like it or not. They have to do something 70 seconds or less, or else they could lose their lead in these next couple of attacks. Beautiful strike, beautiful play there from HCM, and that's what I've been talking about. You don't necessarily need rocket loons to go fast. We've seen tons and tons of dragon strikes go sub 1 minute, and Pato gets the job done there and gets his team right back in it with a chance still to win it.
Yeah, I feel bad that I said anything negative about this attack, even though it was just about one Super Bavarian being too much. But what can you say about a 57-second 3-star? That is so top-notch. There's really, I think I don't have a right to criticize anything about that hit. And yeah, as you said, that's exactly what they needed if they want to close the gap they have to Tribe Gaming. And of course, at the same time, what does that do psychologically with the opponent and with his own team? They get hope back. They will feel the momentum. They will be motivated. They will be like, yeah, we can still do this. That's what HTM Brazil think, and Tribe are like, oh no, I thought we had this. Now they're back. And what do? Should we keep on playing it safe? 24 seconds is only so much. Should we also take a little more risk? So it just forces a little bit of insecurity for the opponents, and but I mean, who better to attack after a moment like this than Kronos, such an experienced player, the captain of Tribe Gaming, and I'd really love to see the Rocket Loon Bash.
Yeah, not only that, but a really well composed attacker from Kronos.
Yeah.
He's been a veteran of the game for so long, but we also know waiting in the wings is we have Bernal, the final attack for HCM Brazil, who has brought out fast attacks when it's needed. He doesn't necessarily go to those quick attacks, but we know he's capable of it. And I think in the current meta, that's what you need, is you need just like 2 guys on your squad that are able to do those fast attacks, whether it's rocket loons, whether it's just a quicker dragon strike. You have to have someone that is able to do that just in case you fall behind. Let's see what Kronos has as the attack is ready and getting ready to come in. Tribe Gaming needs something somewhat quick, and here we go, Maxi. It is Rocket Loons, 6 invisibility, gonna go ahead and go with the fireball to the middle of the base. Earthquakes in, boom goes the dynamite.
Oh, and the Giant Arrow finishes the Town Hall. Earthquakes, Giant Arrow, and Fireball are able to do that, and he did it perfectly. Wow, what a nice job there from Kronos. And now he has to get the rocket balloons, sprinkle them all around the base, so he doesn't end up losing all of the rocket balloons like Tempa did in his last attack. But so far, it's looking so fast.
Wow. He is flying. Spiky Ball goes in there. He sent in a Battle Blimp to take down the Monolith. He's got a couple Yetis in there distracting the Ice Golems. Kronos is flying in less than, just now, 45 seconds. It felt like it was a little bit slower than that, but it's already 45 seconds. Wow, Kronos is getting through here. Now everything is in. He's got to get this last few buildings. It's 57 seconds, 58, 59, and it's gonna be 1 minute right there for Kronos. And Tribe Gaming respond with a very fast attack of their own, just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't really matter that it wasn't sub 1 minute or that it wasn't exactly the time that Pato had. It was exactly in the same range as him. And that's the most important thing. HTM Brazil were hoping to close the gap, but Kronos did not allow them to with this hit. So that was exactly the answer needed. Also, extremely nice use of the invisibility spell we saw there in the replay at the end of the attack. He made sure that the Clancaster troops were not directed at by his own troops, but rather the storage, and that might have saved 1 or 2 seconds, and that really shows the skill that a player like Kronos does have.
That was the perfect strike. When you get 57 seconds and you respond with a 60-second attack of your own, now it forces HTM Brazil to go with an even faster attack. The lead is 21 seconds for Tribe Gaming. The door was open. Kronos slams it shut. Now, let's see if Brazil can knock on that door once again and give themselves some hope on their final strike. It's going to be Bernal to close this one out. As we look at the average time, a 6-second difference after 4 attacks. It does break down to 21 seconds advantage for Tribe when we go down to the exact seconds. So Bernal has to go quick. The one thing here is that HTM Brazil do hold the fastest attack of the war, so he doesn't have to necessarily go beat them on time. If they match them on time, they will hold that tiebreaker.
Yeah, that's right. So if they gain 21 seconds, then they will be the winners of this match. I mean, yeah, it's unless Tribe Gaming would get 50, no, actually, yeah, whichever time, because they would be quicker than Tribe's last attack as well. They've got 57 seconds on the board, and that is something that Bernal is also capable of doing, getting a time like that. And I think that is what is needed now to put pressure onto Yo-Yo. And if I'm completely honest, honest, in the last couple of matches, I felt like Yo-Yo wasn't on the fastest side of things. Only yesterday, he needed, I think, 1 minute and 15 or 1 minute 13, something like that. I have the notes somewhere. In Tribe Gaming's first match in the upper bracket. It was... Oh, I didn't even notice. It was against HTM Brazil as well. So this is actually a rematch, something that I hadn't in my mind up until now. He was not able to get that. He ended up finishing in like 1 minute 30 or so. So that's something that must be going on in HTM Brazil's minds right now as well. So they know if Bernal is able to get around 1 minute, that can already be enough. But enough talking! Let the troops show what they can do with this base.
And speaking of the troops, it is more dragons for Bernal. We see that spiky ball combination there with the king with the vamp stash. Giant arrow already through the base from the archer queen. He does have the healing tome. No fireball for Bernal this time, but healing tome is fine there with the eternal tome to protect the dragons and then also heal them up a little bit after the fact. So that's a really nice piece of equipment, one of my personal favorites, and everything is working through here really nicely. He has basically everything in at this point, and it's going to be a time battle here on our last couple attacks, but Bernal is really in a deficit.
Yeah, nice job there. Now he finally gets the freeze onto the tunnel and the monolith at the same time. But wow, Bash, if you look at the time, he's swagging the overgrowth spell on the right side because he says, I need a fast time here. If he had only brought 2 freeze spells instead of that, because things are thinning out a little bit, but the spiky ball helps out so much here. Can he finish around a minute? 59 seconds, swagging 2 spell slots. Wow, Bernal, you are such a good player.
Wow, that was really what I love there. You called it, Maxi. He swagged the overgrowth rather than use that overgrowth because he realized it was too late for the overgrowth to go in. He just throws it off to the side. He didn't need the overgrowth. If he did that, he may have cost himself 10 more seconds. So great identification there that, hey, I have this overgrowth, but I don't need it. Let's not use it. Let's throw it over there. Look at that spiky ball coming in and shutting down those defenses, weakening them up for the final strikes. 59 seconds is massive. So now, if Tribe Gaming comes in, what would be the number? 80 seconds? If Yo-Yo comes in at 80 seconds or slower, Tribe Gaming will actually lose this war. This one is still anyone's ball game, as we've seen a back and forth affair from these two rivals. Oh, Maxi, I love these kind of wars.
So do I. Tribe Gaming need 1 minute 19 seconds to win this war. It's as easy and clear as that. And HTM Brazil finished with an incredible and very impressive 1 minute 11 average attack time. And that is with one attack that actually took 1 minute 35. So you can really see that there were some very fast attacks. 2 sub 1 minute attacks, something we only saw from one other team so far. Tribe Gaming, their opponents. We saw it yesterday, so they got the skill to do it. The question is, can they pull it out of the head in this exact next attack?
What's nice here though for Yo-Yo is 1 minute 19 seconds. That's not something where you have to do anything crazy. This could be a standard Root Rider comp. This could be a standard Dragon comp. These are known for going 70 to 75 seconds. So as long as he is on with everything, has a spell placement, has the heroes in, has the barracks in, or the blimp or the stone slammer, whatever he ends up going with the seed, as long as everything is on pace and on and in the right place, he can very easily win this war. However, we've seen in the past, all it takes is one building over there that no troops are at, could cost Tribe Gaming this war and allow HTM to come from behind victory. Yo-Yo is going to be the final attacker of this war, and it's all on his shoulders. What a burden to carry. I would not be able to handle that pressure.
Yeah, but I mean, you gotta remember, Yo-Yo, he's also a world champion in Clash of Clans. Back in the day with alternate attacks, he was able to win the crown of Clash of Clans esports players with his team. So he's got the stage experience, he's got the nerves, and he's got the skill for sure. However, I was saying that he has been struggling a little bit with consistency on the time. So some attacks of him were not as fast as you would wish for and as you would expect from him. But now is all that matters. Let the past be the past and tear down this base. Yo-Yo 23 is sending in the dragons.
We have giant arrows striking through the base. The dragons taken to the skies. Battle Blimp soars in to go through the middle of this base. Yo-Yo 23 needs 1 minute and 19 seconds to secure the victory for Tribe. Anything less than that, and HTM Brazil will move on to play against Milliceme MG in our lower bracket final. All the troops are on the board. All the heroes are in, and it's all on Yo-Yo to close this war down.
Yeah, so far looking good. The Royal Champion even finding the Troll Tesla at the right side. That is quite important, because otherwise the troops could have needed to go there at the end. But unfortunately, she also finds the Tesla farm and the Skelly Trap. That means she's slowed down and forces the Hawk Puppet, or like the ability early on. Now he needs the troops to go into the Town Hall. He's already at 1 minute. And no! The Ice Golems are actually pulled. 1 minute is over, but he's got the Spiky Ball? No Spiky Ball to use. And the Clan Castle building is still up. It's going to be the last building. 7 more seconds, and there's just a Hawk Rider on it.
Oh no!
The Ice Golems are freezing.
Clan Castle.
2, 1. No! Tribe Gaming are not able to do it. HTM Brazil win this match.
It's a come from behind victory. What a war for HTM. Bernal, Pato, 2 sub 1 minute attacks to close the war is enough to take down their rivals in Tribe Gaming. Yo-Yo with the most unfortunate set of circumstances. The Ice Golems hold this attack up. If those Ice Golems never come out, he is fine on time. However, the Ice Golems get pulled. Just a couple of ground troops pull them out, and nothing is able to get to that final building, the Clan Castle. And HTM Brazil, with the come from behind victory, will take down Tribe Gaming. They will move on to play MMG and our lower bracket final. What a series of events to close that war out.
HTM Brazil are able to take down Tribe Gaming twice in a row in this final weekend in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And what a clutch attack from Bernal, but also from Pato in the second to last attack. Wow, that was an amazing showing by them. And we said it over and over again, don't back down. Try, as long as you have a theoretical chance, try to take it. And that's exactly what they did. Quite unfortunate for Yo-Yo there in the end, especially that the dragons skipped the Clan Castle building initially, and then everything had to go back there even after the Ice Golems were pulled. Wow, that was, yeah, really unfortunate, but sometimes little details like this decide the war at this level. But it was an extremely enjoyable match to watch.
Man, if one of those dragons, or any of the air troops for that matter, are able to get that Clan Castle down, those Ice Golems never come out. Tribe Gaming may have got that. It was still pretty close. I mean, even if the troops weren't in there, it was still relatively close on time. But I think Yo-Yo may have had enough there. Obviously, if they got the Clan Castle down, that building would have been down. The attack would have been over, so it would have been enough. However, if wishes were fishes, the world would be an ocean, Maxi. And we're looking at an HTM Brazil victory moving forward. Man, these wars today, man, they're so good. As we take a look at our updated bracket here, waiting in our grand final is going to be STM Esports. They are undefeated so far. They will lose 2 times to lose this tournament. And in our lower bracket final, it is now Milliceme MG going against HTM Esports Brazil.
Yeah, this is the next match that we're going to be showing, the lower bracket final, and it will decide who can take on STM Esports. They are a team that have gotten only perfect wars so far, only victories so far. They are, in fact, the only undefeated team. So why don't we take one of their players, not even just one of their players, their team captain, Fluxy, and do a little interview with him. Fluxy, I think we've got you dialed in. There you are. Nice to see you, man. How are you feeling after this flawless run so far?
Yeah, pretty good. It's going as well as could go. So yeah, let's see how the final goes.
Well, yeah, I mean, you guys haven't lost yet, so I definitely think things are going well for you. A couple of close calls there. Now, I mean, you just saw a crazy matchup between Tribe and HTM. Out of the 2 teams remaining, MMG and HTM, is there a team that you would prefer to play more than the other? Obviously, you just took down MMG. but with the faster times of HCM, is that something you're concerned about?
I don't think it really matters who we play. I think they're quite similar, both the teams. So I have no preference. Maybe HTM, since we haven't played them yet. Could be nice to, play more teams. Could be fun.
Mm-hmm. Get some experience for the World Championship, which you are also already qualified for. So other than winning some nice prize pool and crowning yourself as the Snapdragon Pro Series winners, do you also consider this a kind of a practice session on your run to the World Championship, which will be happening later on this year?
I think the finals will be very different, but it's still nice to play, some tournaments with a bit of pressure and some prize money, just for a bit of experience. But I think it'll be much different, the finals.
Yeah, I mean, the prize pools only grow from here, especially as you get to Worlds. Now, I want to talk about the strategy here. You guys are undefeated. Is the goal in the grand final going to be close this out in one, try to get that victory fast? I mean, obviously, that's going to be the goal, but do you kind of throw everything against the wall and leave it all on the table in that first war?
Yeah, we don't plan on playing a second war, that's for sure.
That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, me too. So you've got a new organization, STM and Esports. How do you like it so far? And what has made you consider joining STM and Esports?
Yeah, I think it's really good. It's very nice to be here and definitely proud to represent. And hopefully we can achieve, quite a lot.
Yeah, playing under a new banner, definitely always fun. One thing I want to talk about, obviously we don't see it here in this tournament as it just came out, but we did have a new piece of epic equipment just released, the Magic Mirror for the Queen, which allows her to clone up 2 clones of herself. Do you think that that's going to play into our speed meta and make things even faster? Have you got to play with it yet, or is it something you haven't really experimented, just kind of focusing on the tournament this weekend?
I haven't really tried it, mainly because it's not allowed to be used in this, but
makes sense.
I mean, surely if you have 3 queens, you probably have more DPS than if you have 1. So maybe in Last Chance Qualifier we'll see it used. I imagine probably we'll see it used.
Yeah, good calculation there. What do you think about rocket balloons? Do you think that they're an OP strategy that every player should know? I mean, even in your team, not everyone uses them, or do you think they're more something that only a couple of players should use because they tend to be a little bit risky, especially in combination with the fireball?
I think most teams should have someone who can do it because they have that real potential for speed, but they definitely need a bit more time to master, and you can't do it on every base, I would say, or at least specific times on every base. So I think it's useful to have, but not necessary. I mean HTM just now, I don't think they have anyone doing it, and they had quite a fast war.
I don't think so either.
So yeah, it's not necessary.
Yeah, I agree. We saw 2 dragon attacks go sub 1 minute, but Fluxy, we will go ahead and wrap up with you there. We definitely appreciate your time, and GG's so far on the wars you guys have had. Any shout outs or any final words you have before you guys get ready for your grand final?
I say a big shout out to End and Demo. They helped a lot on base prep and analysis, so yeah, big shout out to them. We appreciate the support.
Awesome stuff there. There's always more to a team than goes to show on a live stream. Thank you so much, Fluxy, for joining us, and good luck for the final later on.
Thank you.
All right, really confident there, Maxi. That's what you need to hear from your team captain. If you're on STMN, you got to be feeling good when your team captain's like, we only plan on playing 1, but we still have our lower bracket final before we get to that grand final, and that's going to be coming up next, guys. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be right back with the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone, at the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. We're in the final day, and we're just minutes away from crowning our new season champions. I welcome back Woody from his well-deserved break. Woody, how did you enjoy this nail-biter match we just witnessed?
Spectacular. It's exactly what we had called for earlier in the day. We are experiencing the highest level of Clash of Clans competitive gaming right now, and we could not ask for a better finish to that last match. And just like the one before it, it all came down to that last attack. Can they get it done in time? In both cases, it's been a no. Really tough position to be the last 10th attacker when it's an evenly matched game on stars and you have to put the time in your favor. Once again, the team that is attacking first has somehow managed to get the victory.
Yeah, but especially with those two sub 1 minute attacks from HTM Brazil. How and where did this come from? We were not expecting that, but when they needed it most, they were there and they were scoring the fastest attacks that they have scored this entire weekend, or the entire season, I should say. So HTM Brazil really entertained us well, and we will see them once again just now in our next match in the lower bracket finals, and there they will have to take on Millicim MG. Unfortunately, they got kicked down to the lower bracket by STMN, who are waiting in the final, and both of these teams so far have not missed a single attacking 3-star. Woody.
Right, you are, Maxi. This is a superb match that we have ahead of us. Perfect teams that have nonetheless been kicked down to the lower bracket on tough time-based tiebreakers. Let's go ahead and look at the rosters and remind everyone of who's competing in the remainder of the top 3 teams. This lower bracket final has got Millicim MG represented by Kingsman, Max, Nachoa, Try Hard, and Teamper.
Amazing players they have on their lineup. They look so confident on their player photos there, and they can be, because they're already at the World Championship with their golden ticket in the bag, and they're at least in the top 3 teams of today, taking home at least $6,000. But the latter also goes for HTM Esports, and they're comprised of Achilles, Celinho, Pato, Leo, Burnowl, and living in the shadows, we've got Ido as well.
Right, you are, Maxi. And this is going to be a killer lineup to go up against the reigning world champions, hot off of their victory. You know, HTM Brazil just picked up a win over their foes. Turned out to be their sister clan this time, but hot off of taking a win. Tribe Gaming were just unable, to give them any trouble in the last round as well. I think that HTM Esports with 2 wins in a row is going to be really tough to face for Millicim, a squad that just took a loss. Momentum is definitely in HTM Brazil's favor here, Maxi.
Yeah, but as we look at the team names, we know that momentum can shift any time in this competition, and we also just got proof of that in our last war, where Tribe Gaming seemed to have the momentum, gaining second by second, but then it only took HTM Brazil 2 attacks to convert that into a victory for themselves. So anything can really happen unless a team fails early on. We definitely do not hope to see that, but MMG's defenses these 2 days have been incredible. 2 out of 3 wars were decided because they got at least 1 defense against them, and they sure hope to do that just now, but the game is already starting, Woody, and Tryhard is kicking things off.
It is a huge start now, and we are already seeing this war extraordinarily quick to begin with. Tryhard will not allow his team to fall this early on in such an important match, and he is marching in with a big old battle plan, getting pushed to the side by the air sweeper, but targeting that center compartment. It's Yetis popping out and doing excellent damage to the defenses in there.
Yeah, that was nice, but unfortunately the queen died on the right side there, even though he invested a rage spell to keep her alive. The enemy queen was just dealing too much damage onto her, but I think everything is still looking okay, especially because some troops are taking out the upper air defense that was left standing. The overgrowth spell will run out any second, and then he just needs a good bit of troops to go in there, make use of the free spell, and then take the final buildings down.
Marching against that bottom corner, he's got little time left to spare. 1 minute and 10 seconds already used, but that town hall cannot withstand the might of these root riders crashing in. Excellent funneling and cleanup along the outer edge. A wizard takes down a storage and leaves us with a total of a 1 minute and 20 second attack from Tryhard. Bit slower than we may have hoped from an attack right out the gate, and yet that is not going to be anything to be too worried about. Milliseem's MG starting off with a tough base and cracking into it as best they can. An 80-second standard is a tiny bit slower, but this is still going to be a really competitive war, Maxi.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. We even saw a 1 minute 35 second attack in our previous war, which they were able to equalize by getting 1 or 2 very fast attacks. So this can definitely happen. We've got Achilles already getting ready for his attack, as he will be the next striker in this war, opening for HTM Brazil. And we know how important these opening attacks are. They set the tone, they give the motivation, they give the momentum, maybe even sometimes. And if you get right out of the gate with a 1 minute 10, 1 minute 5 second attack, the pressure is already really high on your opponent as well.
This seems to be an opportunity for HTM Brazil to show how far they want to push this match. This could be a very even-handed start from both of these squads if they're going for those 80-second, slower, reliable 3-star strikes, or finding out if HTM Brazil just wants to get a big lead early on, make a really risky play, and force their opponents into an awkward position. I don't think that there's really any right answer right now for HTM Brazil. They could really take either approach and let their opponents set the pacing for this match. I think that 80 seconds kind of leaves that question still open-ended to Achilles. Just depends upon what base he's got before him and whether or not he thinks he's got some sort of clever stratagem to take it down quickly, or if it's just going to be a bit slower of a walk-in strategy for HTM Brazil to start with. They certainly have got the confidence. They've got that name recognition as the reigning world champions. I don't think that this is going to be a pressurized spot for them, but Milliseem MG dropping down from the upper bracket have got to be feeling like this is a little bit more difficult for them to come back from, Maxi.
Oh yeah, I agree. I just wonder if they might get another defense. I mean, they held back big named teams already in the course of this weekend. They were already able to win against Reckoning. They were able to win against, yeah, in fact, HTM Brazil before. Oh, as I'm looking at this, they actually got 2 defenses against HTM Brazil in the upper bracket earlier. I almost forgot that. So this might actually increase the pressure just a little bit on HTM Brazil's side. But so far, Achilles is looking very, very confident, very solid here, taking or using the root riders. I hope he will make use of some of the super barbarians shortly, because he's got so many left, but everything is going really, really nicely for him so far.
Yeah, Royal Champion is just running rampage over this bottom right and now top side of the space. That haste file keeps her on track. She does go down, but it's done so much damage, and Achilles is set up for a beautiful finishing blow here. Does lose a super minion in the core there to a trap, but the rest of them are going to be able to take down the town hall without much difficulty. We're passing the 1 minute mark now, but this is definitely going to be a quicker attack than we saw just before. Achilles at around that minute and 6-7 seconds mark is going to have a pretty significant advantage over Milliseem NG out of the gate. HTM Brazil going to be very happy with his showing, Maxi.
Oh yeah, they will be 15 seconds ahead already. That is quite the considerable advantage early on in the war. And if they do not get a fail or two in like they did in the last match against Milsim MG, that should already be a very big step towards a possible victory here, and then getting into the grand final against Stamina Esports. But the next attackers for MMG is a big name in the Clash esports scene, a very talented young player that has celebrated the first successes of his career this year and the last year, especially also in the Snapdragon Pro Series North American edition, and here he is now in the global edition, and he's also already qualified for the World Championship. It's going to be Max, and he is known for his lightning fast opening attacks.
He sure is. I believe he came in with 1 minute and 4 seconds in his previous war. And so if there was any doubt that this could be the attack right now to tie things up on time, I think that that can be easily erased. And you know, Max, you also made a really good point that Milsim MG took the win off of HTM Esports the last time they fought. That might be, you know, another little point in their column, a little feather in their hat that they can feel a bit more confidence about this war with, even though they're starting off with a 14-second deficit, 1 minute and 20. They'll know that Milsim MG have won in the past, and they certainly have an opportunity to do so again. Can they deliver that excellence right now and give us exactly what we need to keep this war close, though? The question remains for Max. Is it going to be another one of those rapid, lightning fast rocket balloon attacks? Or is it going to be ground-based? Depends upon what bases he sees up ahead for him. I think it would certainly be a good idea to consider for these teams that, because the rocket loon attack strategy is so effective on time, is there any thinking that they ought to try to configure their bases specifically to repel that strategy?
I think so, yeah. I think that some of these teams, at least at this stage, they also design the bases exactly that way. We heard it in the interview with Fluxy that usually it doesn't work on all of the bases. So usually there are 1 or 2 attackers per team that know how to use the strategy, and they usually only find 1 or 2 bases as well in the amongst the enemy defensive layouts that they might think that this attack strategy will work. So I think it can actually be a nice touch if you design the bases specifically against that, so a player that has used them quite a lot cannot make use of their power. But Max is actually bringing mass Valkyries here. No rocket balloons, but rather a lot of Valkyries here, and the goal is always to get them through the base. In this case with 2 jump spells. He will delay the vulnerability just a little bit more, that in the center of the base they don't get any damage.
I'm really surprised that he's chosen to bring Valkyries against a base that has got so many tiny compartments. Look, all of these multi-target Infernos have their own compartments. The CC has its own compartment. There's multi-Archer towers on the outside that have their own compartment. He's really going to have to rely on the Archer Queen to be able to snipe into those difficultly positioned compartments, as he's already used both jump spells. He's made it to the Town Hall, and the top side of the space is going to get wrecked by that Siege Barracks. A few more Valkyries storming out there with some support from Wizards to take that down. But wow! Max has perfectly read the writing on the wall and found a great base to target with this strategy. Archer Queen on the bottom side of the base is still looking very healthy, able to take down that CC without any difficulty, and the Royal Champion storms through the top left side. This is a beautiful strike from Max, just north of the 1 minute mark, looking at about the 70-second area. That is going to be exactly what Milsim MG needed to try to get closer into this competition. They're still going to be behind on time, but it's only going to be an average 4-second deficit against HTM Esports.
Yeah, still not as fast as Achilles' first attack for HTM, but the usage of the spells by Max was so impressive. The accuracy of his execution was formidable here. It's really hard to use the free spell, so it covers the Town Hall and the Monolith there with this 1 tile gap. You have to do this perfectly, and he did it, I think, even twice. Also the Rage spell, so it catches some of the Valkyries in 2 different compartments. And you mentioned it, there were many small compartments, but but he had a plan for all of that. He used the jump spells in a way that he opened almost all of the compartments, and the ones that he didn't have access to through that, he opened up with a couple of super wall breakers from the outside so that the queen could actually get them. For example, the clan castle building. So yeah, the precision and the level of detail in which he planned this attack through and in which he executed was actually very, very high. And it was just, yeah, expected from that then that this would be a fast attack as well.
Yeah, if you want to be the world champion or go up against them, you have got to have that pixel perfect tile placement. That seconds matter, milliseconds in some cases. And I think that's one of the reasons why we see a lot of pro players now playing with larger tablets, getting a bigger real estate to play around with and make sure that those taps are exactly where they intend them to go. With the troops already deployed, there's not very much that you can do to affect the flow of the battle and the directionality of these troops, except to drop spells that can affect which troops survive, which compartments they're aiming for, and with jump spells needing to be perfectly placed as well to protect those Valkyries as they move in through the base, ensuring that they don't take unnecessary damage and get over those walls in time. I think that we have once again seen the importance of every single spell getting dropped exactly where you want them. The same thing can be said of troops like the Archer Queen. Whenever you fire off her giant arrow, any tile, you know, to the left, right, up, or down can result in that giant arrow cutting through the wrong compartment in the base, as we've seen in the past. That can cause many seconds to be lost, or maybe even missing a star in a raid. So very precise placements from these top players, and recognizing that skill is an important element of the top level of Clash of Clans esports.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now Leo is in with the Root Rider strategy, a pretty classic setup. He added 2 druids that provide some healing early on and tanking later on with the summoned bears. At the same time, the 4 Root Riders' job is to pierce through walls and open them up for the damage dealing Valkyries. So this is a combination where you don't use the jump spell but rather the Root Riders to get through the base. However, a jump spell is deployed on the top side to give the king access into a couple of compartments and provide some pathing for the Root Rider and Valkyrie combination. Unfortunately, last war Leo was the one who got a 1 minute 35 strike, so rather on the slower side of things. Let's hope that he can accelerate it a little bit this time around.
Right, you are. And of course, you know also, Maxi, that pairing up the Valkyries with the Root Riders works so well because the Valkyries are able to take down any defending troops, any skeleton traps that pop up. The Root Riders focusing entirely on defenses is most often a very good thing, but you have to have something to back them up and ensure that they can finish off those really tough to reach targets. Leo is now going to see that overgrowth wither away as the remaining troops are going to collapse and clean up the rest of the space. We're passing that 1 minute and 10-second mark now, and we're not seeing the quickest attack from Leo. This is going to be very difficult to call which team is going to be ahead on time after this, but now north of 1 minute and 20 seconds, this is the slowest attack we've seen so far this war. I think it was a 1 minute and 25-second attack that's going to be, I think, giving the lead to Millicene by just 1 single second. They are going to be tied up on time, just barely tilted in Millicene's favor, Maxi.
Quick math there with Woody. Good job. I have the 1 second as well. So that is almost exactly equal between both of these teams. Incredible, but unfortunately, as we were fearing, Leo was a little bit more on the slower side of things with this attack. Not able to clip any second off of his opponent. Quite the opposite. Unfortunately, he added 15 to his own team, resulting in this 1 second difference. But Woody, what more could we ask for in the lower bracket final match than such a close one as those teams are delivering?
And you see right here on the war results so far at the bottom of the screen, the average time is neck and neck. HTM Brazil slower by a single second. There is very little gap between these two squads, and at the highest levels of competitive Clash of Clans, you have got to do everything in your power to edge out that time in your favor. So we are going to be going back to Millicene now with the advantage in their pocket. Are they going to be able to push that even further? farther and ahead? Or is this the point at which everyone starts slowing down and Millicene stumbles in the mid-war? Don't expect to see any misses at this point. I really think that this is a war that everyone would anticipate to be a 15 versus 15 star. And so Teeper, not going to be the clutch player. Instead, he's going to be going in through the mid section of this war. He is going to have to keep that time pacing as quick as he possibly can, Maxi.
Yeah, but we also have to keep in mind that they're still going to be the fastest attackers in the end for HTM Brazil with Pato and Bernal. So I think they might even be able to allow themselves to be a couple of seconds down. But of course, Millicene MG will still try to get the fastest attacks possible. Last time Tempa needed, I don't know exactly what it was, but I think 66 seconds with his Rocket Loon attack. And unfortunately, just a couple of buildings on the outside stayed up. So let's see if he can do better now as he is, bringing in the Electro Dragon full force.
A mighty army that gets most of its value when it's able to get that chain lightning damage onto multiple different defenses. He's sending out some balloons over on the left side to poke around and does catch a couple of Teslas there. A little bit of some awkward news there as he's not going to be able to finish off that mortar early on, and the funneling job is going to have to be finished off by this Archer Queen. Still, he's got a beautiful entry point and early to pop that Eternal Tome, protecting these Electro Dragons from the Eagle artillery as well as that single target Inferno trying to rain down fire against them. It's going to wear off, and I don't know if they're going to be able to take down this Inferno in time. No, he just loses an Electro Dragon to that single target Inferno. A big drop for Teeper early on. Freezes the Monolith and the Town Hall, but he's only got one Electro and one Baby Dragon up on the top side. That is going to be a tough target for them to have to take down with just the freezes to support them, Maxi.
Oh yes, but the Electro Dragon under Rage can do incredible damage, and it just did. Now, unfortunately, it flies out of the Rage spell, but the King comes in clutch with the Spiky Ball, delivering damage across the whole map, and with just a couple of buildings still alive, he uses the Royal Champion ability. She's flying through the base with this Haste Vial, and I think he'll be done in just a second.
That was brilliant. Did you notice that he dropped the freeze spells on the Ice Golem to prevent the troops from targeting them so that they could finish off the buildings without getting that icy slowdown effect? Teeper really min-maxed the time on that one and ensured that his troops made it to the end with little delay. That was a brilliant hit by him. I really like that attack, Maxi.
200 IQ moves from Tempa there. Unfortunately, HTM Brazil also did some 200 IQ moves there on the defensive side. The Queen on the 9 o'clock corner ran into many traps there. She even had the Frosty on her and the healers, but was not able to survive. Which was because of the combination of traps. There were 2 skeleton traps early on, which left her in the damage of the Ricochet cannon, which at the same time took out the Frosty. And then after that, she ran in the direction of the scatter shot, being pulled by the tornado trap and by the hurt by the damage of a giant bomb, and she just could not survive that, or at least she didn't have the value that Tempa wanted. So we really saw high skill offense, high skill defense in combination, but of course in this meta this is not enough to stop an attack from 3-starring. I think 1 minute and 17 is okay for Tempa, but he sure would have wished for something a little faster to put a little more pressure on their opponents.
Yeah, perfect read there, Maxi. It's going to be above average time. So Millicene's average time is going to creep up to 1 minute and 15 seconds. Still just right about that same spot that HTM Esports are at. And this is a completely wide open war. But you mentioned earlier that HTM Esports have saved their quickest attackers for the later stage of this war. If they are sensing that it really is going to be coming down to time, they are going to be configuring their attacks right now to try to have the fastest army compositions that can just rip apart these bases in 65, 70 seconds. Not too tall of an order to expect Bernal to be able to pull that off. And with Celino attacking next, he'll have even more information about how tight the time is going to be in this match against Millicene.
Oh yeah, this is going to be amazing. Celino, usually a clutch attacker for HTM Brazil, but this time around he is more in the center of things. I think you also need a very calm and composed attacker at this exact position, because most of the time you're not in a decisive role. You just have to keep the pace going, and that's exactly a skill that Selinho does have in his person, and he is bringing dragons once more. He's been successful with them before and hopes to do that again just now. And a base in a diamond shape, and we can see a huge dead zone in the north side around this core. However, because all of the defenses are so close to each other in the core, that leaves the base with a lot of value for an overgrowth spell, and I'm pretty sure that that is where Selinho is going to use it later on.
I also noticed that Seleno's Barbarian King has got the Mighty Yak and the Barbarian Puppet. Two off-meta selections here. We very much more often see the Phoenix and the Giant Gauntlet. So seeing Seleno take those interesting choices must mean that he has got a particular idea about how he wants to use this king, not worried about splash damage taking down those little barbarians, and also focusing instead on a very tanky based offense in this bottom corner to support this Royal Champion.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that he waited so long to deploy the siege barracks on the right side. I feel like it was maybe even a little bit too late. If you wanted to get the fastest attack time possible. But at this time I think he's worrying more about the core of the base, because there's still a town hall there. But luckily, okay, Royal Champion goes there. The King's Spiky Ball does only hit a couple of defenses in the core of the base. But yeah, I think he's looking golden now. I revoke what I just said, that it is close.
Well, it's going to be a 3-star, but this is certainly a slow 3-star. This actually is going to be the slowest attack that we've seen so far this war, and that was not what HTM Brazil were hoping for in the last round of this blast. Look, we even have a slowdown effect from the tornado trap, costing him a few more seconds. And we now see the momentum still carrying forward Milliceme MG into the lead. A beautiful defense there has denied the cool hand of Seleno from being able to get the time that he was looking for in that hit against Max. Milliceme MG have once again held on with an impressive defense and seem to be the team that so many opponents are now just struggling to beat on a time-based tiebreaker. Stamina Esports did it, but it was a really tough, close match, and that's shaping up once again to be the storyline for this mid-war, Maxi.
Oh yeah. But what's interesting though is that HTM Brazil, they have almost the exact same times from the same attackers as they had in their previous war against Tribe Gaming, like almost to the second. And it was Achilles finishing, starting off fast. Then it was Selinho with the exact same time as just now, and who was it? Leo as well with a little bit slower attack. But we know that in the end this war was decided by Bernal and Pato having those sub 1 minute attacks. But it is something that is really tough to ask from a player to do that consistently. So I wonder if that might be too much pressure for them. And we also talked about it. The faster you go with your attacks, the more prone those attacks are to risk to something not going according to plan and then falling short with the entire strike. And what you definitely want to avoid here is getting a 2-star. So interesting attacks ahead for us.
Nachoa and Kingsman in their previous war had an average attack time of 1 minute and 19 seconds. So if we do see that standard held through, we would expect there to be a 40-second swing in HTM Esports' favor if they once again can get 2 sub 1 minute attacks. But that's just such a risky thing to ask of these two players at the end of this war in such a tight match to go so hard and fast. Going back to Nachoa now, Milliceme MG is going to drop a siege barracks over on the right side as they start to set up the funnel over on this left. Wow, interesting shot from that giant arrow. The Archer Queen takes out every exterior building except for a few of those defenses. The cannons and the mortar are going to stand up, but she's going to get some fantastic value taking out this scatter shot, slowed down a bit by these skeletons, but this is not going to be any damage on her healers. She should still be very healthy, Maxi.
Yeah, but what's interesting is he used Barbarians early on the 9 o'clock side to look for spring traps that otherwise would spring away those Barbarians, and for skeleton traps as well. So it actually was his plan to lure them over to the Queen so that they could patiently take them out on the outside of the base. And so far this is looking incredibly well set up with the Royal Champion there. Like, there are troops everywhere around this base, and I don't see this taking any more than 10 seconds. Now Hawk Puppet is used. He's freezing the last building, which is going to be the scatter shot. 1 minute and 5 seconds, lightning fast.
Brilliant job to Milliceme in a spot where they were already ahead. We are going to now see the quickest attack. Congratulations, Nachoa, in keeping this late war tense and exciting. That was not the slowdown that we thought might have happened from Milliceme at this point, and they are recognizing that it is going to be a very, very difficult run for HT and Brazil to come over the top at this point and to beat them on time. That was the quickest attack we have seen so far this war, even surpassing Achilles with the 1 minute and 6 seconds to his name. Nachoa is so far the MVP and giving Milliceme a very confident lead. Now 7 seconds average across the 4 attacks that Milliceme has performed. 3 attacks from HTM Esports, still at an average of 1 minute and 20 seconds. Pato and Bernal really do need to show us those sub 1 minute hits coming up next, Maxi.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to do. In total, we have a 15-second lead from them before this hit. So if they are any second faster or slower than that, that will add to or be subtracted from the 15 seconds that they were ahead before that. So it is very, very close still. But, you know, 65 seconds really just leave a little bit of room to clip some seconds off this advantage for HTM Brazil. So Pato is in a really tricky position right now.
I mean, this is hardly any good position at all for HTM Brazil. If you're right about that 15-second advantage that Milliceme MG had, then with a 65-second attack, HTM Esports would need a 50-second attack just to be tied against Milliceme MG. And then they'd have to basically put up a world record hit in order to move ahead in time. Against Milliceme, I don't think that that's going to be possible this late in the war. Pato has got an extraordinary task ahead of him, but so does Bernal. I think that they need 2 lightning fast strikes just to have a hope. Milliceme MG really are pushing far and ahead as the favorites to win this war now, Maxi.
Yep, they are. Not sure was the one that did this with this attack. Before, I would say they were like average attacks. Maybe the 70 seconds from Max, they were a little bit on the faster side, but the rest really left some room for HTM Brazil to get in front, but they didn't take that chance yet. And Nachoa now, as we said, he just crushed every expectation you could have with this 65-second strike. But yeah, now the 2 fastest attacker from HTM Brazil come in. Pato first with the Dragons once more, and we saw him with this exact same strategy pulling off a 57-second attack before. Let's see if he can do it again.
Tough start here for Pato as he needs to get a perfect shot. Fires off the giant arrow through the core of the base. I'm not entirely sure if he got exactly what he's looking for, but he did get some nice click damage on that Eagle Artillery. Going to be able to take that down nice and early and avoid the damage on these Dragons. A bit of an awkward pop on that Eternal Tome, missing several of the Dragons as one's going to now fly right into the core of the base, taking a lot of damage and getting pushed back by the Air Sweeper. Pato is really pedal to the metal, but I don't know if he's going to spin out of control. Why are these Dragons still so far outside the base, Maxi?
Yeah, he was really early there with the vulnerability right there, and unfortunately the Queen found a Tesla from a couple of skeleton traps as well, and all of the Dragons went into the same direction, and this is looking
1 star.
Bad, so bad, unfortunately. He still got 2 spells, yes, but look at this. Ice Golems are pulled, the Poison Spell Tower is triggered, and now he would need the Royal Champion to take out the Town Hall, but she's getting spun around by the Tornado Trap, and I don't see this 2-starring at least even.
Oh, hold on. Okay, the Royal Champion did survive. She's thrown away at the Town Hall, goes down. The enemy headhunter in the CC denying her. There are now ice golems up and around every edge. It's all down to whether or not this Archer Queen can make it into the center and to try to finish off the Town Hall for at least a 2-star. I don't know. It's gonna be really, really close. There's a builder hut repairing the Town Hall. Archer Queen gets the lock. She's firing away. Healers are helping her out. They're getting pushed back by the air sweeper, but she does have enough damage to take the Town Hall down. Moving in against the rest of these defenses, though, she is just getting obliterated by that Grand Warden statue and is finished off. Pato has burned out on entry. This rocket ship has not survived the journey. And Pato's 2-star 91% gives as much of a lead as Millicene could possibly hope for at this point.
Oh yes, this is something you can only dream of at this stage of competition. Now, all Kingsman needs to do is 3-star. Somehow, the time doesn't matter. In fact, he doesn't even need to 3-star. He just has to get more than 2 stars and 91%. So any 2-star above that will secure their ticket into the grand finals, where Stamina Esports is already waiting. And we remember that MMG have fought against them in the upper bracket before, where they unfortunately lost. So it would be the rematch in the final, but we cannot call it too early. Still, Kingsman has to get the job done. And Woody, I'm wondering if he will now switch to his comfort zone strategy, to the Druids in combination with the Super Witches again.
It's a really difficult call with so little time. You know, if he was already confident with the first attack that he had planned, he might be able to swap out at this point. But he just got the news at the same time that we did that that attack from HTM Brazil was a fail. And so he may just feel more confident proceeding with the attack strategy that he had already planned and already worked through. It still might also be possible that he can make some adjustments that reduce the volatility and the likelihood of something blowing up in his face, knowing, as you said, though, that he only needs a 2-star 92% in order to win this war. If there's any chance at all that he can make adjustments right now, he is just, you know, I'm sure maybe a little bit flustered, but maybe instead just focusing on the plan that he already had to begin with and only making minor adjustments at this point. He doesn't have that flexibility, I think, to make huge changes. And never mind, he is going to bring in the Super Witches. He's like, I got this in the bag.
Oh yeah, it seems like it. And look at this, he's in the same spot as he was yesterday, out sitting outside. He probably has his bag packed already to go to the beach once more. But first of all, we have to concentrate on the fireball, which he executes perfectly, taking out everything around that around those defenses. And the Warden is even able to take out the multi-archer tower on the outside because he was supported by the healing of 2 of those druids. And we will witness once more, just like yesterday, that a Kingsman will sprinkle in those druids one after the other, or 2 at a time, I think, to make sure that he will have healing power of them throughout almost the entirety of this attack, because we know that their healing runs out after a certain amount of time.
It will indeed. That little blue bar that you see right above their heads shows how much time they have left to remain as healing druids before they switch to the tank druid form. Single target Inferno is heating up a peck up on the top left side. Not great news for Kingsman, but he does have some great support for this Archer Queen in the form of Frosty, soaking some shots from that single target Inferno, and some super minions right behind to give some more long range damage. Does catch a skeleton trap there, and that is going to be bad news for that Queen. Requires a freeze to shut down that Inferno tower and the enemy Archer Queen. But what great synergy backing up that attack with the Royal Champion. She still has her ability yet to pop and is really going to go flying as she pops that haste. No, maybe doesn't have a haste vial. All right, hold on, hasn't popped it yet. That was the Spirit Fox. There we go. The speed we are looking for is tearing through this space. First and second star are claimed, and as soon as he passes 91%, it will be a win for Millicene, Maxi.
Yeah, and it's just a question of time. There are troops all around the base, and I am sure that this is going to be a 3-star. Tryhard already stretching a little bit, because he knows the job is done, at least for this match, because the captain has delivered. He's done it once again, Kingsman, with the 3-star, and he secures their ticket into our grand finals.
It will be a revenge match for Millicene MG and Stamina Esports. But what a tough defeat for HTM Esports to have fallen twice to the same foe. They now know that Millicene can defeat a reigning world champion in back-to-back matches. Huge, demoralizing loss for HTM Esports, as it seems that the opportunity for this French team to win may be now on the horizon.
Oh yeah, it sure looks like it. I mean, the same destiny, it's the same destiny that Tribe Gaming had exactly against HTM Brazil. They lost twice against them, being eliminated from the competition, and now the same fate comes to HTM Brazil. MMG, their defenses are just so impressive. I mean, I said it before, in their last war, 2 of HTM Brazil's players only got 2 stars against their bases, and now once more they defended one of their players in the person of Pato. So I don't know what their base builders are doing, but they're doing something right, and all of the other teams definitely should take notes on their bases and their trap placements.
Yeah, rare enough to see such a close war, but even more rare to peel a star off of it, a stellar attacker like Celino. It is really difficult to get those bases set up, but they have managed to do it somehow. We're going to get a walk-off performance now from Bernal, who knows that there's nothing he can do to get the win over HTM Esports, but will still nonetheless try for the quickest 3-star that he can to keep his head held high and to show that he's done everything he can. It's going to be Dragons from the bottom left side, firing a giant arrow through the base, and man, is he going fast, Maxi.
Oh yes, he's dropping everything within a couple of seconds, and for me it's looking really strong as well. Early overgrowth spell there. This time around the Dragons are splitting nicely, and they're going to be taking out everything that is reachable in the core of the base. At the same time, King and Queen are working together, Siege Barrack as well. King is about to take out the Ricochet Cannon, and the Multi-Inferno still has the Spiky Ball in the back that can then damage a couple of defenses in the core of the base. He does not have any Earthquake spells, but he can still do incredible damage.
All right, we're going to see the collapse now as the Dragons are moving back into the center, finding that enemy Barbarian King, pulling them in. It's going to be freeze spells to try to shut down that monolith in the town hall, but it is a lot of damage being dished out. He loses the Grand Warden. Dragons make it to the center with a spiky ball bouncing in. It looks like it's going to be enough damage to take the town hall down. Super minions for backup damage, and it is complete. A 3-star achieved by Bernal at about the 1 minute and 15 mark. Slower and perhaps demoralized from that miss of a star earlier. HTM Brazil have now been eliminated from the lower bracket and will score the 3rd place position, earning $6,000 for their showing in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, great stuff. They're finishing with a 76-second 3-star there. Yeah, this miss from Pato was so unfortunate for them, but we said it, Nachoa was so fast that they needed to take the risk, and I'm pretty sure that Pato, even though he knew that there was a risk of his troops pathing the wrong way or the Dragons splitting up in the weird way that they did, but he took it because that was the only chance for his team to come back from the disadvantage they had on time, and that is exactly what you can push your opponents to if you get quick attacks in yourself. So great job on that by Millicene MG. It looks slow there with 1 minute 25 on average on the final war result you can see at the bottom of the screen, but of course that is due to the safe attack from Kingsman in the end. There was a little bit over a minute. Other than that, I think they were around 1 minute 10 seconds, so exactly where you need to be at this level of competition.
Yeah, brilliant job there from Kingsman, recognizing that at the end he was able to swap out to a slower army composition. I'm really impressed that he actually did so, because he had very little time to make that adjustment. It seems like he might have had 2 or maybe even 3 plans, depending upon what position they found themselves in. If they're far ahead on time or ahead on a star, they can go a slower pace. If they wind up having to have a quicker attack, he probably would have been able to bring something different. But at the end of the day, Millicene MG will be victorious over HTM Brazil. That is the result that this French team had so long hoped for and been certain that they could pull off. Let's take a look at the bracket now as we get to see the last two teams standing in this season. The finals is set. It is Stamina Esports moving on from the top bracket undefeated that will rematch Millesime MG, who were just victorious yet again against the reigning world champions HTM Esports. This certainly does seem incontrovertibly the best two teams in the bracket that will be facing off against each other. You know, I'm really happy for Tribe Gaming. This might be the best result that they could have hoped for in earning their silver ticket, but it's got to have them quite worried that there were three teams ahead of them, Millesime, HTM Esports, and Stamina Esports, that were able to best them time and again. So Tribe with the last chance qualifier ticket can definitely be happy about earning that, but they've got a lot of work yet ahead of them, as does HTM Esports. The reigning world champions have now been eliminated, and it seems like we have a new storyline shaping up for our world finals in a few months. Is it going to be Stamina Esports reigning victorious in the Snapdragon Pro Series, or can Millesime MG come from behind and reverse sweep this final bracket, Maxi?
Oh yeah, I mean, you talked about Tribe Gaming there, and one team they definitely need to overcome in the next month is going to be HTM Esports, because they will be meeting again in the last chance qualifier for the World Championship. There are 6 teams there and just one golden ticket on the line. STMN and Millesime MG, they don't have to worry about that. Our grand finals today are golden. Both of these teams have already qualified for the World Championship, but that's not enough for them. Their ambition is limitless. They want to be the champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series as well. So let's get ready for the final and see you guys in a couple of minutes when the big showdown starts in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And we are back for the grand finals of the 5th season of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Stamina Esports and Millicene MG in the last 2 spots. My name's Woody, and it's going to be a pleasure to cast this alongside a good friend of mine. Clash Bashing is back in the action. Bash, how are you feeling right now?
Hi, I'm Bash. I'm feeling great, Woody. I'm ready. I'm excited for our grand final, a rematch of our upper bracket final where STMN pulled off the come from behind victory and MMG just wasn't able to make the comeback. The last matchup was pretty interesting. It seems like HCM Brazil just struggles on these MMG bases. However, we haven't seen that from Stamina. So as Fluxy said earlier, STMN's going to look to get this one and done. However, if MMG wants to win our tournament and $20,000, they need to win twice, forcing that bracket reset.
All right, you are Bash. All the tickets for this season have been awarded. There is now just money to play for. It's a $10,000 match as 20K goes to first place and 10K is going to go to second place. This is going to be a big uphill battle for Millicene MG, but they have shown time and again that they do not miss on these really hard wars. They've defeated HTM Esports twice in a row and only barely fell behind Stamina Esports in their previous round. So could a reverse sweep happen? I think it is certainly a lot more likely than in most finals matches that we see. Still, Stamina have got to be the favorites to take this series overall. They might even be the favorites in this first matchup, but is it another one of these 51%, 49% cases? I think so. Millicene have got to keep their heads on straight and to hope that even in this disadvantaged spot, they can still try to hold on. Let's see the rosters now, Bash.
Oh, before we do, are you saying 51% STMN this time?
Oh, you know, I think I still might lean toward Millicene MG. I think overall the series is going to go to STMN, but I wouldn't really be surprised if we saw a bracket reset.
All right, well, let's hop into the rosters. Fluxy, Ninja, Darkstar, Synthe, and Hawk from STMN Esports. They are undefeated so far here in our finals this weekend. They've had a pretty impressive run, and they can do some really fun things. They have some really creative attackers on their roster, but players like Synthe, world-renowned to do some of the most fun attacks you've ever seen. Darkstar bringing out the fireball, rocket balloon attacks, and just some really consistent players all throughout this lineup. And that's why they're here in our grand final, undefeated so far.
Right, you are. An extraordinary lineup of 5 stellar players on both sides. The other side has got Millicene MG's Kingsman, Max, Nachoa, Try Hard, and Timber. No weak link in this chain of 3-star studded players. But I gotta say, I think Max, even though he's not repping the jersey, is known for being the quickest out of this lineup.
Yeah, thus far this weekend, he has been quickest. He's a more recent addition. If you saw Hawk there over on STMN, kind of traded places. It wasn't that easy, but that's essentially what ended up happening. A little bit of roster adds and changes, and we always see that happen throughout the Clash Clans esports season. But the bigger story here is these are 2 worlds qualified teams. Both of these 2 teams do own a golden ticket, which means we will see them on the big stage when our world championships roll around a little bit later this year. So a little bit of a world's preview here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but we're going to crown our season 5 champion in one war or 2. Ninja's up first. Let's see what he's got. Root Riders starting us off, Woody.
Stamina Esports won from this position in their previous war, attacking first. So even though it's considered to be a disadvantage, it doesn't seem to be causing much of a problem at all for them. Ninja sending in the Root Riders with the Grand Warden along that bottom right side. They're going to path over toward the right side corner as this Barbarian King gets a little bit more funneling work done. He's brought that standard giant gauntlet to the fore and is chopping through those enemy CC troops. He is going to get gummed up a little bit on that ice golem duo, but good thing for him, there was a poison spell to help him out.
off to a really nice start. I like the way this one's going so far. That Rage Tower does go off, and it is ramping up the damage there in the middle with the multi-target Infernos, the multi-target Archer Towers. So that is one thing that he has to mitigate really quickly, and he's doing just that with the Royal Champion's ability, using that haste spell, which does increase her attack speed. Also, the Hog Puppet to spawn some hogs to help her along her journey, and everything is going well as we get to the 1 minute mark here. Overgrowth is going to wear off. He does have one free spell for this final little section, but he's got to close it down. There's actually quite a few defenses. This might be closer to 115, 120.
Wow, Ninja's doing great. It is still up in the air how quick he's going to be able to finish this off. The Root Riders are still far and away on the outside, working on those defensive structures. They are not going to be on point to clean up as quick as Ninja may have hoped. It's going to be a 1 minute and 26 second hit. A bit slow for STMN to start with. For context, in the previous war between STMN and Millicene, Stamina's slowest strike was 1 minute and 21 seconds by Fluxy. So this is certainly a slow beginning for Stamina to have to start off with.
And Ninja on his own, that was slower by his own standards. He was 1 minute 13 seconds in their last war against MMG in the upper bracket finals. So not the best start that they wanted there, but remember, all it took was one mistake from MMG and they were able to capitalize. Now, I think with them starting with a slow time of 126, I think that kind of leads them a little bit more prone where they're going to have to force the issue. Maybe we do see a fireball attack from Darkstar where we didn't see that in the last war. I think you kind of have to make that adjustment right now and notice that you're probably going to be behind in this war. Where can we make up that time?
Well, they might make it up in this next attack. Tryhard was the slowest attacker from Millicene MG in the past two wars, with a 1 minute and 20 second time previously, and then a 1 minute and 29 second before it. He was technically faster than Kingsman, but Kingsman knew that they had a star advantage at that point, so I'm kind of discounting that attack. But anyways, if Tryhard comes in with anything close to that 85 second mark that we'd seen from him before, this could still be a really competitive war to start things off. Despite Ninja's slow start, we could still see a very tight time score between the two of them. Or maybe they found the perfect base for Tryhard's armies and have an easier time scoring a quicker attack. It'll be really interesting to see what they've equipped Tryhard with in this first strike. He often doesn't come out of the gate extremely strong. He'll, instead have tough bases that maybe the other players from Millicene didn't know exactly what they could do with. They just pass it off to Tryhard. But the very first attack, having such a big question mark on it, still leaves this war very much yet to call, Bash.
And honestly, that could be the case here. They could realize that Tryhard's been struggling a little bit this weekend and say, hey, Tryhard, go first, get your attack out of the way. That way we kind of know if we need to make up time. We also get one of those bases we don't love. And that's often the case. Remember, you don't get as much time to plan that first attack, and just having him go and get his attack done and then giving those other guys, some of those quicker players, some time to come up with those plans, those creative plans if they need it. I think that's a smart move and a great roster adjustment here as far as the attacking order for MMG. And that's part of it. You have to make those plans. You have to be able to adapt. But let's go ahead and let's see what Tryhard brings to the table. We got Root Riders with the Valkyries. Spiky Ball there on the King. Does have 13 of the Super Barbarians. Giant Arrow will go in also. I was looking to see, we do also have 3 Earthquakes in there. That Earthquake trick with the King is really, really nice. Weakens up some of those defenses. Spiky Ball will come in and shut down some of those defenses. So keep an eye on that a little bit later in the attack. Giant Arrow is in, and everything else should be in to follow.
Yeah, that is a massive giant arrow cutting along the bottom side of the space and making it a very easy funnel for Tryhard. He's going to shut down that bottom section with these heroes, Barbarian King and the Royal Champion, working away at it. Teslas are popping up though, and that could present a little bit of awkward positioning for these Root Riders. It might even have made that jump spell a little bit dicey for that King. He does indeed go for the center after all, but it was very close for him wandering out to the left lane. So great heads up play by Tryhard there, keeping his troops on path to victory.
One thing I just noticed though, the overgrowth came in kind of late, about 2 minutes 24 seconds, so it's going to be over 1 minute remaining, or 1 minute elapsed in the attack before that even wears off. About 1 minute 4 seconds that'll wear off, so this is already going to be, no matter what, a slower attack just based on when that overgrowth went in. World Champion does go to her ability here, popping out those hogs to help clean everything up, but now it's just going to be a waiting game here on this overgrowth to get these final few buildings. Overgrowth does wear off, and we're closing in on that 1 minute 10 second mark, so I feel like STM men are actually going to be in a decent spot here with the 1 minute 13 14. Oh wait, the clan castle's there. 16 17. 1 minute 17 second attack. So honestly, they actually didn't lose too much time. They're only a 9-second difference.
Yeah, interesting spot there for Kingsman to be in. Didn't get exactly the quickest attack ever, but that was his fastest attack so far today. And with a tough opening, has paired the Angry Jelly with the King even to target those defenses. I think he was well rewarded for that tech choice. Also, it looks like he brought a Super Hog Rider in that siege barracks to come help out at the end. Might have gotten caught up in the tornado trap, and the skeletons were going to slow him down. But that was an admirable beginning for Kingsman, and I think outpaced his previous performances. If there was any question about whether the opening is going to favor stamina or Millicene, I think we now definitely can say that Millicene have a tiny advantage out of the first couple of rounds of attacks. Even if it's just on time, they now know that their slowest attacker has put up a solid performance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a really solid attack. The Angry Jelly there on the King was able to allow that spiky barrel to go to the middle with those triple earthquake. But an interesting move here also, Synthé going second. We've seen him going third a lot throughout for STMN. Usually Dark Stars here in this 2 spot. So maybe Synthé found a base that he really likes, really has a nice fun plan with. We saw him do a great fireball last time. However, it wasn't the fastest fireball. Synthé's time was 1 minute 12 seconds after a beautiful opening. He just kind of ran out of steam there. So let's see if Synthé comes to the table with something fun like the fireball rocket loons, or if he goes with a more traditional attack. Maybe there wasn't a base he liked, so he went with this 2 spot, something a little bit more safe, I guess. We'll see.
Yeah, it's a little bit unusual to see a fireball rocket loon attack kind of land at a pretty average minute and 20 or so. Typically, they either get extremely fast sub 1 minute attacks, or they wither away and fail to get the triple entirely. Synthé actually managed to pull off kind of the most impressive of the bunch by just having an atypical attack style land still a typical timing on the triple. But that shows the difficulty in these bases. Even when you think you've got a really clever way of approaching an enemy's base, there may still be traps that trigger in the wrong direction that redirect your forces in a way that you hadn't anticipated, and being able to adjust on the fly is extremely important. Let's go ahead and hop in. Synthé's attack is now beginning, and it is going to be rocket loons. 8
invisibility spells, Bash.
Can you believe the chutzpah on Synthé being able to bring so much to bear in this next attack?
Well, I have no idea what that means, but I'm excited for Woody. I want to see where he's going. I feel like he's going for that center compartment. That's got to be the only choice here. He does go ahead and wake in there. Here comes all the invises. Warden fireball. Boom! Nice explosion. However, the battle builders do heal up that clan castle and the eagle, so he doesn't get them down. Feels like the giant arrow might be a miss there. Ooh, this almost feels like his last attack. It almost feels like he missed some of the targets. Now the ice cones are going to be out, and it's going to be a pain for him to deal with those.
I am really worried about that CC and the Eagle healing back up. Those were 2 extraordinarily crucial targets to be able to take down early. And Synthé is going to be sticking with the plan that he had. There's not a whole lot of adaptation that he can really do at this point to try to modify that. He does hold on to free spells, and so he can try to target that and just focus fire on that core. He's going to get the town hall down, not worried about the 2 stars. But what is the timing going to be like on this triple? Can those hogs come in and seal the deal, close out a still good timed victory? Looks like minions, if they dodge any air bombs, they'll be fine. One does go off, but the next pack of minions is still safe. They're going to take down the core, and once again, it's not the lightning fast 60-second rocket loon hit that we may have hoped for. Instead, it's going to be once again a 3-star, but around that 80-second mark. Synthé delivers the goods, but it's just coming up higher on time than he really could have hoped for. You got to ask, are these rocket loon attacks worth the risk if you're still going to come in with an attack north of 80 seconds, Bash?
The issue here for Synthé on both of his rocket balloon attacks is just these missed targets. I think it was a miscalculation that the battle builders would go over there. I think it was those 2 battle builders closer to the town hall. I think he needed to get a quake on those so that they would have healed their own huts. Instead, they go to the clan castle, they go to the eagle, and that's why those 2 defenses, the defense and the clan castle, didn't go down. And not having the clan castle down and the eagle down when you invest so many spells to it, it's just such a massive blow. And that's why we see these times just a little bit slower. If he gets those down, he flies right on through there. He doesn't have to deal with the ice golems. He doesn't have to worry about that eagle. The king's spiky ball gets a lot more damage, helps out with the town hall. But again, he misses his targets on the, well, I guess the last time it was the giant arrow from the queen, this time the fireball for the warden, and things just not working out for Synthé. 125 is for a fireball attack, that is relatively slow. I mean, generally, just in our meta in general, pretty slow attack.
And yet it was still quicker than Ninja's attack. Stamina Esports falling behind on time, and this is an opportunity now for Millicene to blast out the first 2 with a time lead on both of them. That would be a really impressive beginning for this French squad. You know, we saw a really interesting follow-up from Cynthia there, and I'm glad that he brings equipment like the spiky ball maxed out to be able to help with the cleanup later on. It's pretty much just a straight Pareto improvement on the Royal Champion's bouncing shield. That sinking shield can get a lot of work done, but with the release of the hog puppet and the haste file, we've seen those 2 used a lot more often. So spiky ball being used for cleanup at the last moment there is definitely a heads up play and makes that attack style a lot more viable. But Nacho is going to be next. He's a player who, you know, I was throwing a little bit of shade at earlier. I was saying he wasn't the quickest on this Millicene MG team, and he said, you know what, I think I heard that, Woody. I think I'm going to give you a 1-minute-and-5-second attack just to show you that I can do speed too. Lightning McQueen is going to be making his way back into the fray with a pop of an early giant arrow along the top side of the base. Interestingly, once again, not firing off that giant arrow against the interior of the base, but just doing it for like a little bit of exterior building shaping to support the funneling for this later stage of this hit.
Well, yeah, the main thing there is you want the queen to go the right direction, and so that's why we always see those, not necessarily always, but a lot of times we're seeing those giant arrows early going on the exterior just to take out some of those buildings, those resource buildings on the outside of the building. Now the queen's able to just work her way to the inside and meet up with the root riders as they make their way in. Root riders are getting caught up just a little bit here on all these defenses, and that rage tower is going to go off and just amp up the damage. Let's see if the overgrowth comes on. Elects not to overgrowth that area, instead uses the warden ability and then uses the overgrowth on the town hall.
Nacho also used a Valkyrie to protect that Archer Queen, moving in against a single target Inferno, and was able to trigger the Tornado Trap. More good news for these Root Riders that are going to need a lot of support coming in on the backside. Still a single target Inferno firing away at them is going to get a Hog Rider army to hammer it away. Nacho now at the 1-minute-and-15-second mark has got a lot more work left to do as he's just waiting for the overgrowth to wither away. Spiky Ball's going to bounce around inside this base and get a lot of work done, but Nacho has not delivered the quick hit that we had hoped for. 1-minute-and-24 seconds is still going to be ahead on time relative to Stamina Esports' performance, but this is not just, you know, maybe 10 seconds overall that they're ahead. It seems like Millicene could be a lot more far ahead at this point. And yet maybe I'm being too harsh on them. They're winning on time. They're doing fine on their attacks. They're responding in kind to each of Stamina Esports, blows. I guess that this is just the high level, thought that's gone into the pacing for a match like this, where they don't need to. I mean, if you win by 1 second, that's the same thing as winning by 50 seconds. So why take any extra risk? Seems to be the approach that Millicene has brought here, Bash.
You and I were talking about this earlier, where it's a kind of a failure to capitalize on mistakes from your opponent, and I kind of agree with you. I mean, it's only a 10-second advantage, and when your opponent puts up a 126, a 125, and you're only up by 10 seconds after everything we've seen this weekend, I think that's a failure to capitalize on that advantage. Now, we'll have to see how the rest of the war plays out. It might not even affect them at all, but with this STMN team, we still have some really amazing attackers. We haven't seen Darkstar go yet. He's known for going really fast. We know Fluxy can put up some fast times. We know this roster's good. I mean, Hawk can do some really great things. You can't really let them just linger around. You have to put them away early when the opportunity presents itself. The opportunity presented itself, and they really didn't capitalize, in my opinion.
Yep. Stamina Esports stumbling out of the gate with slow strikes, but Millicene MG not really able to
end them as early as they may have hoped. Darkstar to attack next now has the opportunity in this mid-war to completely turn the tide with a quick attack of his own. He could at least tie this score up on time. I really want to see a 70-second attack from Darkstar to be able to make that sort of big play right now to get Stamina Esports back in this race.
Look at my notes from the last war. He was at 1:16. So if I remember right, he used Root Riders, though. He didn't use anything tricky or anything. He kind of went with just a traditional Root Rider comp, but I think we may see him use a Fireball army here. But I almost wonder if MMG are kind of baiting those Fireball entries. We know that STMN has two really competent Fireball players in Darkstar and Synthé, so I almost wonder if they're baiting it. And here it is. We get a Fireball, 5 invisibilities. We do have an Overgrowth. There goes the Quake. Here comes the invisibilities. Warden is going to go in, and Fireball lands in there. It looks like it got all the targets. Clan Castle's down, Monolith is down. That's a beautiful opener. Giant arrow shoots right across the base, and Darkstar is off to an amazing start.
Yeah, that is a massive entry point. I'm not quite sure why the balloon pivoted off of the cannon to go attack that builder side. Maybe the invisibility was still there or something.
I think when it was deployed, yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so Darkstar now recognizes that he only has to collapse into the interior now. Using Rocket Loons to take down those air defenses is a really good heads-up play. Knows that those are going to be the biggest problem for the Rocket Loons or the minions later on in this raid. He also does still have a scatter shot over on the right side before he gets into the core, but he's doing a lot of work with his heroes. Hog Rider Puppet is going to get popped out as well. Yeah, and the King Spiky Ball is just going to obliterate.
King Spiky Ball with the Earthquake combination here should shut this core down, and it does. It's 2 minutes. What's left? Oh, there's a sweeper. Queen knocks it out. That's a fast attack for Darkstar. Exactly what he needed. Was that 1 minute 1 minute 2 seconds there for Darkstar? Perfect attack and the perfect opportunity for STMN to close that 10-second gap.
In what seemed like an opportunity for Millicene MG to steal the match before it even began, Stamina Esports have held their head above water, and with a smashing performance, Darkstar has gone supernova and exploded this match back into a competitive race once again. A 61-second hit was far and above the standard I was expecting of him, 70 seconds. And instead, we now have a 62-second confirmed from Stamina Esports that brings their average time down to 1:17, Bash.
That could have been even faster. That air sweeper just kind of held on there, and no one really saw it there till the end. But luckily, the Queen hit it before getting distracted with anything else. So now, if you're MMG and you're Max, you have to go quick here. But Max has been one of the faster players for this MMG squad, so I feel like this is the great counter position in the 3 spot. You counter Darkstar with Max. Maybe they're anticipating Synthé here, but you counter one of their faster players with a fast player of your own. And if Max can stay anywhere near that 62-second mark, they're in a really good position in this war. However, if Max does fail a little bit, and by fail I mean 75 seconds, this is what STMN looks for. They look for that little opening, and then they just take advantage and just extend that lead if they're able to get it back.
And yet 75 seconds would still keep this an extraordinarily close match that would reduce Millicene MG's average attack time. And I think you're right, even though on the scoreboard the average time from Stamina Esports has now dropped below that of Millicene MG, I certainly expect Max to be one of the linchpins in this lineup to be able to get a really quick attack to follow up next and to put the lead back into their column. Not going to be an easy task for him, but it is going to almost certainly be a very competitive race after this next hit, with potentially Millicene MG pulling back to take the lead with Max's next strike.
Max, a fan favorite, trying to prove his chops with his new squad, show them that he belongs on that world stage. And thus far this weekend, I think he has proved just that. One of the faster attackers, really consistent, really strong. I love the way Max breaks down a base, but now I think this is the biggest pressure spot he's faced yet as a member of MMG. Will he deliver when his team needs it most, or will he falter? That's what we're going to be looking at in this next attack. Me personally, I think he's going to handle this pressure just fine. I think he won't have any major issues, but we never know. Anything could go wrong on any given attack, Woody.
Well, he needs a 72-second hit in order to tie up the time. That would be slower than both of the attacks we've seen so far today, with Max scoring 1 minute and 10 seconds in their last war against HTM Esports, as well as 1 minute and 4 seconds in their previous matchup against Stamina. I'm really excited to see how this Root Rider Valkyrie composition can make the time happen, though, because this is not known for being one of the fastest attacks, and yet Max has got some brilliant funneling done so far and is not wasting any time on the deploy with the Siege Barracks over on the left side now.
One thing he did, I don't know if you saw it there, he teched in one bowler to bowler bounce and take out that mortar just to create the pathing that he wanted. That was a beautiful, beautiful play. We don't see that as much in the speed meta where you're just teching in one bowler for a bowler bounce, but that worked out really nicely. Now all the roots are able to work towards the middle of the base. Overgrowth is deployed on the Town Hall and the Monolith. The Poison Tower looks like it's still in there, so it will be deployed, but that's usually not an issue as he usually has spells in there. Spiky Ball gets tons of damage as it bounces around, and this is looking really, really fast. He will have to wait on that Overgrowth, but this base is getting shut down so far.
Valks are running out now from that Siege Barracks and wrapping around the top side of the base. They're going to have to engage the Town Hall now as that fire is starting to heat up. One more rage spell yet to commit, and it's got to be tops right now. Not as aggressive placement on that rage as I may have hoped for, and yet we are looking exactly at that 1 minute and 11 second mark. That is actually going to put Max ahead of Stamina Esports now. Their average time is going to be both of them at that 1:18, but overall I believe if the timing was right, that is a 1 second lead for Milliceme MG.
That's what I got, Woody. Also 1 second for MMG maintaining their lead. However, that closes 9 seconds. That essentially makes the mistake of Ninja. It kind of wipes that away. So we have pretty much, obviously we have an advantage for MMG, but in my opinion, we have pretty much a fresh ball game here going into the 4th and 5th attacks for these squads. 1 second is not too much of a lead that you can really lean on. You have to stay aggressive here. You still have to go as fast as possible. And with some of the fastest attackers yet remaining for both squads, this is going to be an interesting matchup to close out. Remember, if STMN win here, they are our champions. If MMG win, they have to win again. They have to take STMN down one more time as they did come up from the lower bracket. It's a tall task, but they are looking like they're handling the pressure pretty well. A couple more attacks and we'll find out.
Well, Fluxy and Hawk are going in next. In the last war that we got to see from them, their combined average time was 77.5 seconds. That would keep them right exactly at the average time that Stamina Esports has put up so far. I wouldn't even really call it a miss from Ninja. Ninja and Cynthia, both above that 80-second threshold, were a bit slower, but we saw the same from Nachoa, and it was really just Darkstar is the only player I'd say so far this war who has outperformed his own expectations. You know, Max at 1 minute and 11 seconds is actually the slowest attack that he's done so far today. Might be the quickest on the Milliceme lineup, but for a superstar quick player to only come away with just barely a 1 second advantage over Stamina now, I think that there is still very much an open question as to which squad is going to take the lead. Hawk has got to use this opportunity to seize the initiative, though, and that's an uncomfortable position for Stamina to be in. They don't know what they have to do except just go as fast as possible. Milliceme MG are going to be waiting in the wings, using every opportunity that they have now to shave additional seconds off of their attacks. Although if Hawk misses or gets a really slow 3-star, this could really quickly turn in Milliceme's favor.
However, you could look at it the opposite way. They attack first, and then MMG has all the pressure on them, knowing the expectation. So you can kind of look at two sides of the coin there and really take either perspective. And I guess we could have asked Fluxy earlier which they prefer, but we're into the war. It doesn't matter now. Hawk is coming in with the Root Riders. Giant arrows shooting right across his base, and this seems to be the most common setup here for the Root Rider attack. Look at that skeleton spell to distract that ricochet cannon. Also, I thought it was going to distract the Real Champion. It does end up distracting the Real Champion a little bit, but everything is in here, Woody. Hawk is making his way through. Look for the Overgrowth near that Town Hall really soon.
Frosty on the Archer Queen, jump spell for the Barbarian King, storming in this castle, shutting down the big defenses that could have caused problems with an Overgrowth spell, and using that Grand Warden's Eternal Tome nice and early to protect these Root Riders. This is still a very healthy army, just getting slowed down a bit by that Ice Golem popping once and then twice. Hawk is losing time out here with 45 seconds already committed. He's crashed into 70% of this base, but there's a lot left to wrap around, and it's an open question whether he's going to be able to beat that 77-second average that he's put together so far. Hawk needs to collapse as quickly as possible and finish off this right side corner, which is still pretty healthy. There's a lot of buildings over there, and although it's not going to present any challenge or deny the triple, he just has a lot of hit points left to peel off this base at the 80-second mark is what we're looking for Hawk to try to beat now.
Yeah, it is taking up. These attacks have been a little bit slower here, and we are going to cross right at that 80-second mark. It's going to be 81 seconds for him. 1 minute, 21 seconds. The pace of this war has been a lot slower than we've seen so far, and you see his face, a little bit of angst there as he knows he could have gone faster, but really it didn't seem like he was too far off there. Just felt like the Root Riders kind of got held up there with the Ice Golems, and everything just kind of slowed down there at the end. Maybe could have used a little bit more super barbs in that right hand corner. After all, that's their job, is to kind of collapse those corners. But man, 1 minute 21, MMG can really put this away. If Kingsman can get something like 70 seconds, even less than 70 seconds, it's really going to put a ton of pressure on Fluxy in the final position.
Yeah, this is a really difficult spot now for Stamina Esports, finding once again that they just cannot close out with the time that they need to move ahead. This is just another opportunity now for Milliceme MG. Even though they may have kind of squandered the first one, I don't expect them to do the same thing twice in a row. And Kingsman has the opportunity now to really put a ton of pressure onto Fluxy. Fluxy is great at handling pressure. I mean, you saw during that interview earlier, he was just the coolest, most ready, capable interviewee that we have had in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And yet, what is it going to be like when he's got all that pressure mounting up on him? He's the last attacker for this Stamina Esports lineup, and it's been a solid round of 3 stars ahead of him, but the time is just not giving him the space that he needs to excel. Kingsman could really pressure hard here, Bash.
Yeah, I agree completely. It's if Kingsman puts up a nice time here, Fluxy hasn't necessarily gone overly fast thus far this weekend. He has had some really above average attacks, but also he's had some below average as far as time goes attacks. So Fluxy's kind of just been right around that 80-second mark, give or take 5 seconds on either side. So if Kingsman's able to go 70 seconds here, it really puts Fluxy in that really awkward position. But ultimately, MMG are going to kind of control their fate. As long as Kingsman doesn't have a misstep here, they'll control their fate on the last attack. All they would have to do is match Fluxy's attack, or even go a little bit faster, and they could win the first war and force that bracket reset.
I want to expect to see Kingsman put up around a 75-second hit in this next one. He did 80 seconds in the war prior against HTM Esports, and before that, we also saw Kingsman putting up an 83-second attack. If he can just shave a few more seconds off of that, it would really be an extraordinarily good position for his last attacker, Teamper, to be in. Still, as it is, if Kingsman does an 82-second attack, that'd be closer to his past average. That would still be an exact tie between Stamina Esports and Milliceme MG. He's brought a heavy Valk army to back up only 4 Root Riders. That is going to be enough to smash through these walls, but it really does signal to me that he knows that the DPS needs to come in hard and fast. And with large compartments opening up with a jump spell to help out this king, this is going to be a relatively safe approach for Kingsman to get perhaps a sub 80-second hit in, Bash.
A pretty standard opening there with the king, giving him access to take advantage of that giant gauntlet. Remember, he deals splash damage when he's in that giant form, so a really good opening there. However, the Ice Golems are out, and they are freezing up the Root Riders. That's also allowing the RC to get a little bit out in front. The Royal Champion now taking some heavy damage, but now she goes invisible from the Spirit Fox. Queen is working on that right side. She did shoot her giant arrow across the middle of the base. The Overgrowth is in. He's really just got to collapse this top side with those 9 super barbarians. It's looking good, but how fast can he finish this base off?
We're at 50 seconds, and now 25% of the base yet remains. He's going to be able to drop that rage spell to help out those Hog Riders and his massive army that's going to be collapsing into the core. A little bit of a distraction as that cannon on the top side is going to pull a few Hog Riders out, but still the funneling is just so beautiful, and the cleanup is coming in right in time. You can see Kingsman celebrating as they soar on ahead and above STMN Esports. A beautiful fast strike puts Milliceme ahead on time and gives a terrifying finish for Fluxy to have to follow up against.
That is going to be a tough position for Fluxy. Was Kingsman surfing there? He goes.
Oh, maybe he was.
He goes a little bit faster than Hawk did, 11 seconds faster, pushing the lead to 12 seconds. And here he goes. They're both. They're both. I was gonna say flexing, but it looks like they're surfing out there. I don't know. Maybe they're on their boogie boards. But now Fluxy's gonna have to come in with something quick. I think Fluxy's gonna have to really be close to that sub 70-second mark here. 12 seconds is tough to make up in one attack. We've seen it happen, however, and all it takes is a good attack from Fluxy, one mistake from Teeper, and they could be back in this. And all it comes down to these final two attacks. Will we get a bracket reset, or will we crown our champion in the next two attacks? Those questions are going to be answered in the next few minutes, Woody. We have a couple attacks remaining in this war, and I'm excited. I can't wait.
Well, you already saw Millicene MG drop in their previous match against Stamina Esports, and it was off the last slow hit from Teeper. Is that going to be the same storyline that we see going into this last round, or is this 12-second advantage that Millicene has earned going to be enough to deny Fluxy's speed and capacity? If we saw a 72-second hit from Fluxy and an 80-second hit from Teeper, that would be an overall average time tie. But remember, Dark Star with a 62-second hit has the fastest hit so far across the board. And so that gives a little tiny half-second advantage to Stamina Esports. Fluxy knows, however, that anything slower than 72 seconds is really going to be too little, too late. With Teeper coming in to almost guarantee have, an 80-85 second at the slowest on his own. This is really going to require a lot of effort from Fluxy if they want to get the win without a bracket reset, Bash.
His final adjustments are being made. The army is being fine-tuned, and he should be coming in momentarily with the fifth and final attack for STMN in this war. Remember, if they lose, they are not out of it. They do get two losses essentially here as they won the upper bracket. We will have a bracket reset if MMG are able to hold them off and get the victory here. But here we go, Woody. Fluxy is in, our attack is coming, and this could decide the war. We have Root Riders with the Valkyries, Overgrowth and their skeleton spell being used in there just to protect the Root Riders as they make their entry towards that ricochet cannon. It's all on the line for Stamina Esports right now. Fluxy can win this war, or he can give MMG an opportunity to put it away.
The final attack from Stamina Esports needs to be as quick as possible to keep their time in contention with a Millicene squad that's still 12 seconds ahead. Early pop of that Overgrowth is going to protect that Barbarian King smashing through the top side and trying to create a solid circle around the remaining defenses in the interior so that cleanup doesn't take too long. Fluxy finds the rest of those troops out on the left side ready to bounce back into the core now. Lots of Valkyries are going to have to crash through these walls, and he's very grateful that the Root Riders are still there to provide that work. He's approaching the 60-second mark, and with 88%, 90%, he's just got a little bit of work left to do. The triple is on the books. Just how fast can he do it, Bash?
We're closing in on that 1 minute 10-second mark, which is where he would love to be. 111, 112, 113. It's closing down. 115, 116 will be the final time for Fluxy. Not ideally quick there. It's going to force in where Teeper's going to need 128. Not out of the realm of possibility. In their last matchup, however, Teeper came in with 1 minute 21 seconds, which in this instance would be enough to win the war and secure the bracket reset for MMG. This war is still within reach, and they can win it with a nice, pretty average attack. Honestly, if he just matches Fluxy, they win this war. That's all he has to aim for. 116 would be perfect, and he has 12 seconds to play with.
Yeah, this is a very, very good position for Teeper to be in. He saw an attempt by Fluxy there to try to close that 12-second gap, and it was an admirable showing from Fluxy. That's actually the second quickest attack from Stamina Esports in this round, but at just 76 seconds being your second fastest attack, that really does show the overall sluggishness on this Stamina Esports side and just the difficulty that they've found in taking down these Millicene bases. And yeah, like you said, with a 12-second advantage and 76 seconds spent by Fluxy there, it's going to require shorter than 88 seconds from Teamper in order to get the win, because there was a quicker attack on the Stamina Esports side by Darkstar. 87 seconds is the gold standard for Teamper to beat. He's done it plenty of times before. In fact, he had a 77-second attack in the last war against HTM Esports, and Teamper's previous attack against Stamina Esports was 81 seconds. So it would be quite a bit slower, and it would be quite the coup for Millicene to be able to hold off Teamper at this point.
Man, you look back throughout this war and you wonder, like, what if Synthé was able to get down that Eagle, get down that Clan Castle? What if that Fireball landed a little bit quicker in there? I mean, we can what if all day. There's so many attacks we could what if, but ultimately it's going to come down to this final strike from Millicene MG. The French team looking to put the victory away. One more attack and they can do it. They can force the bracket reset. Remember, guys, there's a ton of prize money on the line here. The winner of this tournament gets $20,000. Second place is still $10,000, very nice, but you definitely want to take home that $20,000 prize pool. Both these teams do already have golden tickets, so they're not worried about the silver ticket that's on the line, but that pride, that money, it's all on the line here in this Worlds warm-up showdown between two Worlds qualified teams. It all comes down to Teamper. Can he put it away and force bracket reset? We're going to find out right now, Woody.
This could very well be a $10,000 attack. If he misses, the base built here by Synthé may be the defining victory stand, but it is their last stand now against a Millicene NG squad that is ahead. 87 seconds will get him the win. Balloon's going to crash along the edge and provide some funneling. Giant Arrow as well makes a very easy entry point for this Mass Dragon army, and it is off to the races. A great start so far for Teamper, and although he's getting a little bit distracted with his balloons cruising along to the top side, they will collapse back in. He loses the Grand Warden support for some dragons that are focused on the Eagle artillery, but the Grand Warden will move back in to help it once again, finding a Seeking Air Mine on the top side. The balloons are doing their exactly perfect job protecting those dragons, Bash.
He did a great job getting the overgrowth spell in really early. It'll be wearing off very soon. The King's on the top side of the base. The world champion is working her way through the base as well. We got the siege barracks yet to pop. There will be Clan Castle troops out there. Poison spell goes in. Now he's just got to collapse into the middle of the base. Look at all the dragons. However, he does lack spells. Oh, I think one of the Clan Castle
freezes.
Oh yeah, he's got Clan Castle troops coming up though. He's gonna have to deal with those ice golems, but if the hogs can shut down this core, it'll be fine. 1 minute has elapsed and the time is ticking away.
Oh yeah.
Before these dragons don't get.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Look at that, Bash! There's no air defenses on the left side at all, and those super minions are running rampage over the space. Teamper drops everything else that he's got, and that is going to be it. Right around the 80-second mark, Millicene MG have just forced a bracket reset, defeating Stamina Esports with an excellent strike.
What a performance from Teamper. It wasn't the most fast attack we've seen today, but it was fast enough to get the job done. I was really worried. I was so worried about those ice golems coming out of the Clan Castle. They were stalling up those dragons left and right, but ultimately it was those super minions from the left hand side as he shouted out there, Woody. They came in, collapsed all those defenses down. Dragons sweep in, finish the base off, and we are going to a bracket reset. One more war to decide it all. GG's to these squad. Fluxy Talk, the ST Man doesn't plan on playing a second one. Well, guess what, guys? You gotta play a second one because MMG get the victory.
These are definitely the two best teams in Clash right now. By my reckoning, I cannot find any other squad close enough to challenge that standard. They are now in a bracket reset position, and they are on even footing. Stamina Esports and Millicene MG are in contention right now to claim that leading spot. And whoever wins this match, you know that they're both going to the World Championships, but whoever wins this one is going to have a big boost of confidence that not only will they get the additional 20K prize from here today, but that they could carry it on to become the banner team that everyone else will fear for the rest of the year, Bash.
If you're ST Men, though, you got to be feeling okay because those first two attacks, there's definitely a ton of room for improvement. This war felt very uncharacteristic from what we've seen for ST Men. However, it is their first loss this weekend, and you know, that can maybe get in their head psychologically. We saw the MMG, they're hyped, they're excited, they're there playing together, they are ready to go. Now, if your Stamina, maybe that doubt starts to creep in your mind. You know, Senthe messed up and Ninja messed up, and how do we recover? It's a tough thing to overcome, but they're not going to have much time. They're going to have to hop right back into another war and try to win this next one.
We are going to look at the bracket again and remind you all of the long, hard fight that has been taking place between these two teams. Stamina Esports, emerging victorious from the upper bracket, undefeated and advancing to the finals, has now suffered their first loss, and there is no undefeated team left in this competition. Milliceme MG, for their own right, fell to Stamina Esports early on, but triumphing over the World Championship HTM Esports squad has earned the right to face off against Stamina one last time, and it all comes down to this: the grand prize for this multi-week competition of the Snapdragon Pro Series season finals, where the crown, the $20,000 prize, all the honor and accolades that go along with it will be determined in just one more war bash.
One more war is all we need. $20,000, man, that is a nice chunk of change. It already seems like those MMG guys might be on a little bit of a vacation, but we're going to find out really soon, guys. We have our final war of the day coming up. We'll be back after a short break. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. We are all on even footing. We have a bracket reset on our hand. Maxi, one more war will decide our Season 5 champion.
Oh yes, it is as equal as it gets. Stamina coming from the upper bracket. Now unfortunately they had to take the loss against MMG, who have fought all the way back up through the lower bracket, and now they are meeting again. At this point it is 1-1. Both of these teams have won against each other once, but now this next war, this final clash, will 100% decide who will be the winner of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5.
Clash of the Titans indeed. I kind of agree with what Woody was saying earlier. These two teams might be the best two teams in Clash of Clans esports right now, and they're proving it right before our very eyes. Let's get a look at our reset here at STMN Esports. This will actually be the third time they played today. They played in the upper bracket final where STMN was able to edge them out on time. Then MMG wins the second match to force the bracket reset here in the grand final, and now whoever wins this will take home the $20,000 grand prize. The loser still walks away with 10K, so it's still pretty nice, but you definitely want $20,000. Well, at least I do. I don't know about you, Maxi.
Oh yeah, I would have really liked to get my hands on those, but unfortunately my days as a competitive player are over. But I'm sure both of these teams have that as their big goal. And next to that, of course, there is the invaluable honor that goes along with crowning yourselves as the Snapdragon Pro Series champions, especially since this is the first global version of the Snapdragon Pro Series. So you might even be right in calling yourself the best team in the world, and that is something of some value that you can't really financially calculate as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. We've seen some of the best teams from all around the world. We've seen some really good representation from pretty much all over the world here. We had NA teams, we had Brazilian teams, we have tons of European teams. We've had it all throughout here. So Snapdragon Pro Series is going global for the first time. I love it. I'm looking forward to the future of our tournament, and it feels like we're in good hands here as we went global. I won't lie, I was a little skeptical. I had my little niche in there with the NA, but it feels like the global stage has welcomed us pretty well.
Yeah, well, and I gotta say, it is just nice to have everyone from every region here, so you can really tell who is the best of the best. And NA presented themselves in the person of HTM and NA really well as well. Not quite getting the edge there in the end, but I think ending up at least top 6. But now we end up with just MMG and Stamina Esports. I just took a look at their stats so far. So both of the wars that they played against each other, one of the teams had a 1 minute 18 average, and the other team had either 1:15 or 1:16. So if we would combine all of their attacks in their matches where they faced each other, it would be more or less equal, down to a couple 5 to 10 seconds. So it really shows how narrow the gap is between both of those teams, and a single slip up or a single great attack can make the difference.
Yeah, and it felt like I kind of mentioned, it felt like Stamina just fell off their game with a couple of their attacks in that last war. The whole pace of the war, with the exception of Darkstar, it just felt a little bit slower and uncharacteristic of them. We've seen them right around that 70-second average for the most part throughout this weekend. So them having a little bit of a slower pace was a little bit odd to see, I guess I'll say. But Ninja, one of the slower attacks from last war, is going to look to pick the pace up with dragons taken to the sky. He does have 3 earthquakes there for the spiky ball trick with the king. Giant arrow is going to go ahead and sweep through there, taking out a couple of air defenses. A great opener here for these dragons. Is going to go ahead and send them right up the middle, right at the town hall, protect them with the Grand Warden.
Oh, and I think the queen might go the wrong way. Oh yes, she goes around the top side. Not what Ninja was expecting and planning her to do. He wanted her on the outside to be faster in taking out the outside building. So that might pose a problem later on. He's trying to target her by wall breaking there, but she's going for the wall. She just loves it too much. But anyway, going through the Town Hall very, very nicely. Queen will eventually take the path that he was initially planning for her. He's got 3 Earthquake spells as well, so that means a Spiky Ball will eventually get through the core of this base.
That Queen taking out that wall was actually a big mistake. It pulls out those 3 ice globes, and now those couple of dragons are going to get taken out in the core, and this one is looking like another uncharacteristic slow miss here for Ninja. He's still got this really tough core in the middle. King has Spiky Ball, and he did throw in those earthquakes, but this one is really slowing down. I'm concerned about this one even getting through here, Maxi.
Yeah, I agree. He only has 1 free spell left, and the Queen has to take out everything except this multi-inferno that this dragon might be able to finish. Now the eel artillery will finish. No, he has to freeze the monolith fast. Yeah, there we go. I think it's very low as well on health. Not the start you want if you are in STM and shoes here. Can this barbarian even open the wall so the Queen might have a slight chance of eventually stepping back there? He's a little impatient there with the minions. Maybe should have waited until the Queen goes around the corner, which he doesn't do at all. But can he finish the monolith? Yes! Okay, so he will get the 3-star because the Queen is getting healed up. She's going through the wall and she will take out this builder hut. But Bash, can they ever recover from this slow first attack?
What is it about these first attacks? When we see a miss in a war, it's always the first attack. Now this is a 3-star, but this is considered a miss by esports standards right now. It's going to be 2 minutes and 19 seconds. That is beyond slow, and Ninja just really struggling here in our grand final this far. 2 uncharacteristic, very slow attacks, things not going his way. It felt like he kind of got out of his comfort zone with the dragons. Those dragons didn't cooperate, the Queen didn't cooperate, and things did not go his way here. He's going to need his teammates to really pick him up with some fast attacks in the remainder of this war.
Yeah, and it was quite an unusual approach, in my opinion, going for the Town Hall first. He sent the dragons into the Town Hall, which is something we rarely see. You either come in from the more or less opposite side of the Town Hall, or you send in a battle blimp, but he did neither of those things, so I feel like the dragons really didn't have much more value after taking out this Town Hall compartment. And then what we talked about at the beginning is the Queen going the wrong way cost him time, cost him power as well, and maybe if the Queen could have supported the King earlier on, then they together could have taken out more of the core or even the monolith earlier in the attack.
Yeah, that's tough going. It's tough sledding. They're not out of it though. He did get the 3-star. It's very slow, but we've seen them put up some really fast attacks. Now they're really going to lean on Senthe and Darkstar to really come in with some rocket loon attacks. They're really not going to have much of a choice here. We know MMG can put up some times, but you want MMG to be like 85 seconds on their attacks, and that gives you a little bit of hope to make up some of that time, but it's going to be a very tall task to make this comeback. They're not out of it by any means, but it is going to be so tough. But Kingsman is going to be our next attacker, and let's see what he's bringing to the table here. Tons and tons of Valkyries along with some super barbarians. This is traditionally a faster attack in general.
Oh yeah, and he's got 3 invisibility spells, so I think he'll use the fireball. There it goes, just a 2 needed as no Teslas showed, and this is the classic combination: a fireball, earthquakes, and giant arrow to take out the Town Hall, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Now let's see if he can be fast though, because he already took some 20 seconds, and only now is he deploying his Valkyries, whose job is to pierce through the core of this base. He's sprinkling in 3 druids. They should provide some nice tanking, but the splash damage is immense, and I think he's lost already a lot of Valkyries.
Yeah, that's the one risk of the Valkyries. You don't have the shielding of the Root Riders in there to protect them, and those Ice Golems are just freezing everything up. Those Scatter Shot dealing out massive damage. There is not much left in this core, and this could be a fail as well for MMG. This could be the response that STMN needs on defense. There's next to nothing left here. He has a few Super Barbarians. Here comes the Hogs out. He's got Super Minions. But it's gonna be tough. I think he's okay here. It's tough, Maxi.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think he's good. because of all the spells that he has, but I mean, it's not the fastest attack. It's going to be more than 80 seconds apparently. Oh, that invis was not good. Now the queen gets targeted by the single Inferno. That will slow things down even more. Yeah, he should be good. Enough super minions that will now surround this single target Inferno. And also, the Royal Champion was still up, but 1 minute 35. That is actually very good news for Stamina, because they had 2 minutes 19. So the gap is less than 45 seconds now.
Yeah, 44 seconds will be the advantage for MMG, which is still very, very, very massive of a lead. But that's not what you want. You don't want to give them any opportunity to make this comeback. Now in this 2 and 3 spot, if Synthé and Darkstar are able to put up a 60-second attack, you could really see this war kind of start to shift back and give STMN a chance. Again, there's a lot that needs to happen before that is a thing, but we could very well see that with a 1 minute 35-second attack after Ninja's very slow attack. Oh man, this war could play out so many different ways here. It looks like Synthé will be our next attacker. He needs to get his fireballs. I'm assuming he has to go fireball here, right, Maxi? Like, at this point, you don't really have much choice. He has to have his fireball on point, though. He's missed kind of with both of them so far.
Oh yeah, he definitely needs to improve from that. I kind of like the situation that we find ourselves in though, because STMN really have to go all out. They have to take the highest risk possible, but they are one of the 2 best teams in the world right now. They do know how to take the risk. They do know how to play those fast attacks, especially yeah, Darkstar and Synthé. Darkstar not even falling short at all with that 62-second attack, for example, last war. If something like that were to happen now, then that could really push them even further. If they get closer and clip off like 5 to 10 seconds every single attack from those 44-second disadvantage they have right now, then it could come down to the very last attack once more, just in our last war between those 2 teams. And we already see it at the top of the screen. Synthé, one of our Rocket Loon attackers, will be next.
Yeah, and I think they really need to aim to clip off 10 to 15 seconds per attack. With 4 attacks remaining, down 45 seconds. If you're able to get 10 seconds every attack, you're right back in this. But you're going to need a few 15, maybe even a 20-second gain here, which is so tough. And here it is. Rocket Loons, tons and tons of minions in there. 4 of the invisibilities, 4 earthquakes, and he should be able to send this fireball right into the middle and get lots and lots of damage down. Here it goes. Fireball is in. Oh!
Oh no!
He missed. Oh no.
Bad news. Very bad news for Synthé. I don't know if he missed the invis. I think so, because the top side air defense was actually invisible there, and the bottom side apparently he missed with the invisibility spell, and now he has to readjust on the fly, figure out a new plan. He wanted to take down not only these multi-archer towers and the defenses there, but also the clan castle. He does not have a free spell, a poison spell, so it's going to be really tough to take care of the clan castle troops and still 3-star this base. I think he just has to go a little bit slower now.
We are watching the unraveling of STMN Esports right before our very eyes. They had the huge advantage coming into this grand finale. Now they find themselves trailing against a world-class Milliceme MG squad who are looking to put the dagger in them in this matchup. Synthé needs to get 3 stars, to keep his dreams alive for his squad, and that is proving to be a tough task in its own. He still has plenty of rocket balloons, plenty of minions coming in, but the spells are withering down. He has a couple more earthquakes. King and Queen already used their ability. King and Queen, are they already down? Yeah, I think they're already down. This is a fail. Oh no.
Yeah, he still has the Hawk Puppet on the Royal Champion, and the super minions are tanking at the moment. He's got the earthquakes, but if there are just a couple of skeleton traps in the core of the base, this could be a huge problem. He needs to use the earthquakes. I don't know if they were placed perfectly. Oh no, he's running out of juice, Bash, and that is it for this attack. The missed fireball makes this a fail. 2-star, 92%, and now MMG only need to 3-star. The time does not matter anymore.
so unfortunate. I'm speechless. I thought that, oh, he barely misses. Oh, did you see that? He barely missed the air defense there on the bottom side of the base with the invis, and he didn't see it because I think he had another invis there. And that's going to be all but done for this war. STMN look to be on the verge of defeat after going undefeated so far. MMG can complete the reverse sweep with four more 3-stars to close this war out. What a swing. I'm in shock. I'm in literal shock after these couple of attacks.
I mean, we said this exact thing. If you want to come back from this time disadvantage that STMN had, then you have to take a high risk in order to get a high reward, possibly. I think Sinti did just that, holding on to one of the invisibility spells, not even controlling if everything was invisible that he intended to make invisible, because that would have taken another 1 or 2 seconds for him. So he just went all out, exactly what we said he needed to do. And unfortunately, he was not rewarded. Quite the opposite, a 2-star. More or less a result that you can almost not come back from at this level.
Yeah, it's especially against MMG when they know the position now. We've seen them already phone in safe attacks previously today just to win the war. They know the situation now. They know how to close out this war. And even if they do fail, the time is still going to be massively on their side. I obviously would go to percentage, I guess, first, but I don't look for them to have any fails in the remainder of this war. This MMG squad should be able to put this one away. It's going to be Max up next for us, and it's going to be Root Riders. Look at this, a Golem. I'm going to assume the Golem's going to follow the King with the jump spell just to get a little bit deeper in here. But Max, all he has to do is 3-star, and his teammates 3-star, and they are our Season 5 champions.
Oh yes, that's the exact right call there, and Max goes with the safe strategy here, using 2 overgrowth spells. It is something that I myself have also tried out in Legend League with the 2 overgrowth spells, and it makes it actually quite easy, so even I am able to get some 3-stars in with this strategy. Time does not matter, but you have so much more flexibility with those overgrowth spell. You can direct your troops, you can decide whenever you want to take out the town hall or any buildings around it, and it is just so much safer, and in my opinion the exact right choice from Max to come in this way. However, I think that he's more used to using 1 overgrowth spell or something faster, so this at least leaves a little bit room for hope for stamina. But Bash, we can already see it, he is tearing this base apart, structure by structure.
Yeah, this one's going to be a sure thing here for Max. You talked about you use the 2 overgrowths. See, I'm a big noob, Maxi. I have to use 3 overgrowths on my attacks, my Root Rider attacks. Now he's got to wait for the second.
Even better, even safer.
Yeah, exactly. He's got to wait for the second overgrowth to wear off, but look at all those troops just waiting, actually getting healed up now. The Poison Lizard is. He does have a freeze spell, and it's going to be a 3-star. Time does not matter for Milliceme MG. They just need 3-star after 3-star, and they will be the champions, completing the reverse sweep. I am stunned that we saw this happen, but at the same time, it is one of the most satisfying thing in all of esports to see a team with the reverse sweep. Milliceme MG believed in themselves, believed in their bases, and that's kind of been the story, Maxi. It's been their bases throughout. They held HCM Brazil quite a few times today, now holding STMN Esports to a defense and slower times. I think their defense is the biggest story of this. Obviously, they've played very consistent, but those defenses kind of got them here.
Oh yeah, that's right. So that's what they should be hoping for, exactly. Sorry, be hoping for. They already got it, so they don't have to hope for anything anymore. They should be hoping that they can 3-star all of the bases. Sorry, I was somewhere else there in my mind. But yeah, at the same time, we have Darkstar as the next attacker from Stamina. I would have loved to say now that he has to put up a fast attack to put pressure on MMG, but that is not the case anymore. All they can do now is get the 3-stars in and hope for the best, hope for a miracle almost that it is if MMG should really fail here later on. It's really tough, especially since MMG have the time now to recalibrate and recheck all of the bases, all of their plans, and go for something safer.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely see MMG shift down a gear a little bit and just go with safer plans. They have plenty of time to adjust it. This downtime while we talk, they're adjusting these final 3 attacks while Darkstar is going to be attacking. They're getting the next one ready, so they will definitely make those preparations, and that's what makes them a world-class team, is they understand the situation, they are aware of what they need to do, and they are going to play it safe and get the 3 stars. However, let's see if Darkstar plays it safe here, or if he goes with the fun Rocket Loon attack. It is going to be a fun Rocket Loon attack. I guess if you're trailing, let's at least go out in style. Let's see a giant fireball come in from... Oh, no, he missed too. Oh, no. Another fireball miss, Maxi.
Oh, no. Well, this is... You know, if things don't go your way, then... I don't know what saying.
When it rains, it pours, right?
Yeah, when it rains, it pours, exactly. Thank you for helping me out there. It's not looking good for him, but let's see if maybe he can save the this attack when the initial fireball misses. So maybe he has some more patience now than Cynthia had. He's got an overgrowth spell there in the core as well, and he's used up almost all of his rocket balloons already, though. So I don't really know, Bash.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about it. I feel like they're probably pretty frustrated with the way this war has gone after being in such an advantageous position, having to lose 2 wars against a team you already beat previously today. This has got to be frustrating for them. King Spiky Ball does come in and deal lots of damage to the Town Hall, but does he have enough to get through the Town Hall? I can't see if King had... no, King had Poison Lizard, so there's no Phoenix there. King's actually going to get held up on these Ice Golems now. This could be a 1-star fail, and this war is going to be over.
I think he needed to freeze the Multi-Inferno. He should have frozen the Multi-Inferno so the Valkyries get through the wall and sent the minions and the Headhunter to it as well, because I think the King with the Phoenix can finish the Town Hall.
He doesn't have Phoenix. He's got Lizard.
He doesn't have Phoenix, yeah, sorry. Oh, no.
Yeah, I feel like they just... Yeah, I feel like they're just a little bit frustrated and kind of just threw it in, and yeah, what can you do, man? What can you do? It's obviously not a favorable position to be in. There's no way he gets a 2-star or 3-star here if he does end up somehow getting the 2-star. The King looks like he has the Vamp stash on, but can he sustain the damage of the Town Hall? Let's just see. I think the King is going to go down here eventually, but can he get through the wall in time? Look at that, each hit. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. So close. So close. I think he's gonna be able to, but when he walks here,
what?
Dang. That brief second with no attack, and it's a 1-star 98%. This war is over, Maxi.
Unfortunately, yeah, I agree with you there. Now with the 1-star, they are 3 stars behind if MMG triple now, and this seems insurmountable for them, this disadvantage. I think he did good there because it went way closer than with Cindy's. Oh, look at this once more. He was already hitting the Town Hall, but it didn't collect the damage yet. And then the King died, unfortunately. That was as close as it gets. Wow. And I think the Town Hall was really low because of the Spiky Ball and the damage from the Earthquakes.
Yeah, it was definitely damaged a little bit. I guess the question we asked was, were they a little bit too arrogant coming into this matchup? We spoke with Fluxy earlier today, and he said they didn't plan on playing 2 matches, and
that's
now
what
they find themselves losing. No, I agree. In that interview, that's the right thing to say, especially for your team.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we see that play out differently. I mean, as a viewer, they may perceive it as, oh, they got arrogant, and now they're kind of getting, I don't want to say what they deserve, but we see kind of a tide turn there, and man, I'm very... I'm just still shocked. I don't even know what to say about it, but big congrats to MMG. Obviously, they still have to close this one out, but it should not be an issue now. Up 3 stars. What a turn of events here in the grand final.
I mean, they're just showing great consistency. We talked about how consistent MMG are yesterday already. They got kicked down to the lower bracket by Stamina because they were faster, but I'm pretty sure that there's no arrogance between those teams. Both of them know how good the other team is and vice versa. So I'm 100% sure that they have nothing but respect for the skill that all of these players have, and that that they just obviously wanted to close this out in one match, and we can see why. Because last time it was close, but just this time they made one mistake, then they made two mistakes, and this whole match is over. And this can happen every single time. So at this level, when you get the chance to finish a job with one single victory, you definitely want to do it that way. Both of these teams have impressed us time and time again throughout the course of this Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. And Stamina, they were so consistent yesterday and today, but MMG just a little bit more. So it seems like they will win the season, and they would be a very well-deserved victor.
Tough way for things to unfold here for STMN Esports, but we will enjoy the remaining hits of this Wars. Nacho is looking to close this one out with a 3-star. Those Valkyries are working their way through all of these different compartments. We do have the King and everything on the left-hand side there, working their way through. I guess that's a Royal Champion down there. King's on the top-hand side, excuse me. I saw the 95. I guess it's the Queen's over there, King's on the top. And he's just going to have to wait for this overgrowth to wear off, and he'll be able to get everything into the tunnel. Look at that wall break, opening up the wall for the Queen. Beautiful wall break. Now he's just got to wait and rage it all up, and he'll be good to go.
That's right. The two spells we always talk about, that those players always still have in the back. It is so impressive that they always hold on to a freeze and a rage until the overgrowth runs out. There are so many troops. There's still the Royal Champion, and he is getting the... He is doing the dance there. Obviously, he is very happy about how things are. And of course, a lot of pressure is falling off your shoulders once you're able to get the 3-star, because he knows he's done many 3-stars before, but probably not many as important as this one.
Right, yeah, it also has to feel good, like not have to rush through it. You can take your time, let the troops do their thing. You don't feel the pressure of having to put up a 70-second attack. It has to be a good feeling here for MMG. Just 2 more attacks, 2 more 3-stars, and they will put this one away. I guess actually 2 more 2-stars will put this one away for them as they look to become our Season 5 champions. On the other hand, we will have Hawk as our next attacker for STMN. I kind of want to see Hawk do something fun at this point. Let's just have some fun Rocket Loon attacks to close out the show. I don't know, Maxi. I got my hopes up.
Yeah, I just hope he brings an extra invis. You never know if he does that. But yeah, no, for
Brutal.
sure. Yeah, I know, but a little bit of creativity, a little bit of something out of the box would of course be nice. But I don't know if they're in the mood for it right now. You know, they have been fighting so well the whole time, getting into this final undefeated, and then I mean we've seen upsets like this time and time again, like in the World Championship, for example. It is definitely possible, and I don't think you ever feel safe, but of course you feel comfortable when you're coming from the upper bracket. But yeah, then it was so unfortunate to have those 2 misses in the second match where it all came down to. But I think it will take them a little bit of a while to progress and to process this and to work through it. So I don't know if Hawk will really do something too much fun at this point.
I think they'll still be fine when that $10,000 check hits the bank account. I think that'll still feel pretty nice. I know it's not $20,000, but I mean, they're still a world-class team. They're still going to be qualified for Worlds. It's not like they're just going to throw it away and, you know, give up after this. They're still going to come back and fight and be stronger than ever. I mean, if we go back and watch Senthei's replay, we're talking less than half a tile, like less than quarter of a tile that he missed that air defense by. It wasn't a major mistake, but when you are down on time, you have to, you know, make that big play. Those mistakes can happen, and it's very unfortunate that it happened, but that's just the way these risky fast attacks can go. We saw it play out here with Synthia. We've seen it in the past, and we'll see it again. It's just the way the things go right now. But right now, Hawk is working his way in with the Root Riders. The Overgrowth comes in on the Town Hall just to shut down all that. Queen's doing a great job handling that left-hand side. The Electro Dragons on the top of the base did a great job of clearing out the Eagle Artillery and really handling a lot of those Clan Castle troops as well. So a great attack here from Hawk as he looks to get a 3-star on the board.
Yeah, good job so far. Unfortunately, the Ice Golems get pulled, but I think he was planning on that to happen. Got a nice poison down, the Queen taking care of her, being healed up by those healers. Overgrowth runs out. He triple earthquakes the core. Does he have a spiky ball? He can aim there. King is on the right side, just on the outside of the base, so I think he can just use the ability now. and he will finish this base in style around 1 minute and 20 seconds, 1:18 to be exact.
Yeah, it's still going out with a quick pace. That's what you like to see. Obviously, they're disappointed in the results of these two wars, but still keeping his composure, coming through with a nice, strong attack. I like that from Hawk. Flexi will look to finish the war out from them, but again, Milliceme MG just needs to close out the war with 2 more 2-stars. They don't even need triples, and they will get the victory. Tough break here for STMN as they just struggled in this war. Just a simple, not necessarily simple, it wasn't simple mistakes, because I couldn't do that fireball, and it would take me 10 to 15 tries to get that fireball right, let alone the rest of the attack with the rocket loon. So it's not like it's a simple thing. It's a tall task to ask, even though these are pro players. It's not the easiest thing to, like, oh, just go fireball out 20% of the base and deal with the clan castle and get that all out of the way, and then go ahead and rocket loon in 60 seconds. It's a tall task, man. It's not easy to do.
Yeah, definitely not. I think it's really, really hard to do. I mean, even amongst these pro players, just a handful of them use it, and that should really go to show how hard it is to become good with it in a way that you feel confident enough to use it in an important war like that. Temper, our next attacker, has also used it time and time again, but we also saw that he can switch things up when they were in a situation like right now, where they only needed safe 3-stars. He usually went with the Queen Charge Root Rider stand, so I guess that is what he's going to bring to the table. However, with the 3-star lead, he might also do something fun, so why not go with the initial Rocket Loon plan? At least that's what I'm hoping for.
I know you are, Maxi. I mean, I am as well, but I think he's had plenty of time to adjust and dial it back to something more safe. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Root Rider attack, maybe even a Super Witch attack. We've seen MMG use that in these positions before, but I think you kind of phone it in, go with that super safe attack, even if it is 2 overgrowths, and just get the job done. Cross that finish line. Don't leave anything to chance here. Don't risk any mistakes. Just get the victory. That's the main thing right here for MMG.
Yeah, and I'm sure they know that. I'm sure he talked to his teammates on voice as well. That's what you do in a good team like that. You discuss everything, and especially when you have the time like right now, even if he had a Rocket Loon attack, he would probably present it to his teammates and ask them if they think he should do it or not. And it's always good to falsify that, and if you have players in your team that you trust, especially over time when you've played together for a long time, you just know, if my teammate XY says something, that I can believe that this is actually the truth. But enough talking. Temper is live, and it is indeed something fun, something out of the box that we haven't seen so much. Bash. He's bringing in the Super Dragons.
Yeah, not a troop we've seen really a ton here at Town Hall 16. They did kind of make a little bit of a return at the end there of Town Hall 15, but we don't see many Super Dragon attacks these days. It's regular dragons or electro dragons, but those Super Dragons are really, really fun. Very, very beefy. They will rain down the fire from the skies and deal out mass amounts of damage as he works his way, and he's going to go right for the Town Hall, protect those dragons with the Warden ability, and just surge right through the back end of the space.
Yeah, and I just think that he does that because it's one of the safest 2-star strategies. Just super drag into the Town Hall with the Warden ability, and then they will 100% get enough percentage because they are so tanky troops, such tanky troops. You can see it already. He's got 64% on the board just as they go through the Town Hall, because the King, Royal Champion, and the Queen are doing work as well on the outside, and I think this is even looking like a 3-star at this point.
Oh yeah, I think this is a very safe 3-star plan. I think that was his intention all along, but if it did 2-star, no big deal, and it is going to be the triple S. Teamer gets the job done, and MMG are 1 attack away from being our Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 champions. A beautifully executed Super Dragon attack. That one was fun to watch. Those beefy boys did some work in the middle of that base, and he's rewarded with a 3-star. GG's, Timper. Milliceme MG are 1 attack away now.
Oh yeah, well done from Timper, delivering exactly what his team needed from him. And nice attack, nice to see a little bit of diversity here. So we see a lot of aerial strikes, in fact, with the regular dragons and the electro dragons, but super dragons we have not seen once this weekend. So it was nice to have that little addition to the list of viable strategies in this time-based meta, because this was actually pretty fast. I think 1 minute and 18. So exactly what you like to see from a fast attack at this level. For the remaining attacks, no matter what STMN do now, Milliceme MG just need a 1-star in their final attack, so I wouldn't be too worried about that if I were them.
Yeah, this one is all but done for them. Even on a catastrophic disconnect, if the heroes are in there, they're going to probably get 50% most of the time with their abilities. So whoever, I guess who's the last attacker there? Who hasn't gone? Nachoa? No, Nachoa went.
No.
Tryhard?
Tryhard.
Yeah, Tryhard, because Kingsman went first. So Tryhard will look to close this out here, but Fluxy will attack first. Obviously going to look to get a 3-star on the board for a little bit of pride, and hopefully just keep his head held high as they do. This one just doesn't go their way. That happens sometimes. We see it in esports, we see it in sports. It's just the way it goes. Life changes, man, and you just got to adjust on the fly, make the best of it, and that's what we look for Fluxy to do here.
Yeah, they'll still be the vice champions, the runner-ups, and in a competition with the likes of Tribe, of the current world champions, still HTM Brazil, of the former world champions Navi, that also competed in this Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5, Synchronic, all the golden ticket winners. So basically, top 2 out of those is nothing to be ashamed of at all. And Fluxy is starting us off once more with the Giant Arrow, one of the most popular equipments among these pro players. So Queen on the outside, the Siege Barrack on the other side, and Root Riders right through the middle.
I really like that combination. They're shooting right through the middle of the base, getting lots of damage dealt early on here. He does have the spiky ball in the King. We'll see that come into play a little bit later. Siege Barracks on the top side. King does come in finally from the top side, so he'll look to kind of collapse in there with the Queen on the left-hand side. And he's looking like he's off to a great start here. Obviously, dire situation for his squad, but you definitely want to go out with a little bit of pride. Go out with your head held high and try to get a 3-star on the board here. And he's looking like he's off to a great start to do just that.
Yeah, unfortunately though, his Queen did not survive the damage from the cannon and the ground expo. He chose not to invest a spell there, but I think he should be fine. There's just a wizard tower and another expo in this compartment. Look at this, there are just 4 more buildings alive, and he already tore down this base in just 1 minute and 13. So that was pretty quick to finish things off. Oh no, he didn't even. Oh yeah, to finish things off for STM and esports. So great showing from them.
Counting with Maxi, 3, 2, 4 buildings. Sorry, got a little kick out of that one, but GG's to Fluxy getting the job done. A nice little 3-star, really good pace there, especially after we saw him going a little bit slower in previous wars. I thought that was a really nice attack, a good way to finish the war. Even though they do lose this war, you still want to go out, show what you got, and I think that's exactly what we would have wanted to see from him if this war would have went differently. It doesn't. Now Tryhard just needs a 1-star, maybe even just some percentage points here to put this war away. I'm assuming it's actually going to be a 1-star because the fails were actually pretty high fails. So 1-star wins them the championship.
Exactly, any 1-star will win the championship. There's no possibility of a 0-star with enough percent. So basically just taking out the town hall would be enough. Maybe they're going to use an Invis with the Rage and a couple of bad spells to take out the Town Hall and then go out of the attack. I don't know. But no, I don't think that would be very sportsmanlike, and I wouldn't expect something like that from Tryhard. Only thing I would expect from him would be an attack built around that. You know, still trying to 3-star, which is something of a fun strategy. I think I've seen it once from Cynthia before in the Creative Master series, but highly unlikely that Tryhard would depend their luck on that now. I think he'll just go in with something very, very safe into the Town Hall to make sure that falls, and that also he knows even after 20-30 seconds, if he would have a disconnect, the troops on their way to the Town Hall would have enough power to take it down.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. Just full send it all right at that town hall. Maybe throw heroes on the outside so they can work up the percent just in case something does happen. You want to secure the victory. We haven't seen any disconnects, so it's not like that happens a lot. But you never know. That's why we always bring it up, because we've seen awkward situations happen in the past, and we know Tryhard and Kingsman, it seems like they're kind of together outside on like a patio, so maybe, you know, something odd happens. I don't think it will, but Tryhard will be our final attacker to seal the victory for Milliceme MG, one of our golden ticket teams here in the competition, actually going to take home the championship after this final attack. It's been a really great weekend of wars, Maxi. I mean, today was super exciting. Obviously, we've kind of slowed down here at the end, but it was a great, amazing day of wars.
It was. Almost all of them ended with 15 stars and 15 stars, so perfect wars all around. Even STMN got 15 stars in all of the wars except this one. Same for Milliceme MG. If Triad triples now, then they will have finished these 2 days with, I think, 5 out of 5 perfect wars. And I'm hearing word that Tryhard is ready for the final strike. This is for the championship. Super Witches should seal the deal for Tryhard. 1 star, and they are our season champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Here we go. Those druids are in there to heal the witches. We got 5 more druids remaining, and those druids will be deployed and just help out. We do have the siege barracks coming in from the bottom of the base. You see his teammate Kingsman helping him out there as he's getting going here. We got tons and tons of troops working all around the base, and the main thing here is just going to be pushing them to the middle. We get the jump spell to open up that final compartment over towards the town hall. More druids join the party, and remember, after 30 seconds they transform into those bears. You see those bears running, and they are beefy boys that are going to target defenses and provide even more tanking with the big boys from the Super Witches.
Oh yes, he's being coached live by Kingsman, the Super Witch expert, and he's about to cross the 50% mark. 1 star! And this is already enough. Milliceme MG are our Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 champions. But now let's concentrate on the final seconds of this attack from Triad, because he sure as hell wants to make it a 3-star to finish in style.
A well-deserved and well-earned victory for this squad, coming together, playing side by side, hand in hand, helping each other get the victory, and they're ready for a nap. Look at that. I guess it's getting a little bit later as we see the sun going down, but it is going to be a 3-star as the sun sets on this attack. Milliceme MG complete the reverse sweep, and they are our Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 champions.
Whoop, whoop. And it's so nice to see them there celebrating, happy on the player cam on this lazy Sunday there, somewhere in southern France, I would imagine, with both of these Frenchmen. And there we have it, our winner's poster, Milliceme MG. Congratulations to them. You guys were amazing, and you put up such an amazing show for us throughout this whole weekend.
Well fought victory, well fought comeback here in the grand final. We see the highlights from this war. It started off with just a big unfortunate miss from Ninja. Kingsman with the response here. Wasn't the fastest attack, but did give them a huge lead and forces a mistake. Watch this air defense on the bottom. It's not invisible. He tries the fireball and it misses. It goes to the left. I want to know what happens if he hits that fireball. I really do, Maxi. I want to see that fireball land, but it doesn't, and it's all Milliceme MG from there.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate. That was really the decisive situation in that war, and it was so close, just a millimeter missing this, just, I don't know, a tenth of a tile or something. But yeah, things like this happen, and details like this, of course, decide the wars between the best teams in the world. Amazing attacks from them, amazing consistency, especially from Milliceme MG, as we see Nachoa once again. Also, Nachoa impressed us very much. He had a 65-second attack, for example, against HDM Brazil that resulted in Pato taking too much of a risk and getting a 2-star as well. all in all, I have to say the defense from MMG was really impressive. We have talked about it not just once. They got defenses against the best teams in the world, and now even against STMN, the only other golden ticket team that could get as far as Milliceme MG.
Yeah, I think that's the big story of the weekend was their defenses. But Woody, what do you think of the reverse sweep comeback? You got to cast the first match with me, and now we see the completion. Mind-boggling, right? Crazy.
Yeah, that was a wonderful war, one for the history books. You know, I could have said already, and I did, that I thought there might be a bracket reset. But to go on the reverse sweep and to take Stamina Esports down twice in a row after they had already lost to them previously, Milliceme MG have just got incredible staying power and are certainly deserving of the title of champions. That was an excellent war, and even though Stamina Esports seemed to kind of lose their offensive mojo, Milliceme MG never had a falter and worked so hard throughout that second match. I think the first one, probably just in terms of how close it was maybe a little more of a tightly contested, energetic display of the true representation of these two teams' abilities. But if Stamina Esports cannot hold on to the consistency that's gotten them to this point, they're gonna struggle in World Championships. A very long battle to get to the World Finals is ahead for them. So they've got a little bit of reconfiguring and work yet to do. Still, second place is something really superior. $10,000 awarded to them, and I think that they've got a lot to be proud about with their performance today. Even though they didn't summit the peak, they're standing right next to Milliceme MG and only a half a step behind them. They certainly could catch up before the end of Worlds.
Oh yeah, still plenty of time left in the season. Still a lot of fine tuning, as you mentioned there. I think Milliceme needs to continue to lean on their defenses. That was key for them this weekend. Taking down HTM Brazil with multiple stops, taking down, as we saw here in the final war, STM, and with a couple of stops there. So I think the defense is going to be the big story for them. And if you're STMN, you just keep going, regroup, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, and as Woody said, nothing to be ashamed for, taking home the second place and only losing to one team once by 1 second or 2 seconds on average time. I think they showed great consistency. They really have to get this last tiny step if they want to be world champions, and they got, I think, a couple more months to do that. So that is exactly the time that they need. But as Fluxy said earlier in the interview with us, this of course is a great way to practice a little bit these high pressure situation that you find yourselves in even at the World Championship this year. So let's once more take a look at how our bracket unfolded throughout the last 2 days.
Here you see on your screen the final state of our double elimination bracket. Advancement by Stamina Esports to the finals of the upper bracket was ultimately upset by Milliceme MG. Hot off of a loss to Stamina, nonetheless were able to defeat the HTM Brazil squad and come back for the reverse sweep in the very end. It's an extraordinary storyline for this French squad that has sought for so long to get a world championship title to their name. And right there alongside Stamina Esports, I still think that those are the two best teams with the best opportunity to try to make that world's championship theirs. Gotta give another shout out though to Synchronic. Even though they had a tough run through this bracket, losing first to Momentum Shifters and then to HTM Brazil, they are also a Worlds qualified team and have got to take these losses in stride. They won $2,000 from this season and are still going to be one of the top competitive teams this year. But Tribe, I think, is the fourth squad to keep your eye on. They were able to get a silver ticket and they're going to be competing alongside some really tough teams, including Momentum Shifters later on. But we've got an interview real quick. Let's head off the bracket real quick and bring in a fourth person onto our stage where we'll get an opportunity to hear directly from one of the winners. And there he is. Bash, take it away.
Kingsman, how you feeling, man? After that first war, you guys got the victory. You made the comeback. You guys have to be feeling amazing right now.
Yes, totally. Hello, guys. We are very, very happy to make it. Furthermore, because we went back to the lower bracket, but we won it, so yeah, very happy about it.
Amazing stuff. You impressed us very much with your offense, so congratulations from myself to you, Dodo. Your defenses were on point. Very nice job there. I was wondering, I could see that you are outside there with Tryhard. Are you going to extend your vacation a little bit now that you've got the victory?
No, we plan, to be honest, to stay. We are in Spain, so we stay 10 days, and we will enjoy the next week. And we will enjoy tonight very well. And yeah.
Well, alongside your compatriots hosting the Olympic Games right now, it seems that this French squad is at the very top of the competitive Clash of Clans scene. You know, I saw you surfing a little bit earlier, celebrating your victory today. What else do you think this win means for your squad?
Yeah, this victory means a lot because, yeah, you know that we lost Mahmoud and Max joined us. And yeah, to be honest, we are doing very, very good with him. And yeah, it's time to announce to you guys that we will participate to Worlds with him. And yeah, it's our first victory with him, a huge victory. So yeah, we are very, very happy about it. And I hope we do the same at Worlds.
It definitely seemed like Max was a great addition to the team, one of the faster attackers throughout this weekend. But I wanted to talk about the defense. For me, defense was the big story for you guys. Did you guys just have some extra planning? Did you have some extra counters to the Root Rider attacks planned?
Yeah, to be honest, we did very good in defense. Like yesterday, we had 2 defenses on the first attacks. And so we didn't build a lot, to be honest. We tweaked some bases. Temper and Mech, they did a lot and predict so well this weekend, so it was good. But we had some slot of fresh, and they all did good. Only the match, the upper bracket final, our opponent did good, but after, like on the last match, we have a 12 defense, 12-star defense, so it's amazing with this meta.
Yeah, great job there. You should definitely keep it up. Now, the World Championship is a couple of months away. Before that, we have the last chance qualifier. So one more team will go to the World Championship. Do you have any prediction which team will make it to the World Championship? And who do you fear the most out of the teams?
To be honest, I think we don't know the last one which will qualify from GCC, but I think Tribe is doing very good currently, so I expect them to do well and to qualify for Worlds. But everything can happen, and let's see.
All right, and who do you fear?
Well, you shared some really big news with us, Kingsman, and I want to focus in a little bit about that roster announcement that you just made. You announced that Max, who's been playing with you for a little while now and was successful in this last war alongside you in getting the Snapdragon Pro Series victory, he's going to be joining your Worlds roster. That is huge news, and to be sharing it just right now, I'm kind of blown away. So thank you very much for using this opportunity to share it. But I'll also say Max is a very interesting player. He's one of the most skilled and quickest attackers in the game, but he's also a former member of this Stamina Esports lineup. And there's been a lot of discussion in the community about what team he belongs on, where he's going to land. And I just want to know if you want to use this opportunity to say more about your decision to align Max on your permanent roster for Worlds.
Okay, so yes, he was kicked by the old VM Legacy. But to be honest, the results were not crazy by our side. And we used the opportunity to play community tournaments to discover him as a person and as a player also, because we never played with him. And everything went perfect. He's very kind, very motivated. He's trying his best. So for us, it's the best addition possible, and we are very happy to have him. Sorry.
Well, thank you.
It definitely seemed like there was a lot of chemistry there early, and I'm sure Max wanted to play out and really prove that he earned that spot on the team. I guess moving forward for Worlds preparation, I asked Fluxy a little bit earlier, have you had a chance to take a look at the brand new equipment? Are you excited about it? I know you're probably focused on the tournament this weekend, but are there plans to kind of test out that new Magic Mirror? Maybe not. What are your thoughts on the new equipment that just came to Clash of Clans?
Yeah, to be honest, we didn't test it because it was banned for this tournament. But I think might be good in some cases. So let's see into the test if we will use it or not. I can tell you now.
I guess you will have enough time to find out until the World Championship happens, and who
Yes.
knows, maybe even something new will be added in the October update. We definitely can't wait to see, and we can't wait to see more of you guys. So I will leave you to it to celebrate now, as you well deserved it. Dodo, thank you once again for joining us, and congratulations once again to your whole team. You did an amazing show for us, and we were very happy to see you play.
Thank you so much, guys, and see you in World Championship.
Yep.
Well, big appreciation to Kingsman for joining us for that interview, telling us a little bit more of the insights into what's been going on the Milliceme MG squad as they have claimed the championship here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. This 5th season has been an extraordinary opportunity to see some of the best Clash in action the entire world has seen. And so I'm so excited to see where Milliceme goes from here. If Stamina Esports can step back in, what Synchronic, Tribe, and the rest of the squads that were competing here, including HTM Brazil, the reigning world champions, have for us for the rest of the year. So it's been a great pleasure to cast alongside 2 extraordinary broadcasters, Clash Bashing and Maxi. Thanks so much to you guys. Also, big thanks to the production crew who's put on an incredible show, and the support that we've received from Supercell as well in keeping this show alive, exciting, and energized. Huge appreciation to the Snapdragon Elite Gaming Squad for ensuring that we have every opportunity to continue to broadcast this show 5 seasons long, and I really hope there's going to be a 6th. And with your support, I believe that there will be. Thanks very much to everyone who tuned in, and be sure to share the news loud and clear about what happened here today. Make sure everyone knows about the victory of Milliceme and the great storylines that are still behind the scenes struggling for the rest of the teams. Guys, you want to say any final words before we close out?
Oh no, just want to echo what you said there. Thanks to everyone involved in this show, all of our production, all of our sponsors, all of the teams and players that put in tons of effort and work, and Supercell for providing us this opportunity to play the game that we love so much. A beautiful weekend of Wars. I had such a blast casting this season with you guys, so an honor to cast with you, gents, and hopefully we'll be back next year, or next season, I guess.
Yeah, I can second only everything that you guys said. Amazing stuff here. Thanks to everyone involved. And most importantly, thanks to you guys at home for sticking with us and for tuning in week after week. But I think that we and the teams delivered something for that. Incredible matches. The best of the best were here this weekend. And Milliceme, in the end, are our well-deserved champions. I really hope that we can catch you guys in the next season in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Until then, Clash on!
Clash on!
Oh, I missed it. Clash on.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.